7. Alma-Daleron. James had wanted to explore the grounds that very night, but his parents, along with the rest of the adults, had insisted on getting everyone to their rooms and into bed. The guest quarters were housed in a large brick mansion that overlooked the grounds, relatively near the Warping Willow. Shortly, James had found himself in a surprisingly sumptuous bedroom with a gigantic marble fireplace, nearly as tall as he was, and 3 4-poster beds so high that they had little wooden step stools next to them. Albus claimed the one nearest the window and James took the one in the middle. Within minutes, despite the excitement of the night and the thrill of finally arriving, James had dropped into a deep dreamless sleep. He seemed to wake almost immediately and blinked at the bright sunshine that beamed through the window, swimming with dust motes. Birdsong twittered nearby, and as James sat up in his high bed, he could see people moving on the flagstone walkways of the campus below the window. He grinned and saw that Albus was already awake. "I smell bacon," Albus said, nodding. "The kitchens are in the basement. Come on, let's see if we can nick a little nosh." "Way ahead of you," Ralph announced from the other side of the room, shrugging into a very oversized white robe. "Come on, there are 2 more. One for each of us. Man, this is living. I can't imagine that this is what life will be like in the dorms," James replied, grabbing one of the robes, but when in Rome. Together, the 3 boys tramped down the stairs and down a high, richly paneled hall. Display cases on one side showed a variety of trophies and awards, as well as a collection of strange leather sporting balls, most dull and worn with age. On the other side of the hall, framed portraits and photographs peered down. James recognized some of the faces in the images, Abraham Lincoln and George Washington among them, but most were completely unknown to him. Very few of the images moved, and James assumed that most of the paintings were, in fact, non-magical. The boys passed a large sitting room and a coat closet and stopped as they neared a busy dining room, filled with bright morning light from 2 tall windows. Most of the adults were already gathered around the table, babbling, passing plates, and pouring steaming cups of coffee and tea. Happily, James, Ralph, and Albus ran into the room and found seats around the long table. "Robes and pajamas?" Lucy said, blinking aside at James as he climbed into the chair next to her. "Al smelled bacon," James shrugged. "Be glad he's dressed it all." Percy spooned sugar into his tea as he spoke, apparently in the middle of a conversation with Chancellor Franklin, who sat across from him. "So, in order to maintain security and remain hidden in Muggle Philadelphia, Alma-Daleron exists in a time bubble in the year 1750. "Actually," Franklin replied, leaning back in his chair and dabbing at his chin with a napkin, "we are now back in the 21st century, as of this morning. 2040, I believe. We tried to use round numbers, but even so, it can be monstrously difficult to keep track of." Georgia Burke spoke up next. "The time bubble roams daily, spanning approximately 450 years. The historical target of any given day is determined by a complex algorithm based on the actual date, the phase of the moon, and the mood of a certain Kneazle cat." "Yes," Franklin nodded. "Patches, the administration pet. The wizard who designed the algorithm is a believer that there needed to be a single random variable to prevent outsiders from cracking the time code. He figured that only those that truly deserved to be on campus would know Patches the cat and her moods. Ingenious, really, but somewhat obtuse, since cats, even of the Kneazle variety, really only have one mood." "Sullen," Burke agreed. "With various shades of petulant, haughty, aloof, and bored. Still, as a security concept, it is fairly solid." "So, we know all about Kneazle cats," Izzy commented from across the table. "Remember Crookshanks? Rose's family's cat?" she asked, looking aside at Petra, and then turning to address everyone else at the table, her voice sober. "But Crookshanks isn't sullen at all. He's a sweetheart. To you, perhaps, Harry muttered. So what if someone hops over the school wall from the inside? Albus asked around a mouthful of toast. Would they be able to go explore the future or the past? What if they got lost? Or went and screwed up history somehow? Franklin laughed lightly, as if this were a question he'd had to answer many, many times. Fortunately for history, the time bubble stops at the boundary of the campus, the stone wall we all observed last night. The moment you climbed over, you'd leave the time lock and find yourself in the normal flow of time, only locked out of the campus, and with Flintlock to convince to let you back in. Albus said, disappointed. At any rate, we have a full day ahead of us, Ginny announced, placing her napkin next to her plate. Lily, we need to get you and Izzy settled in at your new school, elsewhere in the city, and we need to get ourselves squared away with our own flat. Franklin cleared his throat. Harry, I've arranged for an indefinite flu visa for you and your charges, effective as of this morning. It will allow you free access to the Crystal Mountain and any domestic magical destinations you may require for the duration of your stay. That will do nicely, Harry agreed. But what about communication with my associates abroad? I understand that you have an entire department dedicated to international experimental communications. As you know, Titus Hardcastle, my second-in-command, will be joining me periodically during the investigation. It will be necessary for me to communicate with him regularly, and international post is notoriously slow. At the end of the table, Merlin spoke. I have foreseen just such a requirement, Mr. Potter. Speak to me in my quarters when you have the opportunity. Franklin blinked at Merlin, and then turned to Harry. And of course, the Department of Experimental Magical Communications will assist you in any way that you might require. I will equip you with a pass that will grant you immediate access to the campus through the main gate. Flintlock knows you now, and will escort you through the time lock. As you can imagine, however, you cannot operate onto the campus from outside of the time bubble, nor can it be accessed via flow. Alas, our security measures, foolproof as they are, do present their own unique limitations. I don't plan on leaving campus at all during my stay, Neville Longbottom announced, smiling. I've a meeting with the head of the Flora Department, Professor Sawyer, later this morning, in preparation for my presentation tomorrow night. Frankly, I admit, I'm a wee bit nervous about it. You shall do splendidly, Audrey announced confidently. There is no greater expert on the subject of herbology than you, Professor Longbottom. Well, Neville replied, blushing, that may be stretching it a bit far. As for you four, Ginny said, indicating James, Albus, Ralph, and Lucy, you are scheduled to meet Zane next to the Optosphere at 10 o'clock. He'll show you around the campus and get you prepared for your first day of school. If you plan to wear something other than your pajamas and those ridiculous robes, I suggest you finish up quickly and change. Ugh! Albus proclaimed suddenly, lifting his cup and staring at it disdainfully. You call this tea? I'd heard that Americans couldn't brew a decent cup, but really. This tastes like warmed over prune juice. Albus Severus. Ginny scolded. Franklin peered at the cup in Albus' hand. Gently, he reached for it. Ah, yes. Ahem. It tastes like warmed over prune juice because that's precisely what it is, young man, he said, taking the cup and sniffing it. You seem to have picked up my drink by accident. Albus' face reddened as James and his parents laughed. Audrey covered her own mouth to stifle a smile while Percy rolled his eyes. Merlin moved to get up, indicating the end of the meal. So. Well, Albus said stiffly. Never mind then. By daylight, the scale of all air on campus seemed even larger. Neatly cropped lawns and flower gardens were crisscrossed with paths running in all directions. Some of the footpaths were meandering and narrow, laid with pea gravel, others were wide flagstone thoroughfares, cutting straight swathes between the various buildings. As James, Albus, Ralph, and Lucy made their way to the center of campus, they encountered innumerable students of nearly every age, most dressed in various versions of the school uniform, which consisted, generally, of a dress shirt, tie, pants, and blazer for the boys, or blouse, skirt, and tie for the girls. V-necked sweaters were occasionally worn in place of the blazer, especially by the girls, and some students forwent the blazer altogether or carried it slung over their shoulders. The confusing bit was in the fact that there didn't seem to be an established school color. As James glanced around, soaking in the sights, he counted at least half a dozen different color combinations. He did notice, however, that students in similar colors tended to cluster together in knots, either walking swiftly to their classes or hovering near the benches and low walls that dotted the campus, laughing and lounging, occasionally tossing around strange leather sporting balls. The buildings that comprised the campus were mostly brick, covered in ivy, with dormers and towers jutting from their high roofs. The entrances were wide and grand, with stone staircases leading to banks of heavy wooden doors, many propped open to admit the fresh autumn air. Most of the main buildings seemed to range along a very long narrow common space, dotted with huge ancient trees, pools, bridges, gardens, and statuary. On the closest end of the commons, near the guest house and the warping willow, was something like an old ruin, mostly comprised of stone blocks stacked haphazardly around a grass-filled foundation. The only recognizable portion of the ruin was the main entrance and steps, which seemed ready to collapse at the slightest provocation. A very worn and broken statue of a severely dressed wizard holding a wand at his side stood in front of the entryway, looking as if it had once stood atop a grand pedestal, which had, through time and entropy, become buried. The name engraved along the top of the ruin's doorway was barely legible, Roberts. Across from the ruin, sitting at the far end of the commons like a patriarch at the head of a gigantic table, was a very imposing red brick building with buttresses and stone columns, ranks of tall windows, and a dizzyingly tall clock tower which stood over its impressive central entryway. The school's full name and date of origin were engraved over the columns in huge block letters, Alma Daleron University of Magical Humanities and SPELLCRAFT, 1688. James had an inkling that he'd seen the building before, and then he remembered. It had been in the background of his first glimpse of AAU, seen through the magical rear wall of the trans-dimensional garage during his first year at Hogwarts. He'd seen that very clock tower, albeit from a different angle, and heard it tolling the hour. He felt a little surreal now, looking up the building from its own lawns, knowing that he'd be attending school under it, probably for the entire year. Finally, the four students made their way into the center of the campus commons and stopped beneath one of the massive elm trees that cast their shadows over the grounds, their turning leaves catching the sunlight like kaleidoscopes. Nearby, a grand, terraced pool splashed with fountains, surrounding a strange black marble ball that seemed to float in the very middle. "Here he comes," Ralph said, mopping his brow with his sleeve. "How can it be so hot here this late in the year?" Lucy shrugged. "This is mild by their standards. Beglad we didn't arrive in the middle of August. My father says you can boil a cauldron on the footpath during a typical American summer." "Ugh," Albus grunted, shaking his head. "I'm disappointed not to be able to try it, really," Lucy said, bending down and laying her palm on the stone at her feet. "This is barely hot enough to soften a jelly wort." "Has it ever occurred to you," Albus said, peering sideways at his cousin, "that your dad might be full of jelly wort?" Lucy regarded Albus calmly. "Yes," she said. "Actually it has." "Morning everybody," Zane said happily, crossing the pool's terraces to meet them. "Sorry, I'm a little late. There was an incident last night in my house involving a pledge, an engorgio spell, and a key line pipe. I've never seen such a mess, and it was up to me to make sure it got cleaned up afterwards. The pledges barely swam through half of it. If you ask me, There isn't a zombie in the bunch. Lucy frowned. A key lime pipe. Ralph glanced at her. You heard him say the word zombie, and the thing that struck you was the pipe? He obviously doesn't mean real zombies, Lucy sniffed. Zombies are forbidden. At least in this country. Zane raised his voice and pumped his fist in the air. Zombie pride. Zombie grit. Undead fight and never quit. He stopped, lowered his fist, and grinned. Sorry, force of habit. Go zombies, eh? Whatever you say, James smiled, shaking his head. Come on, I'll give you the lowdown while we walk, Zane said, beckoning. There's a lot to go over and not much time. I have class in half an hour. You can sit in if you want. So, yeah, Albus commented brightly. That'd be buckets of fun. Lucy smacked her cousin lightly on the back of the head as they stood up. Give it a rest already, Albus. All right, Zane said, turning around and walking backwards, his arms held wide. This is Alma-Daleron's main mall. Most of the classroom buildings are along here, on either side. Back by the Warping Willow, that pile of bricks and stone is the home of one of the original founders. Looks tempting to climb on, but not a good idea. Magic's the only thing holding what's left of it together these days. What happened to it? James asked, looking back over his shoulder at the faded ruin. Looks like it's 1,000 years old. Zane shrugged. Sorry, that's not part of the tour. Mainly, 'cause I don't know. I'm sure somebody told me at one time, but I did myself a favor and forgot it as soon as I could. Leaves more room up here for clutch cudgel and plunge dares, he said, tapping the side of his head with one finger. Anyway, most of the dormitory houses are on the other side of the classroom buildings. There are 6 of them, which brings me to the most important part of your life here at the Al-Aron, which society you end up in. Just like the houses at Hogwarts, Lucy nodded, brightening. Yes, Zane said, pointing at her. And no, things here are totally different, beginning with the sorting. Mainly because there isn't one. Here, you have to rush for the society you want to get into. If you don't, or if you blow it during rush, you'll get assigned to a dorm house by the administration, and you don't want that to happen. James followed Zane over a narrow footbridge, sidling past a knot of students going in the opposite direction. Why not? You get into a house either way, right? Yeah, but you don't have any say about what house they put you in. It's based entirely on whatever space is available. And houses don't treat leftovers very well. Even zombie house. I should know. Were you AER? Leftover? Ralph asked. Yeah, Zane said, glancing back. No. Let's just say zombie house's leftovers are still cleaning key lime pie off the basement walls. It's an ugly hierarchy, but an effective one. Sounds a bit barbaric, Lucy said mildly. Zane nodded. Anyway, there's 6 societies here, all originally named for Greek mythology, which the founding fathers were all just mad about. Nobody really calls them by their Greek names anymore, though, so don't worry about trying to remember it all. The societies have been in existence since the beginning of the school, and they were designed to accommodate pretty much any magical personality type. He stopped and turned around again, gesturing between 2 nearby buildings. See that old mansion back there, behind Rhine's Hall? That's Hermes Mansion, otherwise known as the home of the zombies, where I live. My dorm is in the top right window, next to the tower. Zombies are perseverant and mischievous, adaptable to almost any situation. Just like me, eh? Albus nodded. Hermes House zombies are also known for having questionable judgment and requiring a lot of supervision. Lucy, James, and Ralph glanced aside at Albus, eyebrows raised. What? Albus said, spreading his hands. Lucy's not the only one who can read, you know. It was in a booklet I found in our room last night. Zane rolled his eyes. Well, you're right, technically. If you ask anybody else, they'll tell you that Zombie House is the home of punks, rebels, and troublemakers. But they only say that 'cause they're jealous. Our colors are bile yellow and black. What about the other societies? Lucy asked. All right, Zane said, raising his hand and beginning to count them off on his fingers. Besides the Hermes House zombies, there's Erebus, better known as Vampire House, headed up by Professor Remora, who you already met. They're all dramatic and morose, and they take themselves super seriously. You can tell them by their black and blood-red uniforms, and by the fact that most of them are as pale as the moon and like to let their hair flop all over their eyes so they have to pull it out of the way just to see who's making fun of them. And it's usually a zombie, he added proudly. Then there's the Aphrodite House Pixies. They're all cheerleader types, hung up on looking good and who has the most expensive broom and who's still wearing last season's designer cape. They're not gat, if you can get past the ego, and nobody can outcharm them when it comes to school politics and debates. They even have some real-life villas in Pixie House. Their colors are pink and yellow, since those are the colors that are most commonly in fashion. Zane started walking again, leading the group toward the main administration building at the end of the commons. Next is Ares House, commonly known as the Werewolves. They're the military types, and the jocks of the campus. Their house is the one up on Victory Hill, behind the admin building. They've won that spot for 12 years in a row, since nobody can beat them in the clutch tournament. Werewolves are arrogant and tough, and they don't have much respect for anyone who isn't like them, so you'll want to steer clear of them unless you are one. Their colors are slate gray and burgundy, like military uniforms. There's their president over there, Professor Jackson. James blinked and turned to look. Professor Theodore Jackson strode through the sunlight on the other side of the campus, wearing a slate gray coat and a dark burgundy ascot, his steely brown low. He apparently hadn't noticed James or the rest of his group, and James was glad. Then there's Hephaestus House, home of the Igors. They're just about the exact opposite of the werewolves. Igors are technomancy and alchemy freaks, and they're dead geniuses at clockwork. Most of them spend so much time in their house laboratory that they hardly ever know what's going on around the rest of the campus. They talk a big game about taking over the world and creating doomsday devices, but they're really pretty harmless when you get to know them. You can tell them by their acid green uniforms. Zane stopped at the base of the steps to the administration building, which was the enormous brick edifice with the clock tower. He turned and pointed across the campus, back the way they'd come. And finally, there's the Bigfoots, Apollo House. They have that mansion way back there, on the other side of the ruin, about as far from Victory Hill as possible. Bigfoots are nice guys, but there's nothing really interesting about them. They're a friendly, hard-working, upstanding bunch of fairly competent witches and wizards, which explains why everybody forgets about them about 2 seconds after they meet them. They sound like a very decent group, Lucy said, peering at the distant house. That's exactly my point, Zane exclaimed. They field a respectable clutch team, but their spell game is totally weak, which explains why they never win. Their house president is a decent guy, can't remember his name. Professor Birch, or Bark, or something like that. Teaches ethics of magic at the college level. Way boring. Hold on, Albus said, raising a hand. So this is supposed to be the best wizarding school in the whole United States, and you're telling me the best your people could come up with for house names was a bunch of half-rate monsters. I suspect the vampires, at least, would object to the term half-rate, Lucy interjected. Zane rolled his eyes. Yeah, join the club. Remember, I'm still a Ravenclaw to the core. When I got here last year, I told them how lame it all was compared to life at Hogwarts. Surprisingly, none of that went over very well. The point is, these nicknames were voted on by students 100 years or so ago, and they obviously weren't the most imaginative bunch. If you think monster names are bad, though, you should have seen the original society names from back when they started the school. The founding fathers may have been geniuses in a lot of ways, but deciding mascots wasn't one of them. How's that? Lucy asked. Well, Zane said, lowering his voice, those were the same guys that eventually decided the symbols for our political parties should be an elephant and a donkey. Benjamin Franklin himself voted against making our national symbol an eagle. You know what he wanted it to be? A turkey. Albus shook his head, grinning. You're joking. Zane straightened. I wish I was, dude. He's still a little rankled about it, and it's been centuries. But anyway, like M or not, that's all the house societies. They'll grow on you once you get settled into your own. Rush Week is still going on, so you still have a chance to pledge for a good house. I vote zombie for the lot of you, but we'll have to ask Patches. Patches? Albus blinked. The administration cat. He's an easel, Zane corrected. And he has a sixth sense about such things. You can apply for whatever house you want, but it's tradition for new students to consult Patches first. It's fun. In fact, there he is now. James looked in the direction Zane indicated. In the far corner of the stone stairway, lying in the shadow of a statue of a huge eagle, was a perfectly ordinary-looking calico cat. Its eyes were closed, but the tip of its tail flicked restlessly, as if the cat was only pretending to be asleep. Come on, Zane grinned. Let's ask him. This is some kind of prank you all play on new students, Albus said, lagging behind. I can appreciate that. I won't be falling for it though. Suit yourself, Zane replied, unperturbed. He hunkered down in front of the cat and scratched it between the ears. Hey Patches, how's everybody's little kitty boy doing? He said, as if he was talking to a baby. Yeah, that's it. You like getting scratched between the ears, don't ya? You feeling like helping out some of my friends today? Sharing a little of that crazy feline intuition? Slowly, Patches slid his green eyes and peered up at James. His tail flicked. This is James, Zane went on, glancing back. I know he's a day or two late, but he's come a long way, so he has a good excuse. You want to give him a little push in the right direction, society-wise? The cat continued to regard James thoughtfully. James could hear him purring as Zane petted him. Finally, the cat stood up, stretched and yawned luxuriously, and padded away into the sunlight. Thus spake Zarathustra, Albus quipped, rolling his eyes. SHH, Zane said, raising one hand. Patches paced toward the administration building's open doors, tail held high, and then stopped with his left front paw raised. He turned to look back, as if making sure that the students were watching. Look where his foot is, Lucy whispered, nudging James with her elbow. James looked closer. Engraved into the stone blocks of the steps was a line of 6 symbols. The one closest to James was a bat, its wings half furled. The cat was standing over one of the symbols in the middle, its right paw resting right in the middle of it. That can't be right, Patches, Zane said, frowning. What is it? James said, squinting. I left my glasses in my duffel bag. I can't see the symbol. Zane sighed. It's a glass beaker with electric bolts coming out of it, the symbol of Igor House. Patches, James, is no Igor. Technomancy isn't his thing. He's an expert with defensive magic. He's a zombie all the way. Go on, go over to the cross-eyed skull. To James' surprise, the cat almost seemed to shake its head. It stayed on the Igor symbol, its left foot raised, its right planted right in the center of the engraved beaker. I'm pretty sure I'm not an Igor, James commented. Yeah, well, stupid old cat, Zane agreed, peering sidelong at Patches. Good thing it isn't like the Sorting Hat back at good old Hoggies. You can pledge at whatever house you want, regardless of what he says. Do me now, Albus proclaimed, stepping forward. Let James go to the spots. What about me, Patches, bull buddy? The cat regarded Albus coolly, and then put down his left paw. Slowly, he meandered along the symbols and stopped at one near the end. The shape was obvious enough that even James could make it out. It was a werewolf. Albus nodded, grinning. Excellent. Wolves, it is. What about Ralph, then? Zane asked, pushing the bigger boy forward. Patches studied Ralph for a long time, his green eyes narrowed. Finally, he sat down, licked his flank a few times, got up again, and walked in a large circle. When he was done, his right foot rested on the beaker again. Somebody's putting catnip in your tender victuals, puss, Zane said, shaking his head. Ralph's even less of an Igor than James here. He didn't even take technomancy when he had the chance. It's true, Ralph said to the cat. I can't even spell technomancy. Patches lifted his nose and yawned again, as if bored. Lucy walked over to Patches and hunkered down on one knee. Hi Patches, she said, tilting her head. I'm Lucy Weasley. Where do you think I belong? Patches strolled forward and rubbed against Lucy's leg, purring loudly. He walked around her and then angled toward the opposite end of the line of symbols. His shadow fell over the bat as he walked around it consideringly. Finally, he stopped and touched the center of the bat with his right paw. Zane bobbed his head back and forth. Could be right on that one, he said. You do seem to have a little of that creature of the night mystique going for you, Lucy. But I really dislike that Remora woman, Lucy said, reaching forward to pet Patches again. She's so vain and ridiculous. Zane raised his eyebrows and poked a finger into the air. All types come in all houses. That's a direct quote from my house president, the dapper Jersey Devil himself. What's it supposed to mean? Ralph asked, confused. It means that no house is all good or all bad, Zane answered, hefting his backpack. There's obnoxious twins in every society, not just the vampires. There's even a few duds among us zombies. On the other hand, there's decent types in every house too, although they're a little fewer and far between in some. Don't worry about it, Lucy. If you do pledge Vampire House, you'll find a few like-minded people there, despite Remora's best efforts. So where do we stay until we get into a society? Ralph asked. There's a common dorm behind the guest house, Zane said, nodding back the way they had come. Your stuff's probably been sent there already. You'll want to get out of there as soon as you can. They haven't updated the common dorm in, like, 300 years. If I was you, I'd get inside right now and sign up for one of the societies. The initiation process will start pretty much immediately. While you're in there, you can get your class assignments sorted out and sign up for any clubs or sports you want to get involved with. He stepped aside and gestured toward the administration hall's main doors. Unless, that is, you want to come along with me to precognitive engineering. No, thanks, James sighed. I think we better get all of this out of the way as soon as we can. And I don't know about the rest of you, Albus added, but I'll put off starting classes as long as I can. I'd like to come along with you, actually, Lucy said, moving to stand next to Zane. Unlike these two, I am anxious to see what classes look like here. I'll settle the official arrangements after lunch. This way, then, Zane said, offering Lucy his elbow. Precog isn't as hard as it used to be, apparently, now that Madame Delacroix is in a padded room in the medical complex, but it's still a challenge. Stick close and I'll show you the ropes. James shook his head as the two headed away into the throng of students. So, Ralph said, moving hesitantly toward the administration hall doors, are you going to sign up for Eat House? James scoffed. No way. I'm going for Zombie House. With apologies to Patches over there. That's what I was thinking too, Ralph nodded. Although I can't help wondering what that cat knows that we don't. You're both daft, Albus said seriously. That cat's got some kind of mental link with the cosmos or something. It can see right into your soul, just like the Sorting Hat back home. Did you see how quick it was to figure out I belonged in Werewolf House? That's the house of sporting, greats, strength, and order. If the cat says you two are a couple of Igor Spods, then you shouldn't argue with it. Patches knows his stuff. James pushed his brother out of the way as he turned toward the administration hall doors. A minute ago, you thought the cat was just a freshman prank. Ralph said, following. I thought I was through with all of this. I was just starting to get comfortable with Slytherin. Now we have to start all over again. Albus frowned. I love Slytherin, but I have a feeling that me and the wolves are going to get along just fine. At least Quidditch isn't as big a deal over here as it is back home, Ralph commented, stepping into the echoing shadows of the hall's lobby. James frowned. Why is that a good thing? Well, Ralph grinned, clapping his friend on the shoulder, it improves your chances of making the team, doesn't it? Albus hooted laughter, and the sound of it echoed throughout the grand, dark lobby. 20 minutes later, the three boys emerged into the sunlight again, studying their class assignments. Do either of you have clockwork mechanics? Albus asked. I can't even imagine what that is. Hardly any of these make any sense, Ralph agreed. Look here, Muggle occupation studies. What's that about? Hey, a voice called nearby, startling the three. James looked around and saw a pair of older students standing next to the doors of the administration hall. One, a girl, wore a dark slate skirt, matching button-down sweater and a burgundy tie. Black hair framed her dark, severe face. The other, a boy older than James, had bright green hair cut into a stripe that ran from his brow to the base of his neck. He wore a screamingly yellow tie and black pants. The crest on his blazer identified him as a member of Zombie House. Are you talking to us? Ralph asked querulously. Do you see any other new students who've gotten it into their heads to pledge the Hermes House zombies? And the Ares werewolves, the girl added, smiling crookedly. Which one of you is Albus Potter? Albus jumped to attention and did his best salute. James knew it was an attempt to be funny, and knew as well that it would fail miserably. On the ground, pledge, the girl barked, pointing to the portico floor. Salutes are for those who serve. You'll make up for that mockery by giving me 30. Albus was halfway onto his face on the hot stone. He stopped and glanced up at the taller girl. 30 what? Galleons? Kisses? Sorry, I'm not from around here. Is this some sort of bribe? The girl grinned again. She hunkered down in front of Albus so that her face was only a foot from his. 30 push-ups, Cornelius, she said sweetly. And just to make sure you remember, you'll do them one-handed. Cornelius? Ralph muttered. Push-ups, Albus moaned. That's, like, exercise, right? The girl nodded and produced her wand from the sleeve of her white blouse. Here. I'll get you started. She flipped her wrist and Albus levitated smartly into the air. A moment later, he plopped back down onto his hands and the tips of his toes. That's one, the girl said, still smiling. Now count them out. Albus grunted as he began to count, touching his nose to the stone and pushing himself up. As for you two, the boy said, moving close to Ralph and James and looking them up and down, I wouldn't have picked you out of a meat locker lineup. But you come with a decent recommendation from one of my house members. Zane Walker says you were members of the Gremlins. Is that so? James blinked. How do you know about them? The boy cuffed James lightly over the ear and grinned. I just explained it. Zane told me. So were you members or not? Yeah, James said, rubbing the side of his head. The cuff hadn't really hurt, but he felt he should do something more than just absorb it. I suppose I was a member, Ralph said, thinking hard. I mean, unofficially, I guess. There was never any swearing in, if you know what I mean. We take initiation seriously in Zombie House, the boy said. My name's Warrington. You'll call me. Let's see. You'll call me Mr. Warrington, His Grand Exalted Poohiness. Until I tell you otherwise. Understood? Yeah, James said wearily, nodding. Yeah, what? Warrington prodded, leaning closer. Yeah, Mr. Warrington, your Grand Exalted, E.R. Poohiness? Close enough, the boy said, straightening again. So you're James Potter and this ton o' bricks here is Ralph Deedle, both of you from jolly old England. All right, then. Here's what I want you both to do right now. I want you to run along to Hermes' mansion and introduce yourselves to the rest of the zombies. But you can't go inside, you understand. You're only pledges, and pledges have to be invited in. So, you'll have to stand outside and yell. Tell everybody in the house your name, who recommended you, and why we should make you official members. And wear these. Warrington held out 2 hats. James was not exactly surprised to see that they were yellow and black beanies, with gently spinning propellers on the tops. Some things, of course, were just tradition no matter what country you were in. Slowly, he and Ralph took them. Put them on now, Warrington grinned. Show some house pride, why don't you? When I get back to the house, in an hour, I want to see you outside, hard at work. And when I get inside, I want the rest of the zombies to be able to tell me everything about you that I need to know, with no exceptions. Got it? Yes, James sighed, jamming the beanie onto his head. Yes, what? Warrington prodded again. Yes, Mr. Warrington, both boys said in sloppy unison, your Grand Exalted Poohiness. Not, I don't want to be called that anymore, Warrington said, cupping his chin. Now, you will refer to me as Captain Warrington, the Super Duke of the Realm of Coolness. Remember that. I don't want to have to remind you. Now, run. He shooed James and Ralph, who turned and trotted haphazardly down the steps of the administration hall, leaving Albus grunting out push-ups on the portico. I didn't realize, Ralph panted as they began to cross the campus, that running would be part of the deal. 8. The Vault of Destinies. It was amazing, James reflected the next day, how similar life at Hogwarts and life at Alma-Valeron could be while being so simultaneously completely different. He and Ralph had spent most of the previous afternoon in the basement of Hermes' mansion wearing their ridiculous propeller beanies and being grilled by senior members of the zombies about why they should be allowed to join. All the while crawling around on the basement's ratty carpets and poking into the dusty rafters in search of spiders, which they were instructed to collect and save in a large jar. James had half worried that part of their initiation would include eating the spiders that they were in the process of collecting and had purposely avoiding capturing several of the larger ones. By 10 o'clock, Zane had been there as well, munching a huge bowl of popcorn with his feet kicked up on an old footstool covered in yellow shag carpeting. Warrington, who by then had chosen to be referred to as High Sultan Warrington, master of the Fighting Freemdugs of the second-floor sectional couch, had inspected Ralph's and James' jar of spiders with a critical eye. Dozens of the arachnids scrambled over each other in the bottom of the jar, their tiny legs making a slightly maddening scritching sound on the glass. Not bad, Pledges, Warrington had proclaimed reluctantly. You got 16 more than Zane here did on his first night. No, fair. Zane had exclaimed, sitting upright in the old recliner by the stairs. There's 2 of them. Yeah, Warrington had grinned, unscrewing the lid of the jar. But you cheated, Walker. You transfigured half of your spiders out of ants, centipedes, and even a few stale potato chips. Most of them didn't even have the right number of legs. Zane had slumped backwards in the chair again. That's what you all loved about me, if I recall. Creative cheating is a zombie core value. You told me so yourself. Indeed I did, Warrington had nodded, appending the jar over the stained carpet. The spiders had poured out and scrambled away in all directions, scuttling under the furniture and into dark corners. What did you do that for? Ralph had exclaimed, his eyes bulging. James had noticed that the propeller on Ralph's head spun faster when he was agitated. It had very nearly lifted him off the floor when he'd discovered the Black Widow's nest in the shadow of the stairs. Sorry, Pledges, Warrington had replied soberly. It's purely catch and release in Zombie House. Otherwise, what will the next batch of pledges have to chase after? Why, some of those spiders are like family by now. I remember the big orange and purple one from my first night here, Zane had said wistfully. I found it on my pillow, wearing a pair of fake plastic fangs. The room had erupted into gales of appreciative laughter, and Warrington had grinned indulgently at Zane. Shortly, James and Ralph had been dismissed, accompanied by the well wishes and encouragement of Zane, who'd told them that he thought the evening had gone splendidly well. You 2 are shoo-ins, he'd said as he walked them to the path in front of Hermes' mansion. Really? Warrington likes you, otherwise he'd have made you personally return every spider to its nest. As long as you accomplish tomorrow's pledge dare, you'll be in like lint. James had asked Zane what the dare would be, but Zane had shaken his head. If I knew, I'd tell you, but I don't. Since you only got here during the last few days of pledge week, it'll probably be a big one. But you can pull it off. Don't sweat it. James tried not to think about it as he and Ralph made their way across the dark campus. The common dorm was a stone block construction that loomed like a giant mausoleum in the shadow of the guest house, with no lanterns to light it and nearly every window dark. In the tiny entryway, James and Ralph found their trunks and Nobby's battered cage, inside of which the great owl eyed James balefully. Sorry, Nobby, James soothed, kneeling in front of the cage and opening the door. I nearly forgot all about you. Go on outside and get some dinner, but don't go far. I'll find out tomorrow where they keep owls around here. The owl hopped out of the cage and ruffled his feathers. With a disgruntled hoot, he spread his wings and took off through the open front door. There's a note from your mum, Ralph said, taking an envelope from the top of his trunk. It's addressed to all of us. You, me, Lucy, and Albus. James plopped onto his trunk and pulled the beanie from his head. Go ahead and read it, he said, flapping a hand vaguely. Ralph drew the note from the unsealed envelope and unfolded it. Dear children, he began, and then looked at James. Children? Just go on, James prodded, shaking his head wearily. I hope you've settled in okay with your classes and house assignments. We all miss you already, although we'll be sure to see you tomorrow night at Professor Longbottom's assembly. Your new school uniforms are in your trunks. Be good, and we'll see you tomorrow. Lud, block, 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 she put everybody's names. Here, even Headmaster Merlin. That's my mum, James smiled crookedly. There's something written on the back, Ralph said, turning the note over. It's from Lucy. She says she's spending the night at Vampire House with her new mates, and then she writes I'll probably see you 3 at class in the morning if you don't sleep in or skip it or forget you're on. American time, now. Blimey, she can be a nag, can't she? James shrugged. That's how the women in my family show love, I think. You think Albus is already here somewhere? Ralph asked, grunting as he lugged his trunk toward a rickety dumbwaiter built into the wall next to the staircase. A very tarnished brass statue of a monkey in a bellhop uniform stood on a shelf next to the dumbwaiter door. I don't know, James sighed, standing and hefting his own trunk. Maybe he got lucky like Lucy and is spending the night at his new house. Ralph socked his trunk into the large dumbwaiter compartment, and James used his wand to levitate his own on top of Ralph's. The brass monkey sprang jerkily to life, squeaking as if it desperately needed to be oiled. It clambered into the dumbwaiter, sidling next to the stacked trunks, and pulled the door shut. A moment later, a ratcheting noise marked the compartment's ascent into the floors above. How does it know where to go? James asked, peering at the closed door. Ralph shrugged and the two of them struck off in search of the bathrooms. The common dormitory turned out to be just as dank, moldy, and woefully outdated as Zane had implied. When Ralph turned on the faucets, a mixture of rusty orange water, dirt, and the occasional worm spilled out, and continued for several minutes while the boys let it run. Finally, they satisfied themselves by heading back outside and splashing off in a nearby fountain. In the center of the fountain, a monstrous bird bath seemed to regard them coolly from the eyes of a half-dozen stone gargoyles. Foreigners, one of the gargoyles muttered, rolling its eyes. Ralph and James chucked pine cones at the statues for a few minutes, but soon realized that nothing is quite as imperturbable as a stone gargoyle. Eventually, exhausted, the boys stumped back inside and, after a short search, found their trunks kicked out onto the hallway carpet of the top floor. There, they found an empty dormitory room and dropped immediately to sleep on the ancient, bowed beds. The next day, James and Ralph's first class was Wizard Home Economics, which was held in the cellars of the administration hall, in what, for all intents and purposes, appeared to be a converted dungeon. Low vaulted ceilings were supported by squat pillars, and James had the unsettling sense that he could feel the weight of the massive building above, pressing down on the space. All in all, he found the classroom nearly indistinguishable from some of the more cobwebbed classrooms at Hogwarts. The Wiz Home EC teacher was a fat, wizened old witch with rosy cheeks, frizzy white hair that seemed to have a very rich life of its own, and sparkling black eyes that darted over the classroom mischievously. As if she wasn't exactly sure if she wanted to teach the children or cook them in an enormous pipe. Her name, as it turned out, was Professor Betsy Bartholomew Rivenwick Newton, however she instructed her students to refer to her merely as Mother Newt. Smiling in a grandmotherly fashion, she began to stack cauldrons, pots, and pans on her expansive desk, launching into an introductory explanation of the class. Zane, who sat between James and Ralph at a table in the rear of the room, leaned aside to James. She may look like last decade's cinnamon bun, he whispered behind his hand, but don't mess with old Ma Newt. She's as tough as a Bigfoot's heel callus and twice as stinky if you get her riled up. Ralph slumped in his seat and fiddled with his quill. Isn't Home EC a girly class? He whispered gloomily, but Zane interrupted him, shushing urgently and holding a finger to his lips. What's that? Mother Newt asked suddenly, interrupting herself at the front of the classroom. She raised her chin and peered over the heads of the students. Her black gaze found Zane and she offered him a rather charming smile. A question, Mr. Walker? No, Zane replied, grinning a little manically. It's nothing. Someone back there implied that Wizarding Home Economics is. I'm sorry, she said, frowning slightly. My poor hearing isn't what it used to be. What did your friend call it? Ralph muttered, his face turning dark red. ER. I was just asking. I'm new here. Mother Newt nodded comfortingly, closing her eyes. Yes. Mr. Deedle, from our wizarding neighbors across the sea. I've heard much about you and your friends. What was it you were wondering, young man? Don't be shy with your old mother Newt. Emboldened, Ralph sat up a little. Well, he said, glancing around. The eyes of the rest of the class had all turned to him, most wide and serious. One or two students shook their heads very faintly, warningly. Ralph gulped and went on. I always thought. Pardon me for saying. That home economics was a girl's study. Oh no, Mother Newt answered soothingly, smiling again. A common misconception, dear boy, I assure you. No, you see, the truth is, here, the professor stepped away from her desk, backing into the shadows of the high cupboards that lined the dungeon's front wall. The truth is that home economics is not at all a girl's study. It is, in fact, a woman's study. In the shadows, Newt raised her hands swiftly, and the sleeves of her robes fell back, revealing surprisingly lean, strong arms. Home economics is more than a mere class. It is the lifetime pursuit of only the most rare and powerful woman. A fierce, cunning woman, a witch whose wiles are without depth, whose motives are infinitely unplottable, and whose boundless potential is kept in check only by her own willing discipline. Lightning crackled from Newt's upraised wand and her fingertips, licking along the faces of the cabinets. Her voice lowered, but grew louder, echoing. The sort of witch whose minions exist only at her tolerance, only to serve her unknowable whims, moved either by fear of her or love for her, forever beguiled and bewitched, whether they know it or not. Thunder boomed suddenly in the enclosed space of the dungeon, and a cold gust of wind swirled around the room, clapping the cupboard doors and snuffing out candles in the wall sconces. At their desks, students held on to their parchments and quills as the wind rushed over them, streaming through the girls' hair and flapping the boys' ties. A skeleton on a metal stand in the corner rattled and swayed. Its jaw clacked as if it was laughing. A moment later, as quickly as it had begun, the wind ceased. The lighting in the room returned to normal. With a series of small pops, the extinguished candles relit themselves. Does that answer your question, my dear? Newt said sweetly, smiling in front of her desk once again, as if she had not moved an inch. Why yes, ma'am, Ralph said quickly, sitting bolt upright in his seat. Clear as crystal. Good, Mother Newt replied warmly, her eyes twinkling. Now, where were we? Oh yes, the basic essentials of any magical kitchen, beginning with ladles. Do pay attention, students. There may be a quiz. 40 minutes later, as the class shuffled out into the low hallway, each bearing a miniature poisonberry muffin that Mother Newt had helped them prepare in the classroom's goblin fire oven, Zane explained, Ma Newt is the president of Pixie House. Theirs is the big gingerbready mansion, Aphrodite Heights, up on the hill behind the theater. She's a good example of why you don't want to underestimate a pixie, even if they do look like a bunch of frosted lemon cookies. I've met a few pixies, Lucy said, falling in line next to the three boys. I don't think most of them are like Mother Newt. She's got issues. Zane laughed. So, you've got no idea. Trust me. James eyed the miniature muffin in his hand. Are these safe to eat? I mean, poisonberry? It's just a name, Zane shrugged, adjusting his backpack. Like played poppies or death shrooms. They are delicious. On the other hand, if anyone tries to get you to eat a bliss cake, watch out. Have any of you seen Albus? Lucy asked, climbing the stone steps to the administration hall's long foyer. Zane nodded. I saw him this morning in the cafeteria, following around a gang of senior werewolves. They had him carrying all their trays, balancing them like it was some kind of circus trick. I was pretty impressed, to tell you the truth. He was levitating the last one with his wand between his teeth. He'll get in, Lucy said confidently. Albus is tenacious when he wants to be. Tenacious is one way to put it, James commented, shaking his head. At the administration hall stairs, Lucy bid the boys goodbye and headed off to the Tower of Art for her Lit class. As the three boys made their way across campus to the Applied Magical Sciences building, a figure trotted up to them over a nearby lawn. James glanced aside and saw that it was Warrington. "Hey, Walker," he called. "Pledges." "Hold up a minute." James and Ralph stopped and began to mumble, "Yes, oh hi Sultan Warrington, leader of the..." "Can Warrington interrupted. "Listen up. Your pledge dare is all set, and tonight's the night. You'll find everything you need in a trash can behind the common dorm. Look for the one with the big yellow Z hexed onto its side. Walker, you get them started, all right? You'll know what to do. But don't help them." Aye, Captain," Zane said, smacking the back of his hand to his forehead. "But tonight's Professor Longbottom's assembly," James said, turning to Zane as Warrington trotted away again. "We can't miss that." "That's this evening," Zane said, shaking his head. "When a zombie says tonight, what he really means is, though, sometime in the wee hours of the next morning. Get the picture?" "Ah," James replied, frowning a little. Ralph looked worried. "So what's the dare, then?" "We'll know when we peek into the garbage can behind the common dorm," Zane answered simply. "No time now, though. We've got Magiography next, and Professor Winwrinkle is known to dock grades for tardiness. He's wound so tight he squeaks when he walks. Come on." Magiography was held in a huge round room in the base of the Applied Magical Sciences building's dome. The floor was terraced like an amphitheater, lined with tables and chairs. Enormous maps surrounded the upper reaches of the room, floating in bulky gilded frames. James was not surprised to see that the map images, most of which were ancient, hand-drawn in faded browns, reds, and greens, moved very slightly. They were enchanted, of course, showing the movements of the rivers and oceans, and even the ant-like crawl of tiny boats and magical vehicles. "I hear that if you use a special magnifying glass," Zane whispered, heading toward a seat in the middle terrace, "that you can see tiny people moving in the cities and stuff. You could probably even find yourself if you looked hard enough." "That must be what my dad meant," Ralph replied thoughtfully. "He told me that one of the purposes of school was to find yourself." James groaned and Zane rolled his eyes. Ralph looked affronted. As the three settled into their seats and produced their parchments and quills, James saw Albus saunter into an entrance on the other side of the room. He spotted James, Ralph, and Zane and waved, grinning. Behind him, a tall boy in a slate gray uniform gave him a little shove. Albus lurched forward amiably and moved to a seat in the front row, followed by three severe-looking Werewolf House students. One of them was the dark girl that had met them outside of the administration hall the previous day. "Looks like AL's doing all right," Zane muttered. James peered down at his brother. "How can you tell?" Zane shrugged simply. "No bruises that I can see. Always a good sign with Werewolf House." Professor Winwrinkle entered the room from a door near his desk. He was very old, stooped, and wore very thick black spectacles which magnified his eyes so much that he looked rather perpetually surprised. He placed his leather portfolio neatly onto the desk and, without preamble, announced in a loud voice, "Number 4 nib quills, please, and a single sheet of 40-weight parchment. Today, the Nile Delta and surrounding lowlands." The professor adjusted his glasses studiously as one of the maps drifted down from the upper reaches of the room, moving into place behind his desk. "For new students, I will only say this once, I do not allow quick quotes, quills, or recording charms in this class. You will pay attention, and you will kindly take your own notes and draw your own maps. As the rest of you know, there is no point in my telling you that talking out of turn is forbidden in my class. If you intend to receive a passing grade, you will be so busy keeping up with me that there will be no time for you to open your mouths." Questions will be submitted to my secretary, where they will be answered during scheduled office hours. And now, Wimrinkle lifted his wand, which telescoped into a long pointer. He clacked its tip to a point on the map without looking. The Nile River is generally considered to be the longest river in the world, he said, in a loud monotone, and the home to some of the magical world's most exotic and interesting creatures and fishes, none of which we shall be discussing. The river's flow rate is approximately 37,000 square feet per second, resulting in a geographical delta shift of 15 degrees average every year, which in turn results in a hydromagical plotability meter of 2.07 gigapoohs every 8 years. As you might imagine, this leads to a terrain hexology rating of, can anyone tell me? Anyone? No one in the room seemed eager to attempt an answer, and the professor didn't seem at all surprised. He answered his own question and plowed onward, his voice echoing in the high dome overhead. James scribbled notes furiously, trying to keep up. Sighing, he realized for the first time just how sorely he was going to miss Rose and her prodigious note-taking during this school year. The rest of the day went by in a blur. James, Ralph, and Zane had lunch in the school's cafeteria, which was located in the topmost basement level of Administration Hall. Its mint green brick walls, tiny windows set at ceiling height, long lines of students carrying metal trays, and overpowering smell of milk and goulash made James feel as if he had been transported to the mess hall in Azkaban. The noise of the chattering students was like a flock of magpies, ringing in the room's low confines. So the original builders of Administration Hall were dwarfs, Zane said, raising his voice over the noisome throng. Excellent guys to have around for any construction project, but with interesting views about use of space. I learned about them in Magi American history. According to the dwarves, the Muggle building model is a weed, with most of the structure above the ground and very little root. The wizard building model is a turtle, low and secret, with a wide foundation. Dwarves, though, their building model is an iceberg. 90% below the surface? Ralph clarified around a mouthful of goulash. Zane nodded. There's more sub-basements, cellars, and dungeons in this place than anyone can count. I've heard stories about students going exploring into the lower stairwells and finding whole tribes of giant rats, entrances to huge underground rivers, even forbidden. Rooms with doors the size of dinosaurs and magical glowing locks that no one can open. James was impressed. Have you seen any of those things? No, Zane sighed sorrowfully. Everything below the upper dungeons is prohibited and guarded by some ancient old witch none of us has ever seen. They call her Kronlausa. Apparently she's the stuff nightmares are made of. Fairy tale evil, if you know what I mean. Ralph looked sideways at Zane. Like, she'll catch you and turn you into a frog until some princess kisses you. Zane narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Like, she'll catch you and turn you into a cockroach until some lunch lady squashes you with her heel. I see, Ralph nodded wisely. So, stay out of the lower levels. As James moved through the rest of the day in his plain black blazer and tie, he couldn't help feeling noticeably colorless amidst all the other students' uniforms. He hoped that tonight's pledge dare would turn out all right so that by the next day, he could begin wearing zombie yellow and finally fit in. When his afternoon free period came, James found himself pleasantly distracted from his stroll to the library by the side of his dad walking along in the sunlight, accompanied by Merlin and Deniston. Dolohov. James shouldered his backpack and ran to catch up to the group as they paced along the mall, led by Chancellor Franklin. Of course, with the campus moving about in time as it does, Franklin was saying, Alma-Al-Aron functionally occupies a temporal flux stream that would otherwise be used for storing our chronological history. James fell in step next to his father, who glanced down at him, blinked in surprise, and then smiled. Without a word, he rested his hand on his son's shoulder as they walked together. In summary, Franklin went on, not noticing James' arrival, with our history displaced by our curious use of time, we have been pressed to store our chronological timeline in another, more conventional space. The result is here before us, in the guise of the official Alma Hall of Historical Archives. Franklin stopped and beamed up at the imposing stone block building that loomed before them. It was shaped like a squat cylinder, with pillars running all around its circumference and a set of enormous, iron-framed doors set into the deep portico. "Ah, I see young Mr. Potter has joined us," Franklin said, noticing James and smiling indulgently. "You'll come inside with us, of course, although you might find it a wee bit chilly. The archive requires strict temperature control in order to preserve its more delicate artifacts. Shall we?" He gestured up the broad stairway and followed as the group climbed into the building's shadow. "How is school treating you so far, James?" Merlin asked as they ascended the stairs. "Good, mostly," James replied. "I have something to give you before my departure tomorrow evening," Merlin announced somewhat abruptly, keeping his voice low. "I suspect it will ease your adjustment to your new environs. Come and find me tomorrow before sunset." James peered up at the big wizard curiously and nodded. Franklin approached a smaller door set into the base of one of the enormous iron-barred doors and waved his wand at it. There was a click and the door swung slowly open of its own accord. "Of course, the main research area is always open to all students and faculty," Franklin announced, leading the others through the dark doorway. One must only wave their wand before the door to identify themselves. Once inside, the entire history of the school, and, alas, the United States itself, can be illuminated and studied in great detail. If, that is, one is able to produce the proper artifact. The archive can be rather daunting to the uninitiated. After a short dark hallway, James found himself led into a round room with blank stone walls. The vaulted ceiling was studded with dozens of tiny windows. Fogged with age, reducing the light of the room to a dull, milky glow, virtually shadowless. Franklin's voice echoed as he moved into the light, toward the room's only dominant feature. "This is the brain of the archive," he said, touching the stone pedestal that stood in the center of the room. "The disc recorder. With its help, we may revisit any of the events represented by the archive's prodigious collection of artifacts. Quite simple, really, and elegantly effective." "The disc recorder," Deniston Dolohov said, as if tasting the word. "Something that unravels a recording of some kind? Might I inquire how it works?" "You very well might," Franklin answered with a smile. "Many have. Interestingly enough, no one truly knows. The disc recorder is one of the archive's two fantastical ancient relics that have come to us through the mists of the ages, with origins wholly unknown. Theodore Jackson, who most of you have already met, has studied the phenomenon at length and has developed his own theories, although I admit that my understanding of them is imperfect at best. To be honest, I was hoping that you might be able to provide some insight into the mystery, Headmaster Ambrosius." James glanced at Franklin, and then at Merlin, who stood off to the side, his arms folded over his chest. It made sense that Merlin might, in fact, know something about the ancient object when one remembered that Merlin himself was, technically, over a millennium old. "I remember talk of such things in the time from which I have come," Merlin admitted. "Zero-wed magic, it was called, and I regret to say that it was practiced only by the most secret and bent of magical societies. Ugly and vile in their dark hearts, bloodthirsty to the core, and yet powerful. The Druid practitioners posited that everything, from sound waves, to exhaled breaths, to magical afterglow, made tiny infinitesimal marks on the surface of the earth, a sort of code, waiting to be deciphered. In my early days, I visited these dark ones, and observed them. At that time, they sought the means to observe and read these marks, these recordings, as they viewed them, Merlin said, nodding toward Harry. For they believed that if all of history could be read and distilled, then all futures could be perfectly predicted. These were wizards who desired power above all else, and they firmly believed in one thing, that he who controls the future controls all of the earth and those within it. I have learned, in fact, that this is an idea that has its adherents still today. James realized that Merlin was staring rather pointedly at Franklin. Franklin noticed it as well. Indeed, he said a little weakly. As with all wicked ideas, they crop up in every age, only by different names. Fortunately, the idea you speak of has fallen from favor and been disproven in this age just as effectively as it was in the age of your dear woods. Out of favor, it may be, Merlin said slowly. But disproven? I think I've heard of this, Harry commented, frowning slightly. It's known as the Wizarding Grand Unification Theory, yes? Popular a century or so ago, if I am not mistaken. Yes, Franklin agreed, with a wave of his hand. Along with phrenology, vivisection, and the fountain of pleasing breath. And all equally debunked in the modern era. But I thank you for your enlightenment, headmaster. How, might I ask, Deniston Dollahov said, putting on his spectacles, was this theory debunked? Franklin answered more comfortably. It's quite obvious, really. The disrecorder, if indeed it is a relic from the age of the Deerwoods, fails quite soundly when presented with any average object. Observe. With that, Franklin dug in one of his vest pockets and produced 2 coins, which he held up for those watching. This coin here, he announced, regarding the first small golden shape in his fingers, is a standard American drummel, or half-note. Worth a little less than 5 nuts by your measure. I will now place it into the bowl of the disrecorder. Perhaps we will learn in whose pockets it rode before it found its way into mine, yes? With a clink, Franklin dropped the coin into the concave top of the stone pedestal. James watched with interest. There was silence for several seconds as everyone waited. Franklin frowned. Nothing. And this is to be expected. You see, the disrecorder only deciphers the imprints of an artifact that has been especially charmed to receive the input of its surroundings. Which bring us, as it were, to Exhibit B. Franklin pocketed the half-note and held up another, decidedly larger coin. It glittered faintly silver, despite a layer of dark tarnish. This coin, worth a standard note, or jack, you may be interested to know, was carried in the pocket of Sir Percival Pepperpock, one of the original founders of this school, upon the date of its groundbreaking. The coin was especially charmed on that day, thus preserving the details of the event for us in perpetuity. Observe. Franklin dropped the coin onto the bowl of the disrecorder. Do you have the shovel? A voice asked loudly in James' ear. He spun around and found himself staring up into the face of a large, very fat man wearing a vest and a short cloak with a high collar. He was smiling and red-faced, his forehead beaded with sweat. A man next to him handed him a small spade. James glanced around, wide-eyed. The walls and ceiling of the archive chamber were still visible, but only faintly. Harry, Deniston Dollahov, Merlin, and Franklin appeared to be standing in a grassy field, glowing with sunshine and dotted with butterflies. Other figures stood in a haphazard line, beaming and squinting in the sunlight. Some of the figures, James was interested to see, were dwarves. With their knotty heads, sausage-like bodies, and vaguely porcine faces, James thought that each one looked a bit like a cross between a goblin and a pot-bellied pig. Wind blew, and James smelled the fresh scent of wild, wooded spring. A gritty, scooping sound came from behind James, and he turned again, stepping aside as the fat wizard, Sir Pepperpock himself, tossed the first shovelful of earth aside, nearly onto James' shoes. Here, we shall erect our school, Pepperpock proclaimed happily. And here we shall teach the dual duties of magical mastery and human respect, thus to ensure that said mastery is never used for selfish aims, but always for the good of all. Here, we shall grow our school, and from it we shall grow generations of witches and wizards who will be the shining lights of the magical world. We shall call them our children, and we shall call our school Alma al Aeron, the Mother Eagle. The line of observing witches and wizards applauded heartily. The dwarves applauded too, but with slightly less fervor. They cannot see us, of course, Franklin called over the sound of the applause, but it is rather hard to remember so with a recording as well maintained as this. The artifact has held up remarkably well, being in the guise of a coin. Not all artifacts are quite as sturdy, unfortunately, but we do what we can to maintain them as well as possible. James turned back to the Chancellor in time to see him scoop the coin from the bowl of the disc recorder. The grassy hilltop and the happy centuries-old witches and wizards vanished instantly. So, Franklin said proudly, pocketing the coin, simple as can be. Any event can be recorded for future witness and study merely by converting any object at hand into a magical receiver. The object then becomes one of our many artifacts and goes into the archives collection. Just like Ted's new extendable ears, James said, thinking of the peppermint that Ted had enchanted to act as a receiver for the ears. Sort of. An apt analogy, I would say, Merlin nodded, smiling crookedly. Marvelous. Dolohov proclaimed, happily. And where is this collection of artifacts? Why, right here, of course, Franklin answered, turning and walking across the empty room. The chamber of the disc recorder is only the top level of the archive. The bulk of the space is used for the artifact library. Just through this door, in the back. Franklin produced a tiny golden key, which he socked into a keyhole in a nondescript door. Rather than turning the key, he touched it with his wand. The key glowed brightly for a moment, and then turned on its own. The door cracked open and a breath of cool air escaped, sighing mysteriously. Franklin gripped the handle and heaved the door open. James followed his father into the space beyond and shivered. It was, indeed, quite cold. The temperature, however, was forgotten immediately as James got his first glimpse of the space. It was monstrous, far larger than the exterior of the archive could account for. Tall wooden shelves ranged around the space along curved walls that met in the dim distance, some 300 feet across a vast, deep chasm. Thousands of artifacts rested on the shelves, in the form of books, jars, dishes, shoes, spectacles, wands, globes, stuffed animals, tools, hats, and innumerable other objects. Larger shelves held chairs, beds, even a very old car that James recognized as a Ford Model T. Every object bore a tiny white tag, apparently cataloging the contents of the event recorded within it. Slowly, the group walked toward a low brass railing that ran around the huge opening in the floor. As James neared it, he saw that a stairway led down into the space, curving along the inside of the chasm. The stairs appeared to lead to another, lower floor, equally filled with shelves of artifacts. When James finally reached the railing and peered down, he saw that there were more floors below that, descending into the bowels of the earth in a dizzying spiral. On the opposite side of the chasm, an ornate, brass-framed elevator hung, its shaft descending deep into the floors below. There must be millions of artifacts here, Harry breathed. It's overwhelming. Franklin nodded. Quite so. We have a staff of students whose sole job is maintaining the catalog, updating and cleaning the artifacts as needed. Our archival custodian, Mr. Hadley Henriton, lives here year-round, guarding the artifacts and overseeing their preservation. What, Chancellor, is that object at the very bottom? Merlin asked, leaning slightly over the railing with his eyes narrowed. Ah, that, Franklin nodded. He peered over the railing himself, and James followed suit. In the darkness, at the base of the chasm, a large object flashed and glimmered with purple light. It appeared to be spinning, but in a complicated, unpredictable fashion, as if it was made out of a dozen golden leaves and prisms, all revolving independently around some blindingly bright core. If the disc recorder can be called the brain of the archive, Franklin said soberly, Then that down there is its heart and soul. Dolohov adjusted his spectacles and blinked down at the distant gold and purple blur. Is it another artifact? Not exactly, Franklin answered. It is, in fact, a very ancient form of distinctly American magic. None of us knows how it works or even why it works. We only know what it does and that it is dreadfully, devastatingly important. American magic, Harry said, glancing aside at the Chancellor. It can't be all that old then, can it? You misunderstand me, Franklin said gravely. America is indeed an old land. Much older than the government that now occupies it. It was here before the first settlers arrived at Plymouth Rock. It was here when this land's original inhabitants roamed the prairies and woodlands, living in teepees and hunting the buffalo that roamed in herds many miles long. America is a strange and ancient place, although it was not always known by that name. We call it the Great Melting Pot, but its attractions have been evident since long before our arrival here. Many other peoples and cultures visited this land in the ages of its existence, many of them magical, many of them long forgotten in the eons since. That object down there, the one encased in our best magical protections and guardian charms, was left by one of those visiting magical peoples. Our best guesses tell us that it was the ancient Persians or Babylonians, who were among the first magical communities to ply the oceans. Perhaps they left it here, on the prairies of this wide open land, quite by accident. Then again, perhaps they abandoned it deliberately, either because they didn't need it anymore or, more likely, because they feared the dangers of this thing that their vast magical arts had wrought. We discovered it, and preserve it, but we did not create it. And we most certainly do not control it. Every magical society has its mysterious treasures, Harry commented. I've been inside the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, so I've seen many of our own. This object of yours, I think I may have heard of, although I understand that its existence is kept secret from the general public. Is this so? For their good, as well as its own, Franklin nodded. So what is it? Merlin asked once more. James looked up at him, and saw the purple flash of the object, even this far up, playing on the headmaster's stern features. It is the ultimate record of all things, Franklin said simply. It is our history, and by that, I do not mean the history of Alma-Dal-Eron or the city of Philadelphia or even the entire United States. It is a record of all things that have ever been in this universe, from the very dawn of time. It is history, recorded in its entirety exactly as it happens, with magic so ancient and delicate that none dare to touch it. Only a very few of us have ever seen it with our naked eyes, and that only happens once a century, when we check it just to make sure it is still working. Dolohov cleared his throat. In a small voice, he asked, what does it look like? Franklin peered down at the flickering glow and smiled slightly. He shook his head slowly as he said, friends, I don't think you'd believe me if I told you. It is so simple, so basic, that you would find it silly. And yet I think it is anything but. So what happens, Harry asked seriously, if it stops working? Why, none of us knows for sure, my dear Mr. Potter, Franklin replied, looking slightly startled. But I have the strongest suspicion that life, that is, everything we know and ever will know, the totality of existence, is inextricably connected to the object stored in the bowels of this very archive. I think that if it stopped working, so would everything else. Merlin frowned doubtfully. I have known my share of very powerful magical objects, he said in a low voice. And they all make their marks on the fabric of existence. I have never heard tell of a single magical object that bears the fabric of existence within itself. Are you quite sure of your theories about this object, Chancellor? Alas, Franklin answered, chuckling wearily. No. We know very little, in fact. Theories are as myriad as they are improvable. We only know what the object does. We do not know why, or how, or, in fact, what would happen if it were to stop. In that case, Merlin said, smiling at the Chancellor, your prudence is the most obvious and respectable choice. I am glad to know that such mysterious magic is in the hands of those so very aware of its potential gravity. What do you call it? Franklin sighed and looked back down, through the depths of the artifact-laden floors, to the flashing purple and gold glow far below. With a relatively anticlimactic sniff, he answered, we call it the Vault of Destinies. After dinner that evening, James, Zane, and Ralph ran back to the common dorm, cutting across the lawns and weaving through the shadows of the huge elms and chestnuts. Inside, they stripped off their blazers and stowed them in the top-floor room that still housed the boys' trunks. When they finally made their way back downstairs and out the rear door of the common dorm, the lowering sun had painted the sky a fierce tangerine, fading to navy blue at its zenith. There, Zane nodded, pointing. The boys angled toward a line of battered metal trash cans ranged along the back wall. A drift of elm leaves lay like snow around the trash cans, carpeting their lids, but the yellow Z on the can in the middle was immediately visible. James drew a breath, held it, and then lifted the lid from the marked can. What is it? Ralph frowned, peering in. Oh man, Zane grinned. Oh buddy. You got the granddaddy of all pledged heirs. Either Warrington thinks you two are bona fide zombies, or he hates your guts. James reached into the can and retrieved a handful of cloth. It was thick, comprised of black and yellow fabrics, all sewn together in a neat pattern. There seemed to be acres of it. It's a flag, Ralph said, grabbing a handful and helping James pull it out of the can. It's the Hermes house flag, Zane said reverently. See? It's got the zombie crest on it, the yellow and black shield bearing the skull with crossed-out eyes. Do you know what this means? James looked from the enormous flag in his hands to Ralph to Zane. He shook his head, not particularly liking where this was going. It's an old dare, but one of the most revered. The legendary flag switch. I hear that it hasn't been done by any house in years. That means the school administration's probably going to be on the lookout for it. There may be boundary charms, guard hexes, even lookouts. Oh man, it's going to be such a blast. I can't believe I'm not allowed to come along. James wanted to throttle the blonde boy, but his hands were too full of flag. What is it, you big dope? Tell us, already. Zane grinned and helped grab the rest of the flag out of the trash can. He wadded the mass of fabric, stuffed it into Ralph and James' arms, and then led them around the building. When they stood in front, overlooking the fountain with the gargoyle bird bath, he put an arm around James' shoulder. With his free hand, he pointed across campus. See that? Up there over the trees, on top of Administration Hall? What? Ralph asked, squinting in the twilight. The clock tower? Higher, Zane prodded, grinning even wider. James pushed up on tiptoes to see over. The trees. The belfry? Higher, Zane encouraged. James looked higher. His eyes widened and he began to shake his head slowly. No. No way. The flag. Ralph said, turning to look at Zane. Way up on the top. That's got to be 200 feet up. You can't be serious. 233 at the point. Don't worry, Zane soothed, but his eager grin had quite the opposite effect. There's a fire escape on the back of the hall that takes you all the way to the bell tower. From there, there's a spiral staircase up to the belfry and a ladder up to the belfry roof. Piece of cake. Except for the bats, of course, but they're no match for a committed zombie. You want us to switch this flag, James said, hefting the mound of thick fabric in his arms, with that flag way up there. Well, switching the flags is only the first half of the challenge. That flag up there is the university's original stars and stripes, old Betsy. You can't just hide her under your bed in the common dorm or anything, unless you want a posse from Werewolf House to hunt you down and clobber you 10 ways from Sunday. You have to run old Betsy up the zombie house flagpole. Later tomorrow afternoon, we'll turn old Betsy back in at the administration hall and get an honorary punishment. You'll probably just get a day's suspension. Wait, Ralph said, frowning. If we succeed in this dare, we get in trouble with the school? You can't think of it that way, Zane said, clapping Ralph on the shoulder. It's a pledged dare. A day's suspension is like a badge of honor. Think of it as a paid vacation. James sighed. All right then. We'll do it. But after this, it's all over, right? We'll be zombies, officially? You pull this off, Zane said heartily, and we may make you both house presidents for a day. James nodded grimly. A minute later, the three carried the zombie flag up to the dorm room and hid it in the closet. Chasing each other, they crossed the campus again, heading for the theater and Professor Longbottom's assembly. 9. The archive attack. James, his mum cried when she met him in front of the campus theater. So, you look so handsome in your uniform. Just look at you. Mum. James hissed, pushing her hand away as she attempted to mat down his hair. Quit it. You're embarrassing me in front of the zombies. Oh yes, your new house. That reminds me, have you seen Albus? She asked, peering around the crowd that milled near the theater entrance. Just look for the blokes with the dark gray uniforms and the burgundy ties, James answered. Albus will probably be carrying them on his shoulders. So how is the sorting tradition coming along, then? Deniston Dolohov asked, smiling and nodding proudly at his son. Ask us again tomorrow morning, Ralph sighed. Zane beamed. They're doing great, everybody. Not as well as I did, of course, but that's a pretty high bar to reach. Tomorrow, they'll be zombies all official-like. You wait and see. James saw the curious look in his mother's eye and changed the subject as quickly as he could. Where's Dad and Headmaster Merlin anyway? They're both up front with Neville, Ginny sighed as they pushed through the theater doors, entering the main lobby. He's a bit nervous, after all. They're giving him a spot of moral support. Hi Petra. Zane called, waving. James turned around and saw her entering behind them, smiling warmly. The three boys drifted toward her. Where's Izzy? Ralph asked, peering around. She's staying with Molly and Lily tonight. I hear that the assembly might run rather long, so Audrey's watching both of them at the flat downtown. How are you both settling in? Fine, James answered. It's way different here, but not so different that it doesn't make its own weird sense. They have 6 houses, Ralph said, shaking his head. Crazy, if you ask me. What about you, Petra? I spent most of the day applying for jobs here on campus, Petra sighed wearily. I don't need much money, after all. Even teachers' assistants get free room and board, and can even take graduate-level classes for no charge. Izzy can stay here with me and go to the little faculty grade school on campus. I might go for my TOAD certification and become a professor myself. If I can get in somewhere, that is. Who wouldn't hire you? James asked as the 4 made their way into the seating area. You're a genius, no matter how you look at it. Why, they'd be a bunch of sodding blockheads not to see that. He stopped himself and reddened, suddenly fearing that he might be making his point a little too enthusiastically. Thanks, James, Petra replied. Here's hoping. I'll probably know by the end of the week. The truth is I'm feeling pretty confident. The headmaster put in a good word for me with some of the department heads. He did? James asked, wide-eyed. You seem surprised, Petra said, looking at him a bit quizzically. Well, James said, looking away, no. Of course not. I mean, Merlin, he's got a lot of pull, doesn't he? Petra shrugged. He's Marilinus Ambrosius. The four made their way into a row near the front, squeezing past a gaggle of pixie house girls in pink sweaters, who peered narrowly up at James and Ralph's plain black ties. Pledges, one of the girls muttered. They should have their own seating section in the back. Oh wait, another of the girls said, raising a hand to her lips in mock surprise, they do. We know the professor, James said loudly. The one who's giving the speech. That bloke? Yeah, we came with him. I wouldn't have guessed, the first girl responded. Your accent didn't give you away at all. Ralph peered sideways at the girls as he sat down. We don't have accents, he muttered. They do. Daft Americans. SHH, Petra shushed, smiling. We don't want to make an international scene. There's Lucy, James said, turning around in his seat. And Albus. They're sitting with Mum and Uncle Percy and Mr. Dolohov, a few rows back. So how's that whole Dolohov thing working out for you anyway, Ralph? Zane asked, nudging the larger boy. I see you've stuck with the deedle. Is that causing you any grief? Ralph shrugged. I like the deedle. I mean, I know it's not quite as dashing sounding as Dolohov, but I just can't do it. I mean, you know the history of that family. I have a hard enough time living it down without taking the name. Yeah, Zane nodded. I'd heard about what happened with you and Ted last year. I'm guessing he got most of that out of his system though. At least if he didn't, James added thoughtfully, there's a whole ocean between him and Ralph now. And I hear werewolves don't much like the water. He's not a true werewolf, Ralph said, shaking his head. He's a metamorphmagus with certain wolfish tendencies, but still, yeah, I'm not too upset about having an ocean between us. Zane sighed and settled back into his seat. I bet trying to live with two names is tough, either way. I don't envy you, Ralphinator. Hey, that makes 3 names you've got. You're the only person that calls me that one, Ralph said, rolling his eyes. Next to James, Petra remained silent. Ralph, James remembered, was not the only person living with 2 names. Petra had changed her own name in the wake of the ordeal at her grandfather's farm, deciding to call herself, simply, Morgan. She hadn't insisted that everyone change how they refer to her, but James had a sneaky feeling that in her heart, she couldn't shake her new name any more than Ralph could shake the name Dolohov. James didn't know what it all meant, but it worried him a little. It was almost like Petra had 2 different personalities. One was the Petra that he had known for the past couple of years, the happy girl and bright student. The other, however, Morgan, did eerily powerful magic without the aid of a wand and very well might have killed someone. James couldn't help wondering if, just perhaps, those 2 sides of Petra's personality were at war with each other. More importantly, which side, if any, was most influenced by that last haunting shred of Voldemort's lost soul? And how might it influence Petra's internal struggle? James' worried thoughts were interrupted at that point as a figure emerged onto the brightly lit stage before them. The house lights went dim all around and the crowd fell gradually silent. Ladies and gentlemen, students, faculty, and visiting friends from the magical community, the man said, smiling. He was tall and lean, with shiny black hair framing his ruddy face. Welcome. My name is Professor John Sawyer, and I am the head of the Flora department here at Audiebook. I am pleased to say that we have procured one of the world's foremost experts on magical botany, a man whose fame precedes him, even among those who have not read his very interesting treatise on the 1001 uses of common marsh ferns and mosses. Please welcome for tonight's discussion Mr. Neville Longbottom. Sawyer applauded and beamed as Neville stood from his seat in the front row. Before climbing the stairs to the podium, He turned and smiled sheepishly back at the crowd. It was not a large theater, but James was quite surprised to see that it was very full, with students crammed into the back on folding chairs, and even standing in the entryway. They applauded, but there were very few smiles in the room. Neville climbed the stairs and produced a small stack of notes from the pocket of his robes. He cleared his throat and peered out over the podium, smiling nervously. James felt a pang of discomfort for the professor. Neville was clearly terrified of speaking before such a large audience. Ahem, he said, clearing his throat again. Thank you all for coming. I am, quite honored and, frankly, surprised by the turnout. In the country from which I come, herbology is not a subject that commands such, enthusiastic adherence. A murmur of laughter rippled over the room, taking Neville by surprise. He blinked and smiled before going on. I've, come tonight prepared to speak on some of the newer avenues of magical botanical research, which are, advancing our understanding of such studies as potion making, medicine, wand creation, and even wizarding philosophy and ethics. Neville grew more confident as he spoke, and James found himself growing quickly bored. As much as he liked Professor Longbottom, he always found his classes exceedingly, almost painfully dull. Tonight's speech was no different, except for the fact that James didn't need to pay attention for the sake of a grade. His thoughts began to wander, as did his eye. The rest of the audience watched Neville with varying degrees of alert interest, polite boredom, and, in a few cases, frowning concentration. In the front row, James was surprised to see his dad leaning aside and whispering to a man that James didn't know. The man smiled as Harry whispered to him, and then laughed silently, his eyes twinkling. Strangely enough, the two seemed to be very familiar with each other, as if they were long-lost friends. James made a mental note to ask his father about the man later. Eventually, Neville produced a series of photographs, which he temporarily enlarged with engorgo spells. The photographs were magical, of course, but since they were mostly of plants, they didn't move. The only interesting one was of a strange tree with long tentacle-like branches tipped with snapping jaws, rather like large Venus flytraps. The tree, which Neville called a Moroccan-fanged viper's whip, writhed and snapped its many jaws in the photo, commanding a gasp from some of the observers in the front rows. Near the end of the speech, Neville produced a small plant of his own, withdrawing it from his robes like a long green snake. The root ball was tiny, about the size of a walnut, clutching a neat spoonful of earth. Neville set the plant onto the end of the podium, where it slowly righted itself and reached toward the lights overhead. This, ladies and gentlemen, is my crowning achievement, Neville said proudly. The mythical and elusive bamboozle tree. According to legend, it is able to adopt the appearance and even the alchemical characteristics of virtually any plant to which it is exposed, disguising itself in avoidance of being weeded out. Allow me to illustrate. Neville used his wand to levitate one of his many photos, and then gave it a flick, enlarging it. Devil's snare, he said, nodding toward the photo. There was a slight rustling on the podium as the bamboozle shifted. Its roots spread out and grew thick and brown, while its few leaves multiplied and turned into snaking vines. Within moments, the bamboozle had transfigured itself into the unmistakable shape of a small devil's snare, much like the one in the enlarged photograph. The crowd murmured with interest. Spinous wort, Neville said proudly, flicking his wand again and producing another photograph, this one showing a tall, thin plant with reddish-patterned leaves. The bamboozle changed again. Its vines curled into balls and then budded leaves, perfectly replicating those shown in the photo. Larcinus Ligulus, Neville smiled, changing the photo once more. Now, the bamboozle flattened and spread out, covering the top of the podium with writhing green creepers. The crowd muttered and stirred all around. And lest we forget, Neville said, removing a ring from his finger and holding it up to the light, the most remarkable characteristic of the bamboozle its ability to emulate any chosen plant's characteristic tendencies and magical makeup. This, more than anything, is what makes it so potentially invaluable to the wizarding world. The bamboozle sensed the glitter of Neville's upheld ring. Slowly, it lifted a trio of creepers, which rose toward the ring, as if sniffing at it. They curled around it hungrily and pried it from Neville's hand, just as a larcenous ligulous plant would. The audience laughed and applauded lightly. If I were to snip a root sample from the bamboozle in its current state and submit it to any herbological laboratory, it would take much testing to prove that it was not, in fact, a true larcenous ligulus. If we are able to successfully breed and propagate the bamboozle, it may significantly improve the availability of some of the wizarding world's rarest and most essential botanical resources, and even allow us to recreate many that have ceased to exist entirely. The crowd responded again, led by the very enthusiastic applause of Professor Sawyer in the front row. Harry clapped as well and whistled loudly. The man next to him joined in, cupping his hands to his mouth. "Go Neville," he called, nodding encouragement. "And that pretty much concludes my presentation," Neville said, smiling with obvious relief. He flipped his wand once more, shrinking the photos back to their normal size and catching them as they dropped out of the air. On the podium, the bamboozle tree began to slowly revert to its original state. Professor Sawyer has suggested that we open the floor to any comments or questions from the audience, which I am happy to do. So, does anyone have anything they'd like to ask about? James looked around, surprised to see a raft of hands suddenly shoot up all around. Neville seemed surprised as well. He blinked and took a half step back from the podium. With a shrug and a smile, he pointed to a hand in the front row. "You then. Speak up for us all to hear." "Greetings, Professor," one of the Pixie students said, standing up and smiling. "Thank you for coming to speak to us. My question has less to do with herbology than it does with history, if you'll indulge me." Neville blinked again. James glanced at the Pixie student. She was older, quite possibly one of the college students. She met Neville's gaze openly, still smiling, and James couldn't help thinking that it was an uncomfortably familiar expression. It was, in fact, the same sort of expression Tabitha Corsica had so often worn when she was about to say something infuriatingly confrontational. "History isn't really my area of expertise," Neville said slowly, but the girl spoke up before he could continue. "I recognize that herbology is your passion, which means you obviously have a great love for all growing things. I wonder if that love extends to the animal kingdom as well. I understand that you are in the habit of beheading snakes. Would you care to elaborate?" There was a sort of collective low whistle from the crowd, and then a ripple of derisive laughter. James glanced around with sudden anger and dismay, and then looked back up at the podium. Neville's face had gone red, but his mouth had tightened into a hard line. "Next question," he stated flatly, raising his gaze over the crowd. Hands shot into the air again. "Yes, Professor," another student asked from the back. James turned around and saw that it was a member of Igor House, wearing the characteristic acid green tie. His face was round and waxy in the lamplight near the doors. "I'm sorry, my question isn't really floor-related either. Did you know, when you rallied your classmates against the revolutionaries of your time, that you were siding with the existing totalitarian regime, or were you just duped by the propaganda of the day into thinking that you were on the side of right?" Neville opened his mouth in shock as the crowd babbled noisily, nodding in agreement and shouting for him to answer. James looked around again, meeting Zane and Ralph's eyes. It was like the first Hogwarts all-school debate again, only worse, because the entire crowd seemed to be on the same side. Now James understood why the lecture had been so well attended. Neville, after all, was nearly as famous as Harry Potter, and not just for his textbooks on herbology. "I was afraid something like this would happen," Zane said, leaning toward James. "Like I told you, the progressive element types are all over the place here. There are even some in the faculty. Ralph looked around uneasily. Won't the professors put a stop to it? That's not really the way things work around here, Zane replied. Neville's expected to answer the questions, no matter what. I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't part of why he was asked to speak. If that's true, it's beastly, Petra said with low conviction. At the podium, Neville stood stoically, his brow lowered. He no longer seemed nervous. He seemed, if anything, quietly angry. He collected the bamboozle again and deposited it carefully into a pocket of his robes. Are there any questions related to the subject that I was invited here to speak upon? He asked loudly, overruling the babbling audience. Answer the question, a voice behind James hollered. Others joined in, turning the phrase into a chant. Neville glanced down toward the front row. James leaned forward and saw his dad nod slightly up at Neville. To James' amazement, Harry Potter seemed to be smiling with something like weary resignation. On Harry's left, Merlin's expression was calm and inscrutable, his arms folded almost lazily across his chest. Professor Sawyer shrugged up at Neville and shook his head regretfully. He didn't appear to like what was happening, but neither did he seem prepared to put a stop to it. You lot seem to be suffering under some rather unfortunate misapprehensions about history, Neville finally said, holding his wand to his throat and amplifying his voice. The raucous crowd quieted, but not completely. Neville went on, lowering his wand again. Now, if you insist upon asking questions unrelated to my subject of expertise, I shall apparently have to answer them, lest I leave you with the impression that I am unable to do so. But you will ask your questions with respect, and not use the opportunity to merely quote popular propaganda for the amusement of your fellows. Is anyone willing to abide by these stipulations? Less hands went up now. Neville frowned and nodded at a student near James, who stood up. Professor, the young man said, and James saw that he was a college-level student and a member of Vampire House. As a scholar, surely you'd agree that your work with Flora is intended for the benefit of all mankind. Is that true? Neville narrowed his eyes slightly. I live in the hope that such is the case, young man. Then why, sir, do you and others like you insist on hoarding your discoveries for the magical community, refusing even to consider sharing them with the Muggle world? The crowd erupted again, shouting scornfully, many climbing to their feet. Questions are permitted, a voice bellowed from the front row, and James was relieved to see that it was Professor Sawyer, his eyes dark and severe. The crowd quieted again, almost instantly, and the professor went on in a measured voice. But disrespect is not. You have heard the terms of our esteemed guest, and they are quite reasonable. It is the policy of this school to welcome discourse, but not discord. Allow Professor Longbottom to answer your questions, or do not ask them. Understood? The crowd muttered to itself, obviously agitated, but subdued for the moment. On the stage, Neville cleared his throat again. A good question, my friend, he said slowly, raising his eyebrows. One that any thinking witch and wizard should ask themselves. The answer, however, is equally important. Granted, we in the magical community could offer many advancements and medicines to the Muggle world. The fact of the matter is that we do so even now. Your own Chancellor has had a hand in the groundbreaking Intermagical Knowledge Exchange Act, which allows inertly magical life-saving discoveries to be shared with the Muggle world secretly, but effectively. There are charities and coalitions who have been granted special privilege to act secretly in the Muggle world, performing acts of magical intervention in deserving situations. I suspect that you are aware of these things, however, so I can only assume that what you truly mean by your question is this: why do we not simply throw the doors of the magical world wide open to the Muggle community, revealing ourselves fully and completely? Is this so? The young man shuffled his feet slightly and glanced around at the rest of the audience. Yes, I think that is exactly right. The prejudiced policies of magical governments against the Muggle world should be overthrown. Total disclosure is the only option that will result in real freedom for all of humanity. Yes, yes, Neville nodded. I've seen the posters as well. Let us assume that we do exactly as you propose. The magical world comes out of hiding and reveals itself completely to the Muggle world. What do you expect will happen? Well, the young man mumbled, looking around again, apparently wishing someone else would come to his aid. The rest of the audience merely watched with bright-eyed interest. Well, then there would be equality. We could help the Muggles. We could share everything we know with them, and help them in lots of ways. I mean, we're witches and wizards. We've got magic on our side. Bob, Neville said, leaning forward on the podium. We could help them, indeed. But what if they didn't wish to be helped? What if certain members of the magical community desired to get involved in Muggle affairs, such as business, medicine, even government, and the Muggles didn't wish them to? Then we'd help them to understand that we just want to help them, the student replied, rallying. They wouldn't know what was best for them, after all. Neville nodded. So we'd help them against their will? If we had to, the young man answered, raising his chin. Indeed, Neville concurred. Many would do exactly that. Certain witches and wizards would inculcate themselves into the Muggle ruling class, all under the guise of helping them. Some of us, not you, of course, my friend, but some, would be happier to resort to force. They'd use whatever magic helped them in the cause, even the Imperious curse. Others, however, would be less scrupulous. Believe it or not, my friends, there are witches and wizards among us who might actually wish to rule the Muggles merely for the sake of power. Such people are kept in check now by the existence of the international laws of secrecy. But what will you do with these witches and wizards if those laws are abolished? Will you protect the Muggles from them? How? What will keep wicked witches and wizards from using whatever means they wish to achieve power over the Muggles? The young man seemed to know that he was losing the moral high ground. He shuffled his feet some more and refused to look directly at Neville. That's just scaremongering. That's what you people always do. Scaring people with fictitious threats is scaremongering, Neville said kindly. Warning people about threats that are quite real, threats that history teaches us are very nearly a certainty given the right conditions, is an act of kindness and compassion. The history of Muggle magical interaction is rife with conflict. Both sides are equally guilty, admittedly, but the reality remains the same. We stay in hiding, quite simply, because the good that could come from our incorporation into the Muggle world is decidedly less than the evil that would inevitably result. In a perfect world, my friend, your theories would be quite honorable. Alas, this is not a perfect world. Excuses and lies, the student cried out suddenly, and the crowd stirred around him, murmuring agreement. You hate the Muggles, so you wish to keep them ignorant of us, and all we could do for them. There aren't any supreme evil witches and wizards bent on taking over the world. That's a lie that you people have made up just to keep the rest of the magical world in line. The Muggles would welcome us, and you know it. And even if they didn't. The young man faltered suddenly, realizing what he was about to say. Neville didn't blink, but stared at the man solemnly, gripping the podium before him. Even if they didn't, he said, finishing the student's thought, we'd have magic on our side. Right? The young man sat down suddenly, and the crowd babbled again, growing noisy and tense. Professor Sawyer climbed to the stage and moved alongside Neville. That will conclude tonight's lecture, he called sternly. Students, please make your way back to your dormitories, thank you. It is rather late, and at least some of you have class with me in the morning. I will frown upon any absences due to your staying out too late the night before. Good evening, and thank you for coming. At that point, Sawyer turned to Neville, reaching to shake his hand. The two talked, their heads close together. "What a complete load of yak's fodder," a girl behind James muttered angrily. "But what do you expect?" "Come on," Zane sighed, shaking his head. "The sooner we get out of here, the better. Let's go grab a soda at the Kite and Key." James followed Zane and Ralph out of the crowded theater, glancing back toward the stage. His father stood in front, flanked by Merlin and Deniston. Dolohov, who was laughing animatedly. None of them seemed the slightest bit perturbed by the events of the night, and James could guess why. Most of them had been dealing with the allegations of the progressive element for years, both subtly, through articles in the Daily Prophet, and overtly, such as the demonstration that had occurred at Hogwarts during James' first year. They had all developed rather thick skins about such things. James had not developed such a thick skin, and he felt decidedly angry and unsettled. As the three reached the theater doors and stepped out into the night air, James glanced around to see if Petra was planning to join them for a soda at the campus tavern. She was nowhere in sight amidst the dissipating throng, however. James lingered for a moment, looking for her without any success, and then turned and ran to catch up with his friends. James' dreams were interrupted some hours later by a loud rapping at his dormitory room door. He startled and very nearly fell out of the narrow bed. Outside the door, a faint squeaking sound came, like the screech of old hinges. "That brass monkey gives me the royal creeps," Ralph muttered, covering his head with his pillow. "Is that its voice?" "I think its clockworks are too old to make a voice anymore," James yawned. "It just squeaks its jaws. That must be our 4 a.m. wake-up call." Ralph swung his feet out of bed. "I never thought I'd say this, but I miss my old digital alarm clock." 5 minutes later, the boys sneaked out of the front door of the common dorm, closing it quietly behind them. The night was cool and still all around, wet with dew. The fountains had stopped running for the night, and even the birdbath gargoyles seemed to be asleep. Ralph wore his duffel bag slung over his shoulder, packed with the zombie house flag. "Do they have campus guards, you think?" he whispered as they began to steal through the darkness. "Better safe than sorry," James answered. "Stick close to the trees. The moonlight is too bright for us to cross the main lawns." Ralph huffed as they ran. "This was a lot easier when we had the invisibility cloak. Hopefully this is the only time this year we'll need it. It'll be fine. Just keep up." By the time they reached the deep shadows of Administration Hall, James' trainers were soggy with dew and both boys were panting. They leaned against the cool bricks and caught their breath before slipping between the bushes and sneaking around to the rear of the building. "All right," James whispered, hunkering in the shadow of a tall shrubbery. "This should be a snap. I'll climb up and switch the flags. You stay down here and keep an eye on me with your wand. If I fall, you and your wand will know what to do, right?" "Levitate you," Ralph nodded. "You want me just to see if I can levitate you right up there?" James shook his head. "Too obvious. If I climb, I'll stay in the shadows, so there's less chance of getting caught. That moon's like a searchlight tonight. Just be ready." "Get it over with," Ralph said sincerely, slipping the duffel bag from his shoulder and offering it to James. "My stomach's in knots already. Maybe we should have just gone for Igor House, after all." James shook his head. "No turning back now, Ralph. Don't worry, this'll all be over in a few minutes." Ralph nodded, unconvinced but committed. James shouldered the bag and then turned toward the building. A series of narrow iron stairs and balconies clung to the rear of Administration Hall, stretching all the way up to the roof. James clambered up the first level as quietly as he could. Before long, the campus fell away beneath him, stretching out so wide that he could see the stone wall that surrounded it. Beyond the wall, the city of Philadelphia sparkled with lights, and James had time to wonder what year they were currently occupying. After only a few minutes, he reached the top level of the fire escape. He peered up at the bell tower that loomed before him. It seemed much larger this close up, each of the 4 bells approximately the size of a giant's head, but far less lumpy. All around the inside of the bell tower, pigeons roost by the dozens, dozing amid messy nests. James turned around and leaned over the railing. Far below, Ralph peered up at him, his face a round white dot in the darkness. James gave a half-hearted wave, and then turned and clambered up onto the angle of the roof, reaching for the wooden railing of the bell tower. The inside of the tower stank of pigeon, guano and age. A narrow wooden walkway ran around the perimeter of the tower, overlooking the dizzyingly deep throat of the tower. James held his breath and looked around. On the other side of the bell tower was a rickety circular stairway, leading up into the rafters. James made his way toward it, trying to ignore the squeak and groan of the planks beneath his feet. As he began to climb the narrow staircase, circling its central post, a wave of vertigo overtook him. The duffel bag felt very heavy and awkward on his back as he gripped the railing. He squeezed his eyes shut until the sensation passed, and then continued onward carefully. An unlocked trapdoor opened easily at the top of the stairs, and James clambered cautiously up onto the narrow floor of the belfry. He lay there for a moment, catching his breath and hugging the floor, afraid to look up, and a subtle noise pricked his ear. Slowly, he pushed himself upright and raised his head. The raftered ceiling of the belfry was black with bats. They shuffled and squeaked, faintly, watching James. His eyes went wide, and he uttered a strangled little squeak of his own, getting his feet beneath him as he hunkered on the floor. He peered around and saw the ladder on the belfry's right side. It was made of ancient painted wood, attached to the outside of the belfry beyond the low railing. Scuffling, James moved toward it. Beyond the railing, the wind switched suddenly, hooting in a nearby drain pipe. James shuddered. Finally, he leaned on the railing and reached over it, gripping the ladder. As carefully and quietly as he could, he pulled himself over the railing and clung to the ladder, which creaked ominously. Probably, it was magically fortified, as were nearly all old magical structures. Still, the ledge of roof some 20 feet below seemed horribly narrow, and the drop beyond that perfectly harrowing. James tried not to look. He gritted his teeth and began to climb. Fortunately, there was one more trapdoor above the ladder, leading to a very narrow walkway around the conical roof of the belfry. James heaved himself up onto it and leaned against the angle of the narrow roof, breathing hard. With his foot, he kicked the trapdoor shut, not wishing to fall through it by accident. Above him, the huge old American flag, Old Betsy, flapped in the breeze. Finally, James worked his way partly around the cone of the roof, knelt in its shadow on the wooden walkway, and unslung the duffel bag from his shoulder. He began to draw out the zombie flag, careful not to let the wind catch it and carry it away. Suddenly, shockingly, James heard a scuffle of footsteps. They were very close by, but indistinct, lost in the rush of the wind. James froze, his eyes going wide. Zane had said that the school administration was on the lookout for students engaged in the flag switch escapade. Had they seen him? Were they climbing up to catch him in the act? There was absolutely no place for him to hide. James peered around, but he could no longer see the trapdoor around the shape of the roof. He hunkered back against the old shingles, trying to blend in with the shadows as well as he could. The scuffling came again, stealthy and quiet. Someone was sneaking up on him, apparently, trying to catch him by surprise. With a sigh, James decided that there was nothing for it but to turn himself in. He dropped the zombie flag into a heap on top of the duffel bag, stood up, and found himself staring into the pale, surprised face of his own brother. James. Albus rasped, and James realized that his brother had his wand in his hand. "What are you doing here?" James looked his brother up and down and made a very quick deduction in his head. He sighed. Same as you, apparently. Where's the werewolf flag? Back behind me, Albus said, stifling a laugh. Is that? He asked, pointing his wand at the wad of fabric next to James' feet. James nodded. You're switching the flags, James said. Same as me. Did you know it? Not likely. Albus replied in a harsh whisper. Altair said that no one else was going to do it this year because the heat was too high with the administration. So now, what do we do? James didn't hear his brother's last question. Another scuffling sound came from behind him, and a shadow rose into view. James saw a wand raised in a dark hand, pointing at Albus from behind. Al! James cried, scrambling to produce his own wand. Behind you. Albus turned, but not before the figure struck. Petrificus totalis, a female voice barked, and a bolt of magic seared from the upraised wand. It passed over Albus' shoulder and struck James squarely in the chest. He went immediately stiff, frozen in place, and began to totter backwards. The figure flicked her wand again and the zombie flag at James' feet rose up like a cloth snake. It coiled around James' waist and nodded, leaving a long length behind it. Grab that, Pledge, the female voice said briskly. Albus scrambled and snatched at the length of flag that trailed from James' waist. A second later, the cloth went taut, catching James as he fell backwards against the old railing, breaking it. Ugh, Albus grunted, shifting his stance and wrapping the length of flag around his fists. You're heavy. You know that, James? You need to lay off the cockroach clusters a bit. This is your brother, the figure asked, and James now saw that it was the dark girl from Werewolf House, the one that had made Albus do push-ups the day before. Sir, yes sir. Albus answered immediately. The girl smiled tightly at James. Lesson number 12, from the Werewolf Handbook, Pledge. Let me hear it. He who strikes first strikes best. Albus announced, still struggling to hold onto the length of flag. James leaned back on his heels, frozen like a statue, but dreadfully aware of the precariousness of his position. Below him was only dark space, full of wind and the shush of the chestnut trees on the hall lawn. That's lesson number 6, the girl said. But still appropriate, so I'll let you off this time. Number 12 is all's fair in love and war. And there's nothing other than love and war. Albus finished confidently. Good work, Pledge, the girl nodded. Hold on while I raise the werewolf flag. James' heart pounded as he watched the girl produce the flag from a camouflaged backpack. The flag was folded into a neat triangle shape, which she unfurled with a tap of her wand. A moment later, she used her wand to operate the pulleys of the flagpole, which jutted from the roof's cone. With practiced economy, she switched the flags, folded old Betsy reverently, and secured it in her backpack. Operation Capture the Flag is complete, Pledge, she said, straightening. Which only leaves us to manage our prisoner of war. We have to assume he isn't alone, but Raphael has probably already secured any hostiles on the ground. Can't leave this one up here to replace the flags again once we decamp, which leaves us only one option. Lesson number 3, from the Werewolf Handbook, Pledge. Neutralize any potential threat. Albus quoted immediately. Behind him, the girl knotted the long end of the zombie flag around a length of copper drain pipe. She smiled grimly. You do the honors, Pledge, she said. Prove your werewolf worthiness. Albus glanced over his shoulder at her, and then turned back to James, his face vaguely apologetic, but only vaguely. He smiled crookedly. Sorry, James, he said. Lesson 1 in the Werewolf Handbook, a werewolf's gotta do what a werewolf's gotta do. James tried to shake his head, but the spell still had him perfectly frozen. Albus let go of the flag and James immediately dropped backwards, tipping over the edge of the rooftop walkway. He fell for one sickening second, and then jerked to a halt, caught by the flag that was knotted around his waist. An explosion of noise suddenly surrounded him as the shock of his fall startled the bats in the tower belfry. They squeaked and boiled into the air, their wings thrashing all around him. A moment later, the noise of the bat's departure died away and James swung gamely, turning dizzyingly on the end of his unusual tether. One of the bats perched on his head, squeaking amiably. Nearby, he heard the diminishing tramp of footsteps on the ladder as well as the infuriating sound of smug, stifled laughter. "You two," Warrington said after a long fuming pause, "seem to have some basic misunderstanding of how the whole flag switch dare is supposed to go down." James slumped in the rickety chair in the attic office of Hermes' house. Next to him, Ralph sighed and stared hard at the stained yellow carpet. Warrington leaned on the wobbly old desk, all four of whose legs seemed to have folded wads of paper under them. The zombie house office was tiny and crammed with bookshelves, despite its noticeable lack of books. The shelves were, instead, heavy with unusual odds and ends, bric-a-brac, piles of unopened post, tools, amusingly shaped papier-mâché art projects, and the occasional skull, most wearing sunglasses and plastic noses. The wooden door was covered with a nearly life-sized poster photo of Theodore Herschel Jackson caught in a stern pose, wagging a long finger at the viewer, his dark brow lowered. Construction paper letters were tacked above the poster's head, spelling out the words, "I want you to give me a hug and a cookie." Warrington stood up straight and paced along a narrow path worn through the room's detritus, passing between the desk and the single round window. "The point, you see," he went on in a strained voice, stabbing his right finger at his left palm, "is to not make Zombie House look like a bunch of bumbling nincompoops. Anything beyond that is, frankly, gravy." Gravy. Warrington punched an inflatable doll made to resemble a rather ghastly clown. It bobbed on its weighted base and swung back, squeaking. "They were werewolves," Ralph moaned weakly. "I barely saw them before they dropped on me like a piano. They were wearing camouflage. They had bits of bushes stuck to their hats. I thought I was being attacked by some kind of weird, American dryad monsters. They were werewolves." Warrington hissed, rounding on the boys, his eyes wild. He struggled to compose himself and swiped a hand over his face, sighing vehemently. "Look. You're new here, so I'll give you a helpful little lesson on the intricate societal politics that define life here in the hallowed halls of the Al-Aron. We hate the werewolves. Here, in death the lesson. Got it? But they had actual members helping out the pledge, who just happened to be my brother," James rallied. "They attacked us before we had a chance to react. That's how werewolves work." Warrington cried, exasperated. "They're werewolves, for Zark's sake. To them, everything's a battlefield. Their one weakness is when people yank the battlefield out from under them. That's the zombie way." Ralph raised both hands, palms up. "But what could we have done?" "Gummy shoes," Warrington rasped, deadpan. "Stick them to the ground like flies on flypaper. Or the jelly legs jinx, or tickling hexes, or even spontaneous explosive intestinal gas. You can't just face down a werewolf, you have to embarrass them. Their insufferable pride is their ultimate weakness. Any zombie knows that." "Sorry," James said miserably, "we're new to all of this. They got to us before we had a chance to respond. We'll do better next time. Give us one more chance." Warrington boggled at James. He spluttered, "They left you hanging by the zombie flag from the belfry landing. The entire school saw you up there before Franklin was able to get you down. You made us a laughingstock. Zombies do the laughing, pledge. Not the other way around. Now whose pride is at stake?" Ralph mumbled. "And you," Warrington said, turning to Ralph, his eyes blazing. I'm surprised you can talk at all, after being hung up on the Hermes house flagpole for the last 3 hours. If you could die of wedgies, we'd be arranging your funeral right about now. Behind Ralph and James came the sound of stifled laughter. James turned around. Against the rear wall, in an old clawfoot chair with threadbare upholstery, sat the president of Zombie House, a small dapper man with what appeared to be, for all intents and purposes, goat's legs. He was dressed in a tailored jacket with tails, an immaculately tied yellow ascot, and a natty gray vest. 2 stubby purplish horns adorned his temples. His name, James now knew, was Professor Felix Stanford Cloverhoof, and he was apparently a faun, also known, for some reason, as the Jersey Devil. I'm sorry, Cloverhoof said, recovering himself and assuming a serious expression. Do continue, Mr. Warrington. You are on quite a roll. I'm done, Warrington said, moving back around the desk and plopping into his chair, which squeaked in protest. With both of them. I'm afraid that Mr. Warrington is quite right, my friends, Cloverhoof said breezily, climbing to his hooked feet. He straightened his vest and picked a fleck of dust from his lapel. Zombie House does have its standards, ill-defined and amorphous as they are. I quite suspect that you will be rather happier elsewhere. But, James exclaimed, stammering. But. I had a rather lengthy discussion about the affair with the Chancellor this morning after he extracted the both of you from your various predicaments. I agree with his assessment entirely. There is really only one house for students with your particular aptitudes. Oh no, Ralph moaned. Not Igor House. Cloverhoof blinked at Ralph and smiled a little crookedly. Igor House, he said inquiringly. No, not quite. Come along, boys. The morning is well begun, and surely you have classes to attend to. Tonight, you will begin life in your new society. Surely you will fit in very nicely. Which house? James asked unhappily, standing up and moving toward the door as the fawn professor swung it open. Why, I'd have thought it was obvious, Cloverhoof replied brightly. Frankly, I'm surprised you didn't rush there in the first place. The Chancellor has determined that you should be assigned to Bigfoot House. I'm quite certain that you will find it very reassuring. James and Ralph slumped where they stood. From the desk behind them, Warrington grinned wickedly. See you on the clutch course, boys, he announced, and chuckled humorlessly. I don't see what the big deal is about Bigfoot House, Lucy said, rolling her eyes. The sun was setting over the campus, painting long purple shadows over the lawns and footpaths as the students made their way back from dinner in the cafeteria. That's because you got into the house you rushed for, Ralph grumped. You've got the blood red type to prove it. Looks excellent too, Zane added. Lucy smiled demurely. Thank you. But the point is, you were probably never meant to be in Zombie House anyway, and if you'd ended up there, you probably would have been totally miserable. Hush your mouth. Zane exclaimed, covering his ears with his hands. That's the zombies you're talking about. And a fine bunch they are, I'm sure, Lucy soothed. Just not for James and Ralph. Obviously it fits you like a suit of armor. Albeit, yellow armor, with a clown's wig on the top. Now you're talking, Zane nodded, mollified. But Bigfoot House, James moaned. They're the nobody dorm. In that case, it fits you two perfectly, Albus said, coming up from behind. James glanced back at his brother darkly. When did you get here, you big turncoat? At least my turncoat comes with a burgundy type, Albus replied, brushing off his blazer and peering critically down at himself. Pretty dashing, isn't it? Ralph narrowed his eyes. You ever hear the phrase blood is thicker than water? I haven't gotten that far in potions yet, Albus answered breezily, In a careful voice, Lucy said, "That was a rather awful thing to do, Albus, leaving your brother up there like that." "Though, he was fine," Albus waved a hand. "It was either him or me. Before I was a werewolf, I was a Slytherin, remember, and we Slytherins take every break we can get. It's the Gryffindors that are all self-sacrificing and noble. If you look at it that way, I was just helping James to be true to his heritage." James flung out an arm and backhanded his brother on the shoulder, shoving him backwards. "I'll show you a thing or two about nobility, you sodding git." Pop, Albus warned, wagging a finger at his brother. "Werewolves look out for each other. Now that I wear the gray and burgundy, anything you do to me is likely to be repaid by the Brotherhood of the Wolf. I'm just giving you fair warning. I don't want to see you get hurt, big brother." "Brotherhood of the Wolf," Zane scoffed. "There isn't a real werewolf in the bunch. If any of your brotherhood was confronted by a real wolf, they'd scurry like mice." Albus rounded on Zane. "But Zombie House is full of the walking undead, right? At least in terms of brain power, from what I hear." "Them's fightin' words," Zane proclaimed stridently. "Will you both shut it?" Lucy interrupted, getting between the two of them and placing a hand on each one's chest, pushing them apart. "This is a silly thing to argue about. Everyone knows that both the werewolves and zombies cower before the dark mystery of Vampire House." Zane spluttered while Albus pushed Lucy's hand away. She smiled haughtily, raised her chin, and walked on. "She sure picked that up fast," Ralph said, impressed. "Come on," Zane urged irritably, yanking Ralph's elbow. "The Bigfoot's mansion is over here. Let's get you inside and introduced to your new pals. I've never even seen the inside of the dorm since I've never been friends with any big feets." James sighed as they walked toward the staid brick structure. Apollo Mansion, home of Bigfoot House, was by far the least interesting of the houses. It stood square and straight in the orange sunset, looking like a sentinel guarding something nobody really wanted. There was virtually no landscaping around the mansion except for a few squat shrubberies that ranged around the foundation in a businesslike manner. A short stone stairway led to the front door, which was adorned with a large pewter knocker in the shape of a foot with splayed toes. "So, are there any actual Bigfoots in Bigfoot House?" Ralph asked as they climbed the steps. "Maybe," Zane shrugged. "That would put them on a level higher than either the werewolves or the vampires. They haven't had any real werewolves or vampires in their houses for centuries." James asked, "What about the pixies, Eeyores, and zombies?" "I don't know about the pixies or Eeyores," Zane said, reaching for the huge knocker, "but the old president of Zombie House was this crotchety professor named Straithwaite, and he taught class for nearly a week before anyone knew he'd died of brain failure or something. Apparently, he'd spent too much time in deepest Africa during a summer vacation and drank a few too many native potions. Once he found out he was dead, he insisted on being buried in the campus cemetery, ambulatory or not." Zane grinned at James and Ralph and clacked the door knocker 3 times, shaking the big wooden door. "You're making that up," Ralph insisted. "They didn't bury him alive." Zane shook his head. "He wasn't alive. He was dead as a doorknob. Said so himself. I hear he performed his own eulogy and told everyone that he was looking forward to being buried. Said it was going to be like the ultimate retirement. It's engraved on his tomb, in fact. I'll show you sometime." "No thanks," Ralph replied as the door opened. A small boy with pasty skin and huge glasses looked up at Zane. "I know you," he said meekly. "You gave me donkey's ears last year." "Did I?" Zane blinked, thinking. Could be. "I gave a lot of people donkey's ears last year. It was all the rage." "Hurt, did it?" The boy stared up at Zane. "No. but it made me want to eat lots of carrots. And it made it easier to hear the lectures in my geography. I didn't mind, really. Good man, Zane said heartily, clapping the boy on the shoulder. The boy tottered. I'm James, James said, stepping forward. And this here's Ralph. We're Bigfoots. You sure are, the boy said, looking up and down at Ralph. I remember you, Zane said, squinting. Pastington, right? Paddington, the boy corrected. Wentworth Paddington. Can we come in? Ralph asked hopefully. Only, we'd like to get settled into our new rooms. If we have to sleep in the common dorm with that crazy clockwork monkey for one more night. So, sure, the boy said blandly, stepping backwards. Everything's pretty much wherever you find it. The dormitories are all up on the 3rd floor. Game rooms in the basement. Everything in between is what it is. James stepped into the foyer of the house. It was neat and high with a small unlit chandelier dangling overhead. A dusty banner drooped from the chandelier, faded with age. Dark blue letters on an orange background spelled the words, Bigfoot Prude. So, that, Wentworth said, following James' gaze. That was made by Kowalski's mom when he was a freshman. English isn't exactly her first language, but Kowalski was so proud of it that we couldn't bring ourselves to take it down. Zane nodded up at the banner. Makes perfect sense to me, Went. So where's the party at anyway? Wentworth blinked behind his huge glasses. Party? Where's the rest of your Bigfoot pals? Zane clarified. And your president? James and Ralph here should probably meet them all, shouldn't they? So, Wentworth said uncertainly. Sure. I guess so. Come on. He turned and padded away, heading toward a huge stairway that dominated the main hall. After a sidelong glance at Ralph and Zane, James followed. As the four descended into the mansion's basement, they heard a babble of voices and the clack and clatter of billiard balls. Turning a landing at the base of the stairs, James found himself in a low, cluttered room, filled with mismatched sofas and chairs, end tables, and a small galaxy of lamps with battered shades. Students lounged in groups throughout the space or drifted around a collection of very antique game tables in the dimmer recesses of the basement room. A huge white refrigerator sat like a deflated blimp in the corner, flanked by a stuffed deer's head on one side and a moose head on the other. The moose head wore a tasseled nightcap and seemed to be sleeping. None of the occupants of the room looked up as James, Ralph, and Zane entered. He's over there, Wentworth pointed. In the middle, with his feet on the disarmadillo. James followed Wentworth's gesture and saw the president of Bigfoot House lounging on a low orange sofa, his feet propped on a small animal that appeared to be half aardvark and half tank. James recognized the man as the one who had sat next to his father at Professor Longbottom's assembly. With a start, he realized that his father was sitting next to the man evened out, laughing happily, and holding a bottle of some American beer. Harry saw his son from across the room, grinned, and waved him over. I heard you'd been assigned to Bigfoot House, he called as James, Ralph, and Zane threaded through the various chairs and tables. You couldn't have found a better home. No matter what path got you here, he added, smiling crookedly. Hey, Mr. Potter, Zane grinned, plopping onto a nearby chair. James settled onto a low, bowed sofa and sighed. So you heard, eh? I suspect most of magical Philadelphia knows by now, Harry replied. You're a Potter, after all. Your picture will probably be on the front page of the Daily Prophet by tomorrow morning, along with a pithy caption written by Rita Skeeter herself. James slumped on the sofa. Bloody hell. You really think so? Who cares? You won't be there to see it, at least. Zane stroked his chin. Knowing Rose, she'll cut it out and send it to you, though. He glanced at Ralph, who nodded. "However you got here," the man on the sofa next to Harry smiled. "Bigfoot House is proud to have you." The man was relatively young and quite thin, with a neat dark haircut and mild features. James could tell by his lack of American accent that he was not originally from the United States. "Yeah, well, we're glad to finally have a home, I guess," Ralph commented. "Even being a leftover is better than being stuck in the common dorm." "So, we don't have leftovers in Bigfoot House," the House president said, straightening and producing his wand from a back pocket. "All Bigfoots are essential members of the clan. One for all and all for one. Go orange and blue." With that, the man pointed his wand at James. There was a flash, and James startled. He glanced down at himself and saw that his black tie had been transformed to a bright autumn orange, and his blazer was now dark blue. Another flash lit the room, and Ralph's uniform was transformed as well. "Not so handsome as zombie yellow," Zane said critically, "but better than plain black at any rate." "You. We're starting to look like those stiffs from the Magical Integration Bureau." "Everyone listen up," the president of the House announced loudly, taking his feet off the disarmadillo and sitting up straight. "This is James Potter and Ralph Deedle, the newest members of Bigfoot House. Let's show them a nice welcome, eh?" Half-hearted cheers and applause filled the room, lingering rather pathetically as the president beamed at James and Ralph. The disarmadillo wandered slowly away, sniffing at the skirts of the sofas and munching the occasional piece of stale popcorn. When the noise of the cheers finally petered out, James flopped back into the depths of the sofa again. "So how do you two know each other anyway?" he asked, looking back and forth between his dad and the Bigfoot president. "So, your father and I go way back," the president smiled. "I helped make him the man he is today, in fact. Gave him his first shot, back when he was just a little squidder who barely knew how to hold a wand. I think it was Professor McGonagall who actually got me on the team," Harry corrected, shaking his head and smiling. "You just taught me what I needed to know to not get killed on the pitch. And a good job, I did, too." "Anyway," Harry laughed, "as it turns out, James, yours and Ralph's new house is headed up by one of the best professors on campus. He came to the States years ago and, for reasons I can't even begin to guess, decided not to leave. James, Ralph, this is my old friend and fellow Gryffindor, your new president, Oliver Wood." "Wood," Zane proclaimed, smacking his forehead. "That's your name, not Birch. I was close, though, wasn't I?" He grinned aside at James and Ralph. "Hey," Wentworth said, tapping James on the shoulder. "There's this big clown on the stairs out front, hooting like crazy and trying to get in the front door. I'm guessing he's yours. You want me to show him to the tower? Or will he be, staying with you?" "Nobby's here," Zane said, climbing to his feet. "Home sweet home all over the place. Come on. I'll help you Bigfoots carry your stuff over from the common dorm. No house elves in the States, so you gotta do all the footwork yourself. Get it?" He grinned, nudging James. "Footwork. I got it," James said, smiling helplessly. He rolled his eyes, and the three boys clambered back up the steps, heading outside. 1 hour later, James stood in the middle of the upstairs bedroom of the common dorm and stared down at his right hand, his eyes wide. On the floor at his feet lay his duffel bag, unzipped and gaping open, where he had just dropped it. He was surprised that he could still hear Zane and Ralph in the hallway outside, struggling to fit Ralph's things into the rickety dumbwaiter. In the center of James' right palm, a soft silver glow was still fading away, like a ball of stormlight. He shuddered, not knowing what had just happened, but knowing that whatever it was very important. It simply didn't make any sense. "Merlin," he whispered to himself, his eyes wide. Merlin would understand. He would know. James had just come from seeing him, as per the headmaster's request, but it wasn't too late to go back again. He hunkered down carefully and reached to zip his duffel bag again, careful not to brush his fingers against the small parchment packet just inside. After visiting his new house and meeting Oliver Wood, the Bigfoot house president and inexplicable friend of his father, things had gotten decidedly weirder as the night progressed. On the way to the common dorm, James had remembered to stop in at the guest house in the hopes of catching Mayor Linus before his departure. Seeing his father in the basement of Apollo Mansion had reminded James of his appointment with the headmaster, and he was very curious about whatever it was the old man meant to give him. Merlin had indeed been there, engaged in what appeared to be a serious discussion in the parlor with Chancellor Franklin and Neville Longbottom. The room had quieted almost immediately as James, Ralph, and Zane had entered, and James had the distinct sense that it was an uncomfortable pause, brittle as glass. Merlin had welcomed the boys and excused himself from the gathering, claiming that he'd only be absent for a moment. In the upstairs rooms of the guest house, Merlin had shown the boys to his trunk. Ralph and James had seen it before, since it was the very same trunk that they had helped the great wizard retrieve from an ocean cave early last year. It was unusually small, deceptively so, since its nested doors and drawers could open onto still more nested doors and drawers in a rather eye-bending display of conserved magical space. For now, however, Merlin had slipped only one drawer open. The drawer was long and shallow, containing a flat, square object wrapped in cloth. Merlin retrieved it and held it out to James with both hands. "Last year," he said, "I told you about the effects of very magical objects upon the earth. I told you how they tend to leave very large footprints on the landscape of reality, and that the age of very magical objects was drawing to a close. Upon further reflection, I have determined that this is far truer than even I had known. Contrary to what I originally believed, the balance of the wizarding world is very precarious in this time. The weight of the extremely magical is enough to affect that balance. I realized that, in the name of that balance, I must do something that I very much did not wish to do. This is the result." James accepted the object, which was about the size of a small tray and about the same shape. Carefully, he unwrapped it and looked down at it in his hands. "Cool," Zane said, peering over James' shoulder. "Now you can comb that bird's nest you call a haircut." Ralph shook his head over James' other shoulder. "Somehow, I think that's for something besides just checking your hair on the way to class." The thing in James' hands was a mirror in a simple silver frame, apparently perfectly normal, except that it felt unusually heavy in his hands. James didn't know if it was the frame or the mirror itself that gave the object its weight. He glanced inquiringly up at Merlin. "It is, in fact, perfectly appropriate for viewing yourself in," the headmaster nodded, smiling. "But Mr. Data lives quite right. That is not all it is good for. Do you happen to have your wand upon you, James?" James nodded. He set the mirror onto a nearby table and produced his wand from a pocket sewn into the inside of his blazer. "Excellent," Merlin said, stepping aside. "Now tap the glass and say, mirror, mirror shard of 3, show me where I wish to be." James narrowed his eyes up at the big wizard. "Go on, James," Zane prodded. "Make with the magic. I'm dying of curiosity here." James shrugged and tapped the glass with his wand, repeating the phrase exactly as Merlin had said it. As one, the three boys leaned forward, filling the mirror's surface with their reflections. Almost immediately, however, the reflection sank away, replaced by a swirling silvery fog. James and Ralph recognized it almost immediately. "The answer, sir?" James asked breathlessly. "But..." He stopped, distracted by a scene that seemed to swim up from the depths of the mirror, as if its surface was the face of a very deep pool. The image shimmered and resolved into the unmistakable shapes of the Gryffindor common room, albeit dark and empty, with only the ruddy glow of the fireplace illuminating its furnishings. "No way!" Zane exclaimed. "It's Huggies." But where's everybody at? It's the middle of the night, there, you big div. Ralph laughed. But is that really what we're seeing? Is it really Hogwarts? It is, Merlin nodded. But how? James asked, turning to peer back at the headmaster. If this is the Answerous Earth, why is it so small? And why would you give it to us? It is as I said, Merlin replied, his face somber. The magical world is simply too precarious to bear the weight of such extremely magical objects as the Answerous Earth. I determined that I must break it up, divide its powers, in order to prevent its influence from adversely impacting the fabric of reality. The truth is, now that I know of the existence of such things as the Vault of Destinies, I am even more confident that I have made the right choice. What about the focusing book? Ralph asked, referring to the book that was the magical counterpart to the original magic mirror. Destroyed forever, Merlin sighed. As with the Mirror of East, the Answerous Earth is reduced to only its most basic and illusionary powers without the aid of its focusing book. With the book destroyed, and the mirror divided, its impact upon the world is far lighter. I used my arts to enchant this bit of the mirror, connecting it to the mirror over the hearth in your former dormitory common room, James. With its help, you will be able to see and interact with your friends at home whenever you wish. I have given your father another shard, similarly enchanted, which will allow him to speak to his associates at the Ministry of Magic. Excellent. Zane nodded. This is way better than wussing lunar flies and doppelgangers. Raphael will be dead jealous when he hears about this. Alas, Merlin said gravely, you must not tell anyone about the shard. As divided and diminished as its powers are, it must still be kept hidden from those who would wish to use its magic for wicked purposes. Use it to communicate with your friends as you wish, but tell no one here what the mirror can do or what its origins are. Can you swear obedience to these requirements? Sure, James answered slowly, nodding. But I mean, is it safe? If you are referring to your inadvertent usage of the Answerous Earth last term, Merlin said, smiling crookedly, I assure you, the mirror's days of capricious trickery are quite over. Like any magical tool, this shard is exactly as safe as that which you might choose to do with it. James nodded, relieved. Nice. Thanks, Headmaster. We'll be extra careful with it. And we won't tell anyone else about it. Will we? The other two boys agreed easily, and James rewrapped the shard in its cloth. Shortly, Merlin bid the three boys goodbye and rejoined Professor Longbottom and Chancellor Franklin in the guest room's parlor. James waved goodbye to Neville, and then, in a lower voice, told him that he'd done an excellent job putting those progressive element rabble-rousers in their place at the previous night's assembly. Neville nodded sheepishly and thanked James. Enjoy your new surroundings, boys, Franklin said. I suspect you will find yourselves quiet at home within the halls of Apollo Mansion. James nodded, feeling dismissed and not particularly liking it. Ralph, however, dragged him by the elbow, and a minute later, the three had ducked out of the rear door of the guest house and crossed into the shadow of the common dorm. It had grown rather darker by then, with low clouds obscuring the few stars. The wind switched restlessly and hissed in the tall grass that surrounded the buildings. Inside, Ralph and Zane manhandled the larger trunks out into the hallway, lugging them toward the dumbwaiter and the waiting clockwork monkey. James slung his duffel bag over his shoulder and unzipped it awkwardly, meaning to stuff the shard inside it along with his dirty laundry and toiletries. He turned comically on his feet, reaching around himself to work the shard into the depths of the bag on his shoulder, and suddenly, shockingly, the world went away. There was no disorienting sense of speed and no jolt, as with apparition or portkeys. The world simply clipped off like a light, and in its place was darkness. James sensed himself still standing, but there seemed to be nothing around him. Emptiness pressed on him like weights, and when he opened his mouth to call out, there didn't seem to be any air, either to breathe or to conduct sound waves. Panic gripped him suddenly, but before he could act upon it, the darkness swept away. It was as if a monstrous wind blew, bringing with it brightness and light, a ghastly, dead environment, a sky like a gravestone, and a looming, black shape, hideous and somehow prehistoric, the architectural equivalent of a petrified dragon. The scene boiled all around James, perfectly still but impossible to look at, as if it was comprised of darning needles, all poking toward him, assaulting his senses. James tried to recoil from the sights, but he was unable to move. A voice came out of the vision, huge and clanging, as if it was the voice of the sky and the earth itself. "She watches," the voice said calmly. "She watches and she waits. Soon, I must go to her. It is the only way." James recognized the voice immediately, even though he'd never heard it sound so huge and terrible. It was the voice of Petra Morgenstern. It was the voice of Morgan. And then, as suddenly as it began, the vision blew away. The dormitory room sprang back into existence around James again, feeling tiny and hot, remarkably mundane in the wake of the teeming vision. A thump came from the ground at James' feet, and he looked down dully. His duffel bag had slipped from his shoulder and fallen to the floor. The wrapped shard poked from the unruly clothing inside. Next to it, unearthed from the depths of the laundry, was Petra's dream story, compressed into a small dense packet of parchment. It glowed very faintly with silvery light. James raised his right palm and saw the thread there, the one that had connected him to Petra when she had fallen from the stern of the Gwendamere. The thread trailed off like a line of smoke, vanishing after a few feet, fading even as he watched. Somehow, the silver thread was still there, connecting him to her. More importantly, that connection had triggered something when he had touched her dream story. It had been a vision, but one so powerful and shocking that he'd barely been able to register it. Something, he felt quite sure, was happening with Petra, possibly at this very moment. Was something bad happening to her? Was she causing something bad to happen? A minute later, James joined Ralph and Zane in the hallway. They forced the dumbwaiter doors shut, enclosing the luggage and the clockwork monkey inside. With a ratcheting clatter, the dumbwaiter began to descend toward the lobby below. "What's with you?" Zane asked, peering sideways at James. "You look white as a ghost." James shook his head. "I don't know. I think something's happening." "Something's always happening, isn't it?" Ralph frowned as they clumped down the stairs. "I don't know," James said again, faintly. They retrieved the trunks from the dumbwaiter and began to lug them out onto the common dorm stoop. "Whoa," Ralph said suddenly, looking up. "What's going on over there?" James didn't want to look, but did anyway. The sky had lowered ever further. It swirled unnaturally over a point nearby, like a very slow, inverted cyclone. Lightning flickered silently in the clouds and wind switched restlessly over the campus, whickering in the trees and scouring dead leaves over the footpaths. "Where are you going?" Zane called as James stepped slowly down onto the lawn, watching the sky. He didn't answer. Instead, he moved along the lawn, skirting the fountain and its birdbath gargoyles, keeping his eye on the strange, swirling cauldron of clouds. It was making a noise, a sort of dull rumble, like the sound of 100 freight trains in the dark distance. It was very nearly a growl. "Is that, normal?" Ralph asked Zane as they moved alongside James. "Like, tell me that it's some sort of side effect of the way the school jumps around in time, right?" "I've never seen anything like that before," Zane answered seriously. James lowered his eyes from the swirling purple maelstrom of the clouds and found himself looking at the squat mass of the Hall of Archives. The stormy phenomenon was directly above the building. "She watches," James heard himself say. "She watches and she waits." A tongue of lightning connected the clouds and the Hall of Archives, and the ground leapt beneath James' feet. A blast of purple light illuminated the building from within, spearing through every crack and from the seams of every brick. Pencil beams shot from the tiny windows in the domed roof, spearing up into the sky. A split second later, the light was gone, leaving only blinding green afterimages on James' retinas. "What," Zane asked in an odd voice, "was that?" James shook his head very slowly. The sky seemed to have exhausted itself. The clouds broke up slowly overhead, and there was a lingering coppery taste in the air. In the darkness, beneath the Hall of Archives portico, the door opened. Two figures strode out into the dusky evening light and descended the steps. One of them was robed in black from head to toe, and James found himself thinking of the mysterious woman whom he had first met in the midnight halls of the Aquapolis, the one who had appeared again later, during the attack on the Zephyr, and then vanished afterwards. She walked on into the deepening darkness, but the second figure lingered for a moment on the footpath, looking around slowly. "Is that?" Ralph began, but there was no point in finishing the question. All three boys could see who it was. It was Petra. She looked around with interest, as if seeing the campus for the first time. Her dark eyes stopped when she saw the three boys, but it was James that she seemed to focus on. She smiled slowly. And then she waved. "What is happening here?" a voice demanded shrilly. James turned around and saw Chancellor Franklin moving swiftly across the darkened campus, nearing them. His face looked very pale in the stormy darkness. Merlin and Neville Longbottom were following him, looking around carefully. "Did you feel it?" Zane asked. The ground shook. Right when the lightning happened. Pow! Franklin passed the boys with barely a glance, approaching the Hall of Archives and its open door. The dim lights that had previously shone from the building's tiny windows had been extinguished in the aftermath of the blast. "Oh dear," Franklin muttered darkly. "Oh great heavens. What has happened?" Merlin stopped near James. Without taking his eyes from the Hall of Archives, he asked in a very low voice, "Did you see anyone?" James considered lying. For a moment, he considered telling Merlin that he hadn't seen anything at all, especially not Petra looking strange and vaguely malevolent. The moment passed. "I saw Petra," he answered quietly, almost whispering. "She and someone else, a woman I think, came out of the hall right after. Whatever it was." Merlin nodded slowly, with grave emphasis. He didn't say anything in response. He didn't need to. 10. James and the Scrim. Students had begun to gather in the darkness around the Hall of Archives by the time Professor Jackson arrived and set up a perimeter of Werewolf House upperclassmen to guard the entrance. The gray-clothed students stood with military precision, hands clasped behind their backs, eyes staring out over the crowd as if daring anyone to try to pass them. Ralph, James, and Zane stood well back from the gathering observers, watching the proceedings with mixed curiosity and trepidation. Ralph frowned at the werewolf guards in the near distance. "What kind of stuff do they have in the archive anyway?" "I was only in there once before," James replied, shrugging. Zane was impressed. "Are you kidding?" he rasped. "I've been on campus a whole year and I've never once been allowed into the archive chambers. Hardly anyone gets to go inside except for Bad Hadley and his student tech crew." "Is that a difficult crew to get on?" Ralph asked, looking aside at Zane. "Not, they're always looking for new members," Zane replied, shaking his head. "There are sign-up sheets all over campus. But that's like actual work." "I wasn't that curious." James asked, "So who's Bad Hadley, anyway?" "Hadley Henriton," Zane answered, lowering his voice. "He's the archive custodian. A muggle, but totally devoted to his job. There's some long tedious story about how he got the position in the first place, but you'll have to ask somebody else about it if you really want to know." He's old and terminally cranky, and he goes by loads of nicknames around the campus. Bad Hadley, Hadley the Horrible, the Henry Donkey, Captain Fisheye, Evil Enos, etc., etc., etc. Us zombies came up with most of them. I wouldn't have guessed, Ralph muttered. Just then, Harry Potter and Oliver Wood arrived, crossing the lawns and cutting through the noisome throng. Zane saw them first, and grabbed Ralph's sleeve. Come on, he hissed, ducking through the knot of students. Where are we going? Ralph asked, following along with James in tow. Zane glanced back with a crooked grin. Where else? To see what happened inside the archive. James shook his head as they ducked through the babbling crowd. They'll never let us in there, he whispered harshly. Sure they will, Zane replied without looking back. Just follow me and walk like you don't expect anyone to stop you. You'd be amazed how often that works. James found himself falling into step behind his own father and Professor Wood as they ascended the steps. Next to him, Zane glanced around wisely, as if he was taking inventory of the pillars around the portico. He had his wand in his hand, held importantly at his side. James produced his own wand and held it the same way. Behind them, Ralph scuffled up the steps, pushing his lank hair out of his face. Almost before he knew it, the three boys found themselves ushered into the darkened entryway of the hall, following in Harry Potter's wake. The noise of the nervous crowd fell away behind them. Mr. Potter, a voice echoed from the inner chamber. I'm glad to see you've arrived. Your particular expertise might be of great value as we descend to the archive floor. It was Chancellor Franklin, his wand lit and held overhead, providing the only light in the huge empty room. He seems to have gained some stowaways as well, a woman's voice commented. James recognized the wizard home economics professor, Mother Newt, as she moved into the light next to Franklin. Excuse me, boys, but this is no place for students. You must leave this instant. We're witnesses. Zane exclaimed suddenly, pushing James and Ralph forward. The three of us saw it happen. You witnessed the attack on this building? Franklin clarified, narrowing his eyes at Zane. Attack. Ralph replied. We saw lightning strike it. And we saw. They were moving their belongings into their new house, Chancellor, Merlin interrupted. If you'll recall, they visited us in the guest house a short while before. Their activities placed them in the vicinity of the phenomena when it occurred. It may prove valuable to interview them presently. And this one, Harry said, shaking his head and smiling down at James, is my son, of course. He and these other two are quite trustworthy. I have called upon their services in the past. Franklin removed his square spectacles and wiped them on his lapel, sighing. As you wish. But let it be known that the school will not take any responsibility for anything that may befall them in this endeavor. Nor would I expect it to, Harry replied. You mentioned with some confidence that what happened here was, in fact, an attack. How can you be so sure? Did you feel the shift? Franklin asked in response. The shift? Wood repeated thoughtfully. Is that what it was? I felt a shake of the earth, Harry said, as if a giant had stomped nearby. Is that what you are referring to? That was not a shake of the earth, a new voice said calmly. James looked up and saw Professor Jackson stride into the light from the rear of the room. His face was set into a grim scowl, but his eyes were electric as he glanced from face to face, ending on Harry. The earth did not move, he went on. Your brain merely attributed the sensation to the most obvious source, but the shift took place on a much deeper, fundamental level. I felt it, Zane nodded. It was as if the whole world suddenly stopped moving, making everything stumble for a moment. Merlin's voice was solemn in the darkness. But it wasn't the world, was it, Professor? It was, if I may be so bold as to guess, the very fabric of reality. It was a dimensional shift, Jackson agreed soberly. How deep a shift, we have yet to discover. And the occurrence of this shift, Harry clarified, tilting his head, is why you suspect the Hall of Archives was attacked. Jackson nodded once, curtly. Mere lightning is not capable of what transpired here tonight, Mr. Potter. I suggest we avoid using the elevator, Franklin announced, turning and striding toward the recessed door in the rear of the room. Wands out, everyone. We cannot be certain that what happened here is entirely over. Professor Jackson and I will lead. Mother Newt, if you would be willing to stand guard at the upstairs entrance. Newt agreed to this with palpable reluctance. She moved next to the inner archive door and produced her wand with a flourish, leaving a trail of pink sparks in the air. Careful, dearies, she said, smiling cryptically as James, Zane, and Ralph passed her, heading into the massive chamber beyond. Inside, Ralph and Zane craned their heads at the marching rows of shelved miscellany and the massive chasm that dropped into the archive's spiraling depths. Silently, Franklin led the group toward the stairway, which they began to descend in single file, with James, Ralph, and Zane in the rear. As the group circled the throat of the archive's staircase, James could see that the strange gold and purple light of the object at the bottom, the thing Franklin had called the Vault of Destinies, was diminished to the point of darkness. Even more unsettling, the complicated motion of the vault had completely ceased. It sat in the dim depths like a sort of gigantic gold and glass rose, its petals curled around some hidden shape. The group tromped on in somber silence, listening only to the shuffling clang of their feet on the metal steps. As they passed the lowest of the archive's dizzying levels, the air grew so cold that James could see his breath puffing out before him. He shivered and pulled his blazer around him, buttoning it up. Finally, the group reached the floor of the archive and congregated in the darkness at the base of the stairs. The lowest level was smaller than the rest, and nearly empty. The stone walls dripped with cold water, and tiny stalactites hung from the bottom of the stairs above like icicles. The center of the space was a round pool, its water mirror flat. Over this, the Vault of Destinies was suspended inside a complicated iron framework. Close up, the vault seemed quite large, slightly taller than Merlin, and comprised entirely of leaf-shaped golden shutters and purplish prisms. In motion, the overlapping shapes would form a dizzying shield of flashing metal and enchanted glass. Now, halted, they embraced the interior shape like a clenched fist. James tried to see inside, but couldn't make anything out. Professor Jackson, if you would extend the walkway, Franklin said quietly, gesturing toward the pool and the dark vault. Jackson moved forward and flicked his wand, pronouncing a complicated incantation under his breath. A dull grinding noise sounded, and James startled as something floated over his shoulder. He was surprised to see that it was a block of stone, prized magically from the wall behind him. It floated past Jackson and lowered, touching the pool but not sinking. More stones wafted into place, forming a neat pathway that led toward the vault. Franklin stepped forward, his boots knocking on the stones, and raised his wand. Harry followed him, and James and Zane watched raptly, peering curiously at the darkly glimmering shape of the vault. Franklin glanced back, his eyes wide, and James saw that the Chancellor was quite shaken. "My friends," he said, swallowing hard. "Never once has the magic of the vault been breached. Never once has it been stilled, even by my own hand. Assuming that it opens now." He paused and shook his head, apparently at a loss for words. Harry nodded soberly and raised his wand, tip up. "Stay well back, James, and the rest of you. If you wish to return to the outside, now is your chance. None will blame you, and most will credit you for it. Professor Wood will accompany you if you choose to go." Wood nodded and looked around. James shook his head, as did Zane. "I know I should probably go," Ralph squeaked. "But if I do, I'll kick myself for the rest of my life. So open it already." Professor Jackson fingered his own wand. Open it, Chancellor. If the shift means what I fear, being outside the archive will make no difference for any of us. Franklin nodded. He turned back to the vault, his shoulders hunched, and raised his wand once more. Slowly, he lowered it, and as he did, the leaves began to move. Starting at the top, they began to shuttle aside, turning and descending silently, aligning with and overlapping the ones beneath. With solemn grace, the vault bloomed, spreading and opening, revealing the shape inside, which was dark and complicated with shadows. As the final golden leaves settled into place, Franklin stepped forward and raised his wand. Its light fell onto a shape that seemed to loom suddenly up out of the darkness, boggling with bulging eyes, its mouth gaping horribly. James gasped in shock and fear, as did Zane and Ralph. Zane's hand snatched out and grabbed a handful of James' blazer, as if for support. Hadley! Franklin cried out hoarsely, reaching to touch the figure that stood before him. I wouldn't do that, Merlin announced loudly, halting Franklin and commanding his attention. Franklin glanced back. It's Mr. Henriton. The custodian. He looks like a statue, Harry said carefully, moving next to Franklin on the stone footpath. It's as if he was turned to stone in the act of trying to intervene in. Whatever happened? He's been frozen, Merlin said, approaching slowly. From the inside out. Every drop of his blood has been frozen as solid and brittle as glass. Is he dead? Franklin asked, peering at the eerily still figure. Hadley's face seemed locked in a permanent rictus of wide-eyed terror. His right hand was stretched out before him, the fingers petrified into a grasping claw. He isn't dead, precisely, Merlin answered carefully. He is suspended. If any of us were to touch him, however, the warmth of our skin might shatter him. Franklin recoiled slightly, his face contorting. Jackson had his wand ready. Stand aside, gentlemen, he instructed. With impressive delicacy, Jackson levitated the frozen figure of Hadley out of the unfurled shape of the vault and settled him into place on the wet stone of the floor beneath the stairs. Hadley's shoes made a sound like clacking crockery when they touched the floor, and the puddle froze instantly around them, producing a faint crackling hiss. Can we help him? Harry asked, watching stoically. Only time and a very subtle increase in temperature will answer that question, Merlin sighed. If he had been frozen outside of this already frosty climate, the warmth of the very air might have been enough to fracture him. We have the means and the facility to do whatever is required on his behalf, Jackson announced. There is nothing further we can do for him at the moment, however. Let us attend to that which brought us here. As one, the gathering turned toward the dark shape nestled inside the unfurled leaves of the vault. Franklin stepped forward once more and raised his wand, letting its light fall over the object. To James, it looked like a sort of wooden table or platform, covered in ornate curlicue carvings and painted painstakingly in shades of blue and gold. Thick beams stood upright within and over the platform, holding a complicated apparatus of hinged arms, treadles, and spoked wheels. At one end of the platform, standing like vibrantly colored totems, were thick spools of thread. At the other end, a banner of thick, richly patterned fabric trailed toward the floor, where it overlapped onto itself in gentle folds. As James peered closer, he saw that the fabric was a sort of tapestry or rug, and that it was, in fact, extremely long, folded back and forth on itself dozens, maybe even hundreds of times. The wooden object itself seemed to be sitting on the mound of carpet, held up by it in the center of the vault's folded leaves. It's a loom, Oliver Wood said, his voice low with thought. Jackson nodded slowly. It is, indeed. Its innumerable threads represent the lives of every living person on the planet. It is their history, condensed into a pattern so complex, so interwoven, that none can decipher it. Then that, Harry said, gesturing toward the carpet that pulled from the loom's end, is all of the world's history. Franklin sighed and nodded toward the spools of richly colored thread at the opposite end. And that, as you might imagine, is the future, unmade and unknowable. Merlin asked the most obvious question of all. Then why, pray tell, is the loom stopped? I believe that it was annihilated, Jackson answered. Harry turned toward the steely-haired professor. How can that be? He asked. It's right here. This is a loom, Jackson replied meaningfully, but it is not our loom. I'm a little lost here, Wood said, raising his hand. Franklin shook his head worriedly. What Professor Jackson is saying is that the loom equals destiny. Destinies cannot be destroyed since they are representations of things far larger, far heavier than any of us could comprehend. They are like the axles of existence, utterly unbreakable and inviolate. Theoretically, however, they can be shifted. Given a shock of enough magnitude, the destiny of one reality can be forced into the next, causing a chain reaction throughout every dimension. Harry narrowed his eyes. If I understand you correctly, Chancellor, Professor Jackson, you are suggesting that the loom of our universe was attacked in some monumental way, and the result was that our loom was switched with that of another universe. Is that an accurate summary? That's crazy, Oliver Wood frowned. You can't swap destinies. Merlin shook his head very slowly. On the contrary, Professor, human beings swap destinies every day, at every moment. Each individual's destiny is, of course, merely the sum total of the choices that they make throughout their lives. This, however, is on a magnitude far greater. According to my theories, Jackson went on, squinting closely at the loom, our reality should have instantly rejected any foreign destiny. In other words, the very moment that our loom was forced into another realm, and was replaced with the loom of some other reality, the balance of the cosmos should have mandated the switch to reverse itself. Something, it appears, is interrupting the self-correcting paradigm of the dimensional continuum. I'm sorry, Harry said, shaking his head. Technomancy was never my strong suit. I don't quite understand. Zane spoke up, surprising James. Somebody switched the destiny of our universe with some other destiny, he said seriously. And then they jammed a chair under the doorknob, forcing that destiny to be stuck here for good, instead of reverting back to where it came from. What does that mean? Wood asked, looking from face to face. And how did it happen? Jackson stepped forward, still peering narrowly at the halted loom. It very well might mean that our reality, from this moment on, could be steadily degrading, breaking down, and grinding into chaos, he said with characteristic bluntness. As for how it happened, what is preventing this loom from returning to the alternate reality from whence it came? I think the answer to that is quite obvious. He bent slightly at the waist, not taking his eyes from the loom. James followed his gaze, stepping forward as well. Everyone did. At first, James couldn't see what it was that the professor was looking at. Franklin raised his wand once more, however, illuminating the loom, and the problem became immediately apparent. Something glimmered very faintly in the air over the working space of the loom, where the countless threads came together and melded into the ever-constant flow of the carpet. One of the threads had been broken and torn out of the carpet. What was left of it was bright red, shining almost as if it was made of finely spun wire. It waved very faintly in the air, forming a curling shape over the fabric from which it had been torn, leaving only the bit that fed from the spools. The broken thread made a shape in the air, almost like a question mark. Well, Merlin said slowly, his voice so low that it seemed to vibrate, this changes everything. The Kite and Key was a small tavern built in one of the oldest quarters of the campus, on the far side of Faculty Row, near a corner of the stone wall that enclosed the school. It served many of the same drinks as James had once procured at the Three Broomsticks, including butterbeer, pumpkin juice and, for the older students, fire whiskey. Not surprisingly, however, it also served some distinctly American drinks and potions, such as honey lager and, also for the older students and faculty, a very dark brown potion with a frothy head called dragon mead. Franklin drank 2 dragon meads as the night progressed while Harry, Oliver Wood, and Professor Jackson settled for honey lanters as they discussed the evening's events in low, serious tones. Mother Newt sat in the corner of the table closest to the tiny bay window, knitting and humming to herself, and yet James could tell that she didn't miss a single word that was spoken. This was borne out by the few things that she did say, which were always heeded with great deference by the others at the table. James, Ralph, and Zane sat at the end of the table, nursing butterbeers and trying to keep up with the discussion. The adults' low, confidential tones of voice, however, and the noise of the rest of the tavern made their attempts to listen rather frustrating. Either way, Mother Newt said finally, not looking up from her knitting, a destiny is a destiny, no matter which loom represents it. The world still turns. We each have our choices laid before us, as has always been. But this loom has ceased its operation, Jackson replied, raising an eyebrow. Newt nodded, still knitting casually. Beneath her industrious fingers pulled a small sweater with a jack-o'-lantern on the front under the words, Grandma's Little Pumpkin. But it is not our loom, as you have so astutely discovered, Professor. Wherever our loom is, it may still be operating, still recording everything we do, just as always. In a low voice, Wood asked, and what of the realm from which this loom has come? Newt clucked her tongue. Perhaps they are not so lucky. Or perhaps their loom was already stopped. Perhaps it comes from a realm not as fortunate as ours, and their destiny has already met its doom. There is no way for us to know, but fortunately, it is not our concern. Mother Newt is quite right, Franklin agreed, settling his empty dragon mead glass onto the table. A dragon's talon clinked in the bottom of the glass, black and hooked. We have only one concern, and we must treat it with the utmost care and secrecy. James looked up at his father as he nodded somberly, his glasses flashing in the dim light of the kite and Keith's hanging lanterns. We must find the missing red thread, he agreed. Once it is returned to the loom, it may set everything to rights once again. If it were possible to know who that particular thread represents, our task might be substantially easier. You may be certain that we will spend all of our considerable arts on that particular question, Franklin said. Professor Jackson is the foremost expert on the loom. If anyone can discover its secrets, it is him. Jackson sighed and shook his head. Alas, it may be impossible. But we shall see what can be done. In the meantime, Harry added briskly, I will do my part. Now that the witnesses have been interviewed properly in the Chancellor's office. He turned to James, Ralph, and Zane and eyed them seriously. Thanks to them, we have our first lead. 2 women, one grown, the other in her late teens, were seen leaving the scene of the attack mere moments after it occurred. Here, he winked at James, unsmiling. James understood the wink. Merlin had purposely arranged for Petra's name to be left out of the official account, but Harry Potter was privy to the secret. James nodded at his father, frowning slightly. There is another lead, Mother Newt commented, looking up seriously. The stolen thread itself will leave its own trail. Franklin nodded. Quite so. It is well known that the loom is intensely magical. This is why we store it buried deep in the earth, where its radiant enchantment cannot interfere with the day-to-day magic of the school. A stolen thread from the loom, especially that taken from a loom from some foreign dimension, will leave a magical imprint as powerful as any single object in the wizarding world. As we speak, I have alerted the local authorities to fan out across the city in search of any unusual sources of power. I suspect we will discover the trail of the thread almost immediately. Let us hope, if and when we do, that it will not already be too late. Feeling somewhat mollified by Franklin's assurance, James stopped listening. Sometime later, he, Ralph, and Zane finished their butterbeers and excused themselves from the gathering. Only Harry and Oliver would noticed, waving goodbye to the boys as they made their way to the tavern's tiny doorway. Outside, the moon had risen high into the sky, shining brightly now that the clouds had blown away. Moonlight lit the campus eerily, making the glow of the scattered lampposts seem rather unnecessary. The boys spoke in low voices as they made their way across the campus, stopping at the entry to the common dorm to retrieve James and Ralph's trunks and bags. In the near distance, the administration hall's clock tower rang out, announcing 9 o'clock. As the boys returned to Apollo Mansion, lugging and levitating their various trunks, they discovered a group of witches sitting on the low portico, speaking in hushed voices. Lucy was among them, as was Aunt Audrey and James' mum. Ginny stood as the boys approached, her eyes bright in the moonlight. "Is everybody all right?" Lucy asked. James saw that she was still wearing her vampire house tie and blazer, buttoned against the slight chill of the evening. "Everybody's fine," Zane sighed. "It's the world that's in sorry shape. According to everybody who knows anything about anything, it's high time we packed up and started looking for a new dimension." Ginny shook her head dismissively. "I'm sure it isn't as bad as that," she said. "It rarely ever is." "I'm going to walk Lucy back to her dormitory," Aunt Audrey sighed, getting to her feet from the front steps. "I'll meet you back at the guest house in a little." "While, Ginevra, to see Neville and the headmaster off." "That's assuming that they still plan to leave tonight." "I suspect so," Ginny agreed. "Good night, Lucy. Lily says congratulations on getting into Vampire House. She started reading those books by your new head of house, and she's totally jealous of you." James rolled his eyes as he pulled his trunk up onto the portico. "Where is Lil, anyway?" "She's back at our new flat with your Uncle Percy and Molly. Percy will probably blow a cauldron when he hears what happened here tonight, and him not here to get all worked up about it." She sighed and settled to a seat on James' trunk. "Wait with me, won't you, son? Your father promised he'd be back before 9:30. Keep your mum company until then." She patted the trunk next to her, where there was just enough room for James to sit as well. He did, and she put her arm around him. Ralph and Zane plopped onto another trunk at the base of the steps, resting their chins on their hands, as if too tired to go on. The moon shone on them all with its bony glow, and James couldn't help worrying. It had been a strange, foreboding evening, and the worst of it still seemed to be happening, what with the stopped loom and the missing thread and the twin mysteries of Petra's involvement and the enigmatic woman that had been with her. He sighed deeply, feeling greatly unsettled. "I almost forgot," Ginny said, sitting up suddenly. "You left this in the galley of the Gwyndomere. Captain Farragut gave it to me before we disembarked." She retrieved her shoulder bag and rummaged in it. A moment later, she produced a thick gray sweater from the depths of the small bag. "Your grandmother made this for you," she said reproachfully, handing the sweater to her son. "If she learned you'd lost it during the voyage, she'd probably make me a new one out of Devil's Snare," James sighed. He knew the mantra of their family quite well. "That's right," Ginny smiled. "Now put it on before you catch cold out here. You two should bundle up as well. It's getting chilly and late." "Yes, ma'am," Zane said hollowly, not making any effort to get up. Ginny looked from face to face, her brow lowered slightly. Finally, she took James' chin in her hand and turned his face to hers. "Cut it out," she said sternly, surprising him. "What?" he exclaimed, pulling away. "I'm not doing anything." "Yes, you are," she insisted seriously. "All three of you are. I recognize it as plain as day. You're getting all wrapped up in what happened tonight. Pretty soon you'll start feeling like you all need to go out and do something huge and daring to set it to rights. I see it on your faces, as plain as day. So cut it out. We're not, Mum. James protested, his face reddening. We're just sitting here, for Merlin's sake. Ginny softened, very slightly. I know the look, she said, shaking her head. You can't grow up around the likes of your father, Uncle Ron, and Aunt Hermione and not recognize when the wheels of some half-brained adventure start turning. Well, Ralph said, sitting up on his trunk, we were there when the archive was attacked, after all. We saw what happened. And we know even more about it than Chancellor Franklin does, thanks to Merlin. We have something to do with it already, don't we? It's not our fault fate keeps doing stuff like this to us. That's what I'm talking about, Ginny said firmly. Look, you won't hear me say this very often, so pay attention. Fate is a nasty, sneaky prankster. You don't have to do what she tells you, no matter what the storybooks say. You do have to do what I tell you. Zane Walker, I've met your mother, and if she was here, she'd tell you the same thing I am. And Ralph, I'm the closest thing you've got to a mum, so you heed me as well. You three already have a job to do, but it isn't saving the world. It's learning arithmancy, and playing Quidditch and whatever that strange American sport is with all the rings and cudgels, and, well, meeting girls. If the world needs saving, then it's a job best left to your father and Merlin and the rest of them. They've all done it before, after all. It's rather old hat for them. You don't need to worry about it. James sighed and rolled his eyes. We're not, Mum. Lay off us, all right? Ginny met her son's eyes and searched them. After a long moment, she seemed to grudgingly accept what she saw there. She nodded slowly. It's going to be all right, she said, turning to address the three of them. Are you hearing me? You lot don't need to worry about it. It's going to be fine. It always is, isn't it? James nodded as his mother put her arm around him again. It did always seem to end up being all right, no matter how bad things looked at any given moment. And yet he couldn't help thinking of Merlin's words when they'd all seen the loom with its broken crimson thread, this changes everything. And on the heels of that, echoing in his memory like a tickling feather, he recalled Scorpius Malfoy's comment on the morning their journey had begun. Fate seems to enjoy placing you Potters right onto the bullseyes of history, he'd said, as if anticipating James' mother's words. It might be a good idea to try not to be too distracted if that should happen again. In the moonlight, James shuddered slightly under his mother's arm. As with all initially unfamiliar things, James found life at Almedal-Aeron dizzyingly foreign at first, and then merely odd, and finally, nearing the end of his first week, only occasionally eccentric but otherwise fairly manageable. Unlike the sleeping quarters he had been used to at Hogwarts, the Bigfoot dormitory was divided into a warren of small bedrooms on the third floor, extending up into the attic. Some of the rooms housed as many as 6 students, but Ralph and James found themselves in a very small 2-person room at the end of the main hall. Upon inspection, James determined that until fairly recently, the room had probably served as a maintenance closet. This suspicion was cemented late during their first night when the janitor came in and shone a torch around the room, claiming to be in search of a spear mop. He didn't seem particularly surprised to find James and Ralph blinking blearily at him from the darkness, however, and spent some time rummaging under their beds in search of the missing mop, which he eventually found. Over the course of the first few days of school, James and Ralph enlisted Zane's help in decorating their room, filling it with Quidditch posters, a makeshift Gryffindor banner, an old carpet they'd rescued from the trash cans behind the common dorm, and a small bust of Sir Percival Pepperpock, which was enchanted to say amusingly crass phrases whenever the dorm room door opened. The upshot of life in Apollo Mansion, however, was that the rest of Bigfoot House seemed to accept James and Ralph with a fairly universal degree of equanimity, nearly approaching boredom. They seemed to be a good and loyal bunch, surprisingly diverse, with members from all over the world and even representing a variety of humanoid species. There was a sophomore goblin named Nickelbrig and an overweight junior villain named Jasmine Jade, upon whom Ralph seemed to have a rather hopeless crush despite her obvious, and perplexing, lack of self-esteem. There was even an actual Bigfoot with long ape-like arms, feet the size of frying pans, and an inexplicable predilection for polka music, which he played for hours at a time on the house's ancient record player. Oliver Wood was quick to introduce James and Ralph to all of their housemates during evenings spent in the basement game room, under the twin gazes of the stuffed deer and moose heads, affectionately known as Heckle and Jekyll. Both boys found themselves becoming increasingly familiar with the names and faces of their fellow Bigfoots as they passed them on their way to the common bathroom each morning. There were no bullies or obnoxious kids in Bigfoot House, but neither were there any apparently shining stars, either academically or athletically. "We're a team," Wood proclaimed happily, nodding at the Bigfoots as they congregated around the game room of an evening. "No standouts on either end, but that just makes us stronger in the middle. No other house can boast that." Secretly, James wondered if that was such a particularly good thing. When he asked Zane about it, the boy nodded enthusiastically. "I know exactly what you mean," he exclaimed. "Apart from you and the Ralphinator, Bigfoot House is like a magnet for the mediocre. It's like living on the island of misfit toys." James didn't understand the reference and stopped Zane with a sigh and a roll of his eyes when the blond boy attempted to explain it. Getting the hang of all the new classes was by far the hardest part of adjusting to life at Al-Eron. Finding the classrooms, which were scattered all over the sprawling autumn campus, was made far easier by the fact that Zane seemed to be in almost all of the same classes as James and Ralph, and he knew his way around the campus very well. The class names, however, often seemed unnecessarily obtuse and confusing. Many of the classes James was accustomed to at Hogwarts didn't seem to have any American equivalent whatsoever. On the other hand, the American wizarding curriculum included courses on such things as Muggle occupation studies and clockwork mechanics, which were not at all a part of James' previous Hogwarts studies. Some of the classes he liked quite a lot, such as Magi American History, which was taught by a full-fledged American giant named Paul Bunyan, and Advanced Elemental Transmutation, which was the American version of Transfiguration. Others he dreaded exquisitely, such as Precognitive Engineering and Magiography, with the stultifyingly dull Professor Wimbrinkle. His most hated class, however, was the American equivalent of Defense Against the Dark Arts, known locally as Forbidden Practices and Cursology. Taught by the insufferable Persephone Remora, the only students that seemed to enjoy the class were the members of her own vampire house, who adored and revered the professor with something like fanatical devotion. As it turned out, Remora had made quite a reputation for herself by writing a series of wizarding romance novels about fictional American vampires with amazingly cool names and darkly dashing personalities. In class, she made thinly veiled references to the ongoing progress of her latest book, claiming that her stories were not fictional at all, but merely novelized accounts of her own life experiences. Much like another series of books based loosely on the exploits of a certain famous wizard, she said in class, sniffing disdainfully and glancing furtively at James. Although mine, she went on breezily, are not biased in favor of the main characters. I write my tales exactly as they happened, with an eye toward intellectual honesty. An adjective-heavy run-on sentences, Zane mumbled under his breath, his face low over his parchment as he doodled. The shard of the Amcerous earth had proven to be exactly as refreshing to James and Ralph as Merlin had implied. Most afternoons, James would return to his and Ralph's dormitory room on the third floor of Apollo Mansion and uncover the shard. He'd tap it with his wand and say the phrase that Merlin had taught him and watch as the Gryffindor common room swam into view, usually filled with late evening activity. The first time he had done it, both Ralph and Zane had been with him, and they had succeeded in startling Cameron Creevey quite badly, calling his name from the enchanted mirror over the Gryffindor fireplace. Cam. James had called, cupping his hands to his mouth and leaning close to the shard where it hung on the back of his dormitory room door. Kim. Can you hear me? It's me and Ralph and Zane. Where's Rose and everybody? Cameron had lowered the potions book he'd been studying and glanced around uncertainly. When James called his name again, the boy looked up, saw the three boys' faces in the mirror over the hearth, and leapt neatly over the back of the hearth sofa, throwing his book into the air. A second later, he peered over the back of the sofa, his eyes wild. Somebody killed James, he cried out shrilly. And Ralph Deedle. And that third bloke, the blonde one that they hung out with their first year. They're haunting us in the mirror. Look. He pointed frantically as James, Ralph, and Zane dissolved into laughter. It was nearly a minute before they could recover enough to explain to the gathered students on the other side of the shard that they weren't ghosts at all, but were simply communicating from the States via Merlin's magical mirror. As they finished, James heard Rose's voice as she pushed through the crowd of Gryffindors. James? Is that you? Move aside, Paulson, you great ape. She elbowed her way to the front and leaned close to the mirror on her side. James, she asked gravely, what are the three of you doing in the mirror? James drew a breath to answer, but Rose shook her head impatiently. Never mind. Tell me this first. Is it true that the American students get to take weekly field trips to some giant unplottable prairie where Native American Indians still sleep in teepees and live like they did 300 years ago? Because if it is, I don't even want to talk to you again out of sheer dead jealousy. No, Rose, James laughed. Nothing like that's happened. So far, classes here are almost just like classes back home. Some are good, some are bad, but it's just school. Different country, same routine. Rose sighed skeptically. All right then, she said, plopping onto the sofa. Cameron Creevy was still peering over it, his eyes wide. Rose planted a hand on the side of his head and shoved him away. So how is it there, then? How are you two and Lucy and everyone else settling in? Tell me everything, spare nothing. James shook his head helplessly, not knowing where to begin. Zane, however, skipped right to the bit that most interested him. Prejudice turned all evil schizo on us, he exclaimed, his eyes going wide. She attacked the Hall of Archives and destroyed life as we know it. Shut up, James said, pushing his friend aside. We're not supposed to talk about that. And besides, she says that it wasn't her. She says that she was asleep when it happened, along with Izzy in her rooms on campus, Ralph clarified, raising a finger. And Merlin only told us to keep it a secret around the school. He didn't say anything about our friends back home. Wait a minute, a different voice said from the other side of the shard. James looked up and saw Scorpius Malfoy seating himself on the sofa next to Rose as the rest of the students drifted back to their homework and various conversations. What's this about Morgenstern? Are you telling us that she's already gotten into trouble with the Americans? No, James said immediately, glancing warningly at Ralph and Zane. There was some confusion, but nobody really knows what happened. It's complicated. Together, the three boys explained the events that surrounded the attack on the Vault of Destinies, ending with the details of their interview with Chancellor Franklin, Merlin, and James' father in the Chancellor's office, which had occurred later that night. So Merlin didn't let you tell the Americans that it was Petrie you saw leaving the archive? Rose asked, frowning. He didn't really stop us from saying so, Ralph answered. He just sort of explained it to Franklin on our behalf, leaving that bit out, and we didn't contradict him. It helped that those crazy loons at the WULF released an announcement the next day claiming that they had been the ones responsible for the attack. They said that if Harry Potter and his people didn't return home, there soon wouldn't be any home for them to return to. Rose frowned. Do you think it really was the WULF that was responsible for the attack? It would make sense, Zane nodded. They already went after James' dad and the rest of us once, on the Zephyr ride here. At that point, the conversation turned to an excited recitation of the traveler's adventure on the train and the warning issued by the WULF leader immediately before he flew away. Finally, Rose shook her head thoughtfully. And yet it wasn't the WULF leader you saw coming out of the archive after the attack, she mused. It was Petra and some other woman, right? Unofficially, yes, Zane agreed. According to Merlin's version of the story, we just saw 2 women leaving the archive. He seemed to want to keep Petra's part secret. From the other side of the shard, Scorpius asked, why would he do that? He said something about it to me afterwards, James admitted, shuffling his feet. He said that it was important that he choose his battles wisely, whatever that means. He talked to Petra himself after the whole thing was over, right before he left. And then he came and talked to me. He said that it would be best if we kept what we knew to ourselves since the Americans wouldn't have the facilities to properly handle any investigation of Petra. That's exactly how he put it, but I don't know what in the world he meant by it. And then he asked me, along with Ralph and Zane, to keep an eye on her, for him. He knew that she was involved in the attack on the vault and he just let her go. Rose said skeptically. Pardon me for saying so, but that seems extremely odd. What did he want you to watch out for? James shrugged, looking from face to face. First of all, maybe she wasn't really involved, he insisted. Maybe it was. I don't know. Someone using polyjuice potion or something. Scorpius sighed wearily. Potter, your blind loyalty is getting to be a bit of a drag. Isn't this exactly like what happened last year, when you refused to admit that you saw the headmaster in the magic mirror, consorting with villains? James' face heated. I ended up being right, didn't I? He replied. I mean, sure, it was Merlin, but he hadn't gone all evil. And neither has Petra. Rose waved a hand impatiently. So what are you supposed to be watching out for with Petra? James sighed. Anything out of the ordinary, I guess. Merlin didn't get specific. She's gotten herself an apprenticeship position here at the school, working with the potions master, so we'll be seeing her at least twice a week. Merlin must trust her because he helped get her the post. Scorpius looked thoughtful where he sat on the sofa next to Rose. Maybe Merlin got her the post in order to make it easier for them to keep an eye on her. Why wouldn't he just bring her and Izzy back here with him? Rose asked, looking aside at the boy next to her. Maybe he can't, Scorpius answered simply. Wait a minute, Zane said, narrowing his eyes. He leaned forward and peered critically into the shard, his face contorted in the comic half-grin that marked his version of deep thought. Are you two dating? He asked suddenly. Rose's eyes widened and she glanced at Scorpius, who looked back at her sideways. There was a long pause. I knew it. Zane cried, pointing at the shard. Rose's face went red. Don't be ridiculous. We're just friends. And we're both not even 13 years old, if you recall. Rose has a boyfriend, Zane sang, grinning. Scorpius rolled his eyes and climbed to his feet on the other side of the glass. I have Rune's homework, he stated in a bored voice, walking away. You're all idiots, Rose fumed, crossing her arms and refusing to make eye contact with the boys in the mirror. That may be, Zane nodded, still grinning, but we're perceptive idiots. Aren't we? He glanced back at James and Ralph. Ralph shook his head. I have Muggo CC homework, he said, turning to his bed, which he threw himself on. See you later, Rose, James smiled. I expect Scorpius could use some help with his rooms. Scorpius does just fine on his own, she muttered, standing up. Let me know what else happens there, alright? And bring Lucy with you the next time you pop on. Maybe we'll get some intelligent conversation out of her. As the final day of Ralph and James' first full week at Audiobooks finally came around, James found himself looking quite forward to the weekend. Now that Merlin and Professor Longbottom had gone home and his parents and sister were busy getting themselves settled into their new flat, it was going to be James' first chance to enjoy a few days of freedom. There was still quite a lot of the campus that he had not explored, including the inside of the Tower of Art, the strange ruin at the northern end of the campus, the massive sports stadium, and the endless statues, fountains, and odd magical landmarks that dotted the grounds. Lucy had promised to take the boys on a tour of Erebus Castle, home of Vampire House, but James was rather less interested in that, having already cursology class in the large glassed moon room of the castle and not particularly liking what he'd seen. Hogwarts Castle was the real thing, of course. By comparison, Erebus Castle felt a bit like a Muggle movie set, with Baroque chandeliers crammed into every available ceiling space, enormous, morbidly detailed tapestries hung from every stone wall, and far too many suits of armor, gaping fireplaces, and looming staircases. For her own part, Lucy seemed to have quickly come to love her house and her fellow vampires, even befriending some of the girls whom they had first encountered aboard the Gwendolyn. Sure, they're all a little melodramatic and morose, she conceded at breakfast on Friday morning, but they're really imaginative and intelligent. Felicia Devereaux makes charcoal rubbings of the gravestones in the campus cemetery. And Drusilla Hemmings writes poetry. It doesn't rhyme or anything, but that just means it's really good poetry. Very grown up. Yeah, Zane nodded critically. And I hear the whole lot of them are making some new clothes for the Emperor. Lucy blinked at Zane, and then shook her head derisively. Wait a minute, Ralph said, frowning. America has an emperor? The last class of the morning turned out to be theoretical gravity, which was apparently a strange mix of levitation, flight, and anything else that dealt with getting things off the ground. The class met in the center of a grassy quadrangle between the Tower of Art and the administration hall, and James was delighted to see the trans-dimensional garage pitched nearby, its canvas walls flapping in the breeze. The flying cars sat inside, their chrome glittering as the sun angled into the tent's open front. Is that the permanent home of the American side of the garage? James asked Zane. Zane glanced back at the tent-like structure. Yeah, I think the other side is somewhere in Pakistan right now. There's a team of wizarding archaeologists there, digging up some old magical city. Professor Popshirt is always dragging his students all over the world, scratching around in the dirt like a bunch of beetles. In fact, beetles are all they brought back with them last time. Scarabs, actually, from Egypt. Pretty cool, now that I think of it. They're up in the museum on the top floor of the Tower of Art. As Zane spoke, a figure strode out from beneath the huge trees at the edge of the quadrangle, and James was surprised to recognize Oliver Wood, dressed in a short cape and boots with a pair of goggles pushed up over his eyebrows. Greetings, students, he proclaimed, summoning them to gather around him in the sunlight. Professor Asher is feeling a bit under the weather today, so I've been asked to fill in. I am given to understand that you are currently working on intermediate airborne traffic regulations, yes? There was a collective moan as the students slumped. Come on, one of the eager boys complained. Asher's sick. Can't we do something other than aerial right-off way drills? Let's do a collective levitation. Nosedive recovery practice, a zombie girl called. From 1,000 feet. It's clear enough today. The class broke into a babble of unruly voices as Wood shook his head and raised his hands, palms out. Look, you lot, just because your professor's sick, doesn't mean we can just ignore the curriculum. He'll be back next Friday. Probably. Actually, maybe not, now that you mention it. Once he got the eager student asked. I hear it's Witherwort, a vampire girl, called out from the rear of the gathering. Everyone turned to look back at her. She blinked at them. At least, that's the rumor that's going around. I don't know anything about it. It isn't like I cursed him with it just to put off my UPDWN examination. None of you can prove anything. Either way, Wood said, trying to regain control of the class, it may, in fact, be that the professor could be absent for a few weeks. So, the class broke into a babble again, begging to be given a holiday from the regiment of flight regulations. They had, apparently, been studying. Wood glanced over the students a bit helplessly, and then grinned. Fine, he called out, silencing them nearly instantly. We'll run some laps on the clutch course, just to warm up. After that, we'll go over passing streams and confined space landing techniques. Excellent, Zane enthused as the class cheered, drowning out the second half of Wood's statement. We can get a little speed behind us up in the rings. It's good timing, too. The first clutch match of the season is only a week away. So what is clutch, anyway? Ralph asked as the class followed Wood across the quadrangle, heading for the stadium parapets, which were just visible over the roofs of Faculty Row. Is it anything like Quidditch? Not really, Zane answered, cinching up the corner of his mouth thoughtfully. Clutch cudgel is sort of a cross between broom racing and rugby. Basically, you have a series of floating rings that form a big figure eight in the air over the field. The point is to catch one of the 3 clutches, which are just flying leather footballs, and then zoom 3 times through the course as fast as you can. On the last pass, you toss the clutch through the goal over the middle ring. James shrugged. Doesn't sound too hard. Nope, Zane agreed. Except for the bullies. They're the guys on the other team whose job is to force you out of the rings and make you forfeit the clutch. Ralph nodded. All right. But still, assuming you get past them, it's just a straight shot to the goal, right? Zane clapped Ralph on the shoulder. Absolutely. Except for the keeper. He carries a big wooden cudgel, and he'll swat the clutch right back at you if he can. Knock you right off your broom if you aren't careful. Bullies can carry cudgels, too, sometimes. And don't forget about the offensive and defensive spell work, another boy called from nearby. Right, you are, Heathrow, Zane replied. The magic game is an essential part of the sport. Which is why the zombies will rule the course this year. In your dreams, Walker, an eager girl countered. We'll clobber the lot of you at the first cross passage. Cross passage? James asked, glancing aside at Zane, who waved a hand dismissively. Some of the bullies will hang back during the first loop, just so they can meet you at the intersection and broadside you. You can usually duck under them, and most of them don't really have the guts to perform a true kamikaze. Team Igor has plenty of guts, the girl grinned wickedly. We just got a refrigerated shipment of them last Wednesday. Gonna whip yourselves up a squad of Frankensteins who actually know how to fly a clutch course? Zane asked brightly. Or are you just hoping to spawn some dates for the Halloween banquet? The girl fumed angrily but couldn't seem to come up with a sufficient retort. Zane dismissed her airily. Shortly, the class entered the shadow of Pepperpock Down, which consisted of a series of tall grandstands surrounding a neatly cropped field. 2 wooden gantries faced each other in the center of the field, each topped with a broad platform and hung with house banners. A scattering of students sat in the grandstands, soaking in the autumn sunlight or chatting in small knots. At ground level, a group of college-aged werewolves ran exercise drills, their gray t-shirts and sweatpants dark with sweat. Wood led his class across the pitch toward a door in the base of the right gantry. Grab a broom, everyone, he called, heaving the large door open and revealing a low, dark locker room. Let's not be choosy. I want to see you all on the platform in 5 minutes. James and Ralph were among the last ones into the musty space. The room was embedded into the ground beneath the field and framed in stone, with a low wooden roof. More house banners decorated the inside walls, most quite old and dusty. Hundreds of brooms were hung on pegs or stashed in large quivers. Babbling noisily in the cramped space, the students chose a broom each and began climbing a set of narrow stairs that spiraled through the ceiling. "Whoa," Ralph said, nudging James and pointing. "Look at those." James whistled appreciatively as he moved toward a set of shelves beneath the stairs. "Are those brooms? I've never seen anything like that before." The objects lined neatly on the shelves were as long as brooms, but much flatter and wider, like fence planks that had been smoothed and polished. Their tails were streamlined and flattened, each bristle honed to a needle-like point. Some had been painted with garish designs and colors. They gleamed mellowly in the dusty light. "Are we allowed to use these?" James asked, wide-eyed. Ralph shrugged and grinned. "I don't see why not. I'd ask Zane, but he was one of the first ones up to the platform. Come on, let's give it a shot. They sure beat the house brooms back home." James nodded. Almost reverently, he picked up the closest of the strange brooms. It was painted glossy black with blue flames streaming from the front. Ralph took the one next to it, which was streaked with orange and black like a tiger's stripes. Held upright, each broom was slightly taller than they were. After a moment's admiration of themselves with their impressive brooms, both boys turned and followed the last of the class up into the open-air staircase. A minute later, much out of breath, they climbed into the brightness of the platform high over the field. The grandstands didn't seem so very tall anymore as they ringed the field. The campus sprawled away into the hazy distance, topped by the bell tower on the roof of Administration Hall, which was the only thing higher than the stadium platforms. Glittering in the air over the field, James saw the rings that formed the Clutch-Cudgel course. The one in the middle was larger than the others, and topped with a second ring, smaller and shining silver, obviously the goal ring. A line of pigeons perched atop of the goal ring, watching the students where they gathered on the platform. "All right," Wood said, clapping his hands together briskly. "Let's stretch our legs a bit, shall we? 3 warm-up laps should do the trick. This isn't a competition, so let's avoid passing each other. Leaders cross on top at the intersection, followers keep below. Understood? Then let's be off." With a curt nod, Wood straddled his own broom and kicked off, bobbing up into the air and passing through the nearest of the floating golden rings. The thought of taking off from such a high perch gave James a vaguely queasy feeling, but none of the other students seemed the slightest bit nervous about it. Like dandelion seeds in a breeze, they streamed into the air, following Wood as he navigated serenely through the course. "Well," Ralph said, hefting his broom so that it bobbed next to him, "here goes nothing." Both boys attempted to straddle the oddly shaped brooms and immediately found them rather uncomfortable and awkward. "Is it just me," Ralph said, bouncing on tiptoe toward the ledge of the platform, "or does something about this feel a little backwards?" Most of the rest of the class had already taken off, forming a long line that streamed through the rings, calling out chatter like birds on a telephone wire. Zane still stood on the edge of the platform, waiting his turn as the others launched ahead of him. He glanced back as James and Ralph huddled into place behind him, and his eyes bulged. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he hissed suddenly, alarmed. "What are you doing? Get off, quick, before anyone sees you." James blinked at his friend and then scrambled to get off of the odd broom. Ralph did the same, but seemed to be rather stuck. He tilted sideways, nearly falling off the broom onto the platform. "You guys are lucky I'm the only one that saw that," Zane rasped urgently. "If anyone else saw you sitting on a scrim." He shook his head, speechlessly. "What?" James exclaimed in a hushed voice. Wood said, grab a broom. What's wrong with these? Zane rolled his eyes and smacked a palm to his forehead. These aren't brooms, he said, exasperated. They're scrims. It's an American thing. I mean, look at them. So what's the difference, exactly? Ralph asked, annoyed. For one thing, Zane replied, you don't straddle a scrim. You stand on it. For another thing, they're designed specifically for clutch cudgel matches, not regular flying around. James threw up his hands. How were we supposed to know? They were right there, in plain sight. Zane sighed, still straddling his own broom. Well, I guess there's no rule against using a scrim in class. It's just not something anyone does. From across the open air of the course, Professor Wood's voice called out. Hurry it up, you three. We're one lap down already. They've got scrims, a girl cried incredulously. I bet they don't even know which end's the front. There was a chorus of laughter as the line of students circled the platform, looping back toward the intersection. James watched and they watched him back, many of them smirking and shaking their heads. He glanced back at Zane, who shrugged and raised his eyebrows. Well, it's your funeral, mate. Go for it. With that, he kicked off himself, merging with the rest of the class. You aren't serious, Ralph asked in a low voice. Are you? Do they even teach flight at that poofy European school of yours? One of the werewolf students called out, grinning. James set his face into a resolved frown, lifted his right foot and planted it onto the beam of the scrim. It bobbed slightly but remained steady. He's going to try it, a girl yelled. He'll plummet like a stone and bury himself in the field. Maybe he'll take some of those werewolf upperclassmen with him. She laughed shrilly. Ralph raised his own foot and placed it awkwardly onto the tiger-striped scrim. I can't help feeling like this is a really bad idea, he muttered to himself. Buck up, mate, James said. At least it wouldn't be our first sport-related disaster. Ralph glanced at him. Last time, I saved your bum. Who'll save us this time? Maybe we can save each other. Or maybe this time, we won't need any saving. So how do we do this? Ralph asked, swallowing hard. James shook his head. I think, he said, steeling himself, that you just don't think about it. Before Ralph could respond, James drew a deep breath, coiled himself, and kicked off. Wait. Ralph called out, but James was already gone. The scrim dipped sharply off the end of the platform, with James ducking low over it, and then, miraculously, it bobbed upwards again, wobbling wildly. He's doing it, a voice announced incredulously. So far, at least. Look at him dance. James. Wood cried from across the bright distance. That's a scrim. What are you doing? He's fine, the werewolf boy called, grinning meanly. Look at him. He's a natural. There was a smattering of laughter. James struggled to keep his balance on the scrim as it bobbed and slithered beneath his feet, zigging out into the middle of the course. The field swayed, far below, looking ridiculously distant and unforgivably hard. He gasped and nearly lost his balance. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, shutting out the sight and concentrating instead on keeping his balance. Amazingly, it worked. The scrim leveled out and ceased its terrible wobbling. James drew a deep breath, bent his knees a little, and relaxed his shoulders. Slowly, he slitted his eyes again, keeping them raised and refusing to look down. The line of broom-borne students strung out ahead of him, most looking back with curiosity and surprise. Well, I'll be jiggered, a fellow Bigfoot named Norik announced, smiling. Look at you, James. You're doing it. He'll go over the side like a brick any moment now, the werewolf boy called, his grin faltering. James didn't feel like he was going to go over the side, however. In fact, the more he relaxed on the narrow beam of the scrim, the more he thought he understood the way the unusual broom worked. Unlike normal flight, operating a scrim was all about how he angled his feet and maneuvered his center of gravity. These were skills that had come naturally to him on the football field. Maybe the same thing that had made him good with the football would make him good at flying a scrim. Cautiously, he experimented with leaning forward, accelerating slightly. He angled around the student, who flew in the rear, passing somewhat nervously. The student was a girl from Pixie House, her streaming blonde hair tied in an immaculate ponytail. She frowned at him with disbelief. "No passing, please," Oliver Wood called from the opposite end of the course. James glanced aside at him as he flew, slowing slightly. "Beginner's luck," the werewolf boy proclaimed, looking back at James over his shoulder, his eyes narrowed. "Try that during a real match and see what happens." James ignored the boy. He glanced down at himself, surprised at how well he was doing. Some part of him had suspected that he might actually be able to manage himself on a scrim. He hadn't known why, but now he thought perhaps he did. Potters were born flyers. He'd never understood it before, but then again, he'd never been given the opportunity to fly like this before. It felt perfectly natural, as if the scrim was simply an extension of his own body. Experimentally, he tried a little shimmy, and felt the board carve effortlessly back and forth beneath him, cutting the wind like a knife. He began to speed up again, passing the werewolf boy. "He's gonna lap you, Pence," another boy called from across the course. "The newbie's gonna show you up." There was a hoot of laughter. James saw the look in the boy's eye a moment before the gray-gloved hand lanced out. The werewolf boy, Pence, meant to smack the scrim as it passed him, knocking James off balance. Instead, his hand missed cleanly as James tilted his ankles, dodging momentarily out of the boy's reach. Both of them blinked in surprise. Pence's face turned ugly, and he lunged out again, meaning to catch the end of James' scrim. James fainted away again, marveling at how easy it was. Pence was growing furious. He lashed out again, lunging on his broom, and nearly rolled it over as James dipped down and away, grinning. "Come back here," Pence hissed. "Be careful," James replied. "I'd hate to see you make a crater on the field. But then again, maybe you'd take out some of your housemates on the way." "No passing," Wood called again. "This just a warm-up exercise, everyone." James glanced around once more, peering over his shoulder to see where the professor was. "That's right, Cornelius," Pence growled. "You can pass me when you're on your way to the dirt." He lunged out once more, this time with both hands. His fingers closed on air, however, as James dodged up over the boy, and Pence did roll over this time. He scrambled to grasp hold of his broom as it slewed back and forth, arcing out of the line of flyers. James swooped over Pence easily, picking up speed. All around, students began to respond, laughing at Pence as he struggled to right himself on his broom, but James barely heard them. He hungered lower on the scrim, still accelerating, and threaded through the flyers, now passing them one at a time. The pure pleasure of flight was intoxicating. It filled him from head to toe, tingling like secret magic. This time, however, it wasn't wizard magic. This was the pure and simple magic of discovering some innate, hidden talent and finally, wonderfully, finding the means to exercise it. He leaned forward over the scrim, driving it onward, following the line of flying students, beginning to swerve through them like pylons. He didn't hear Professor Wood calling out to him, nor did he hear Zane's hearty whoop of encouragement as James passed him, still accelerating. "This is what my dad felt," James thought happily. The first time he sat on a broom and took it up into the sky, this is what he felt. It makes sense to me now. Now I understand the feeling. A nearly absurd sense of pride and delight welled up inside James, flooding his heart and tingling all the way down to his toes. He couldn't bear it any longer. Gently, instinctively, he leaned forward. The scrim sped up, and this time James didn't hold it back. He leaned into the wind and dropped out of the rings of the clutch course, angling out in a wide arc over the grandstands. Students peered up at him as he whooshed overhead, leaning so far over the flat of the scrim that he curled his fingers over its tip, bearing his face into the thundering force of the air. He couldn't bring himself to remain in the confines of the stadium, not when there was so much open air out over the rest of the sun-washed campus. With a whoop of joy and a wild lean, he spun off between the grandstands, angling out over the trees. The bell tower of Administration Hall swayed before him and he aimed for it, slaloming back and forth on the air currents. The wind felt almost like a solid thing all around him. It was as if the faster he flew, the steadier the scrim was beneath his feet, allowing him to lean dramatically from side to side with no sense of vertigo. The bell tower grew large with amazing speed and James swooped past it so closely that he saw his shadow flicker over the conical roof. Instantly, he tucked and leaned, drawing the scrim sideways into a tight corkscrew turn. James spiraled downwards and banked toward a cluster of huge pine trees. The air of his passage startled pigeons from the trees and dragged a wake of loose needles and twigs out behind him, forming a pine-scented trail into the sky. He leaned over the scrim again and dipped low over the blur of the campus. Students glanced up as he flashed overhead, pulling a shaft of wind behind him like an aftershock. Still he lowered so that his reflection raced him in one of the long pools that lined the mall. The gargoyle bird bath loomed ahead and James pulled sharply up at the last moment so that he shot through the spray of the fountain itself, exploding it into mist. Laughing, he angled back again, rising and slowing, breathing a deep sigh of elated excitement. The campus unrolled beneath him until the stadium heaved into view once again, waiting for him. The rest of the class had finished their laps. They stood dumbstruck on the platform, holding their brooms at their sides, watching as James swooped expertly over them, lowering. Ralph and Zane stood on the edge of the platform, grinning madly and shaking their heads in wonderment. The small crowd opened beneath James, giving him room to touch down. Before the scrim touched the platform, James jumped nimbly off it, landing easily and collecting the scrim as it bobbed up alongside. He panted giddily, shook fountain water from his hair, and looked around at the class. "Mr. Potter," Professor Wood called out sternly. James glanced around, and the smile dropped suddenly from his face. Wood's face was taut with severity. "I have exactly 2 questions for you, young man. The first is, what detention do you prefer? Writing lines or scrubbing bathroom floors?" James' face fell. He stammered. "Writing lines, I guess?" Wood nodded slowly. "Writing lines, it is. See me in my office this evening." James sighed. "Yes, sir, sorry. What's your second question?" Wood's face turned very slightly thoughtful. James had the sudden sense that the professor was trying very hard to suppress a smile. In a more conversational tone of voice, he asked, "What size jersey do you wear?" 11, Jardin d'Aden. Professor Wood's Bigfoot office consisted of a small space in the corner of Apollo Mansion's basement game room. A single rickety desk sat near the giant old refrigerator, overlooked by the stuffed heads of Heckle and Jekyll. Both heads were awake and listening intently as Wood gave James his line-writing assignment. "It's the principle of the thing, really," Wood said apologetically. "I can't be seen to go easy on you, James, especially if you are going to play for the Bigfoot Club's team. 100 lines should suffice." "This isn't really lines, Professor," James said tentatively, looking down at the small booklet in his hand. The cover was gray with tarnished silvery letters embossed onto it, reading, Official Rules and Regulatory Overview of the Sport of Clutch Cudgel by Quincy Derb Tripling Tongue, Commissioner, United States Parochial Clutch Cudgel League. Lines are lines, cadet, a voice bleated nearby. James glanced up to see Heckle, the deer head, studying him severely. May as well make them useful, eh? Who are you talking to? Jekyll, the moose head, inquired, raising his chin and bobbing back and forth on his short neck. A bell jingled faintly from where it hung on his antlers. I can't see. Somebody replaced my glass eyes with ping-pong balls again. James saw that the moose head's eyes had indeed been replaced with a pair of large white balls, each hand decorated with a cartoonish bloodshot pupil. He grimaced uncomfortably. Jekyll's right, Wood replied, sighing briskly. No sense copying down meaningless repetitions. 100 lines from Chapter 1, an introduction to the game, should do quite nicely. I'm Heckle, the deer head corrected tartly. He's Jekyll. I'm Jekyll, the moose head agreed blindly, its bulging eyes peering in two different directions. Who are you talking to? This new cadet whose unnatural flying skills are going to give us a fighting chance in this year's tourney, you big antler brain. Pay attention, why don't ya? You know, you've been a real grump ever since they turned your body into stew, Jekyll sniffed, turning away. I don't even remember having a body, you nappy-furred sawdust head, Heckle groused. But at least I was tasty enough to eat. I hear they used your body for a big doorstop, but threw it out because it kept farting every time the door hit it. Anyway, Wood interrupted, turning back to James. I keep telling you, Jekyll insisted loudly, I still have my body. It's just stuck on the other side of this stupid wall. If only I could break through, you'd see. The moose head thrashed and grunted weakly. Heckle rolled his glass eyes. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, moosey. Anyway, Wood said again loudly, throwing a warning look at the stuffed heads on the wall. Jekyll, of course, missed the look, and continued to twist back and forth, kicking his non-existent legs. Heckle peered back at Wood with his brows raised challengingly, as if to say, what are you going to do to me? I'm already a stuffed head on the wall. Moving along, Wood exhaled, turning back to James. Clutch can be a rather complicated sport, but you'll catch on quickly since you already know Quidditch. James began, glancing around. I didn't really, play Quidditch. Official-like. As such. Wood frowned. What do you mean? You're on the Gryffindor team back home, right? Not really on the team, exactly, James answered miserably. I mean, I support the team, of course. From the distance. I plan to make the team this year. But the way you flew. Wood said, shaking his head in wonderment. It's Grimm specific, Zane clarified from over a nearby couch, where he was watching with interest. Trust me. I've seen James in action on a regular broom. Not bad, but not what anyone would call a broom wizard. So to speak. I saved him from certain doom the first time he tried out for the team. Ralph grinned from his place next to Zane, holding up his huge green-tipped wand. James rolled his eyes and glared back at his friends. Well then, Wood replied airily. No matter, of course. You're quite keen on a scrim, which is the important thing. We can verse you on the specifics of the game over the next week, and your lines will help. We field a solid team, if I do say so myself. You may be just enough to push us over the top this year. Zane screwed up his face in an effort not to laugh. We'll put you zombies in your place. Norik announced brashly from a nearby easy chair. Jasmine, the rather portly Vila, sat across from him. In the nicest possible way, of course, she said, and grinned sheepishly at Zane. It takes more than excellent flying to win at Clutch, Zane said lightly, not meeting Norik's eyes. Zombies Magic Game is going to be especially strong this year. What do you Bigfoots have planned in that department? Wouldn't you like to know? The small boy, Wentworth, interjected from his own chair, sitting up straight and puffing out his narrow chest. I sure would, Zane agreed with a smile. And I bet you would too. Enough, Mr. Walker, Wood sighed. Let's keep the trash talk on the course. Bigfoot House prides itself in an honest game, pure and simple. Good fundamentals are our primary strategy. Zane shrugged and flopped low onto the sofa so that only the top of his head was visible. That's done wonders for you so far, he said in a muffled voice. Tomorrow is Saturday, Wood announced, ignoring Zane. Let's meet at Pepperpot Down after breakfast, shall we? We'll give you a crash course on the basics of the game before the official practice begins. You'll be up to speed in no time. I'll come too, Ralph smiled crookedly. And I'll bring my wand. You never know when it'll come in handy. James shook his head ruefully but couldn't help smiling at the bigger boy. So much for his Saturday off, he thought, but it did feel quite good to be prized as a member of the team. He determined he would do everything he could to master the sport of clutch cudgel in as short a time as possible. With his help, maybe the team could even win the tournament and unseat the reigning werewolf champions. That would certainly put Albus in his place, if nothing else. All's fair in love and war, he muttered to himself as he climbed the steps to his dormitory room, clutch cudgel rulebook in hand. We'll see how you feel about it when the tables are turned on you, little brother. As the days passed and James attended clutch practices with the rest of Team Bigfoot, he did indeed come to feel confident that he might help propel the team to victory over the course of the year. So now you know about the 3 positions in clutch cudgel, Wood explained to him as they walked back from practice one chilly autumn afternoon. Clipper, bully, and keeper. Clippers are the offense, bullies, and the keeper are defense. You'll notice, though, that you haven't been assigned to any of those positions. Yeah, I did notice that, James agreed, walking along with the gray breeze in his face. I've been playing every part in every practice. But so has everyone else. Even Muckfatch gets pulled out of keeper every now and then, which I don't understand at all since those Bigfoot arms of his are about as long as broomsticks and as strong as tree trunks. What's the point? The point is, on Bigfoot team, everybody is trained to play every position, Wood nodded, looking aside at James. That way we don't have any weak links. With the other teams, if their star clipper gets sidelined by an injury or a well-placed hex, the whole team suffers the loss. A team is only as strong as its strongest player, you know. In Bigfoot House, every player is as strong as the others. James frowned as he thought back on the skills of his teammates. Which is how strong, exactly? Well, Wood replied, taken aback, strong enough, at least. Quite solid, if you ask me. The point is, if we lose one member of the team, any other member of the team is prepared to take their place. Even Muckfatch on goal. Harold Gobbins has nearly as good a reach. And Jasmine Jade has the strength of any 2 boys her size, although she'd hate it if anyone knew it. Frankly, though, I'd be hard-pressed to find anyone as solid on the scrim as you are, my boy. You do your old dad proud. Why, I wager you might even beat him, scrim to broom. Wood clapped James heartily on the shoulder as they walked and James grinned even as his face flushed. The two walked in silence for a while, passing knots of students as they made their way across campus. Finally, James glanced up at the professor. So you knew my dad when he was a kid, then? Wood laughed. That I did. Taught him to play Quidditch, just like I'm teaching you to play clutch. Wheels within wheels is what it's like, eh? Fate has a sense of humor. James was thoughtful. What was he like as a kid? Wood looked down at James. A lot like you, I suppose. He looked a lot more like your brother, though. That's what everybody says, James replied, shaking his head. And I imagine you get right tired of hearing it too, Wood agreed seriously. But to tell you the truth, I see a lot more of him in you, as far as the kind of man you're growing up to be. He was rather intense, but you couldn't really blame him, not after all he'd been through, and what with his family situation. The Dursleys, James sighed. I've heard about them. A little, at least. You never see them. James shook his head. Never once. Dad's Uncle Vernon died a few years back, and Dad and Mum went to the funeral. I heard that Petunia Dursley barely said a word to either of them, although his cousin, Dudley, was decent enough. Invited Mum and Dad both to his house for tea after the graveside service. Dudley's all grown up with kids of his own these days. Mum said that it'd be poetic justice, like if one of Dudley's kids was a witch or wizard, but nothing of the sort, apparently. His wife was nice, although she didn't know anything about Mum and Dad being magical. She thinks they're insurance salespeople or something. That's what Dudley told her. One shouldn't be too hard on them, Wood said stoically. It's rather a hard thing for many muggles to deal with us magical folk. It puts their world a bit on its ear, if you know what I mean. James shrugged. As they neared Apollo Mansion, he spoke up again. So what brought you here, Professor? He asked. To the States, I mean. If you don't mind me asking. Wood drew a deep breath and looked up at the gray sky. My parents, actually, he answered on the exhale. James was curious. What for? Wood looked down at him then, as if weighing how he should answer. After a moment, he sighed again and looked away. It's a bit complicated, I suppose. On the surface of it, they thought that if they brought me here, I could get a good advanced degree from the graduate school, further my learning, and become a teacher, like they'd always hoped. But that wasn't the real reason for the journey, really. James waited, but Wood didn't seem to have anything else to say on the matter. Together, they approached Apollo Mansion, where it sat like a giant brick beneath the low sky. Wind soughed noisily beneath the eaves and carried dead leaves up into the air. After a moment, James realized that Professor Wood had stopped walking. Curiously, he looked back to see the man standing in the middle of the narrow path, smiling very slightly. My parents were afraid, Wood said quietly, lowering his eyes to meet James. I guess it's really as simple as that. You probably wouldn't understand it, but it was a frightening time to be a witch and wizard, or even a muggle, although very few of them knew it. Wood stopped again and looked away, out over the campus. He chewed on his words for a moment, and then went on. It was the time of Voldemort's return, after all. No one knew what was going to happen. The Ministry was being taken over by the Death Eaters, and even Hogwarts had come under the thumb of Voldemort's minions. No one felt safe. As time went by, the battle lines grew bolder and more defined. My parents. They weren't fighters. They knew that what was happening was evil, but they were afraid. They didn't know what to do. As things got worse, they planned to do the one thing they thought was best. They planned to leave, to escape. I didn't want to go with them though. I wanted to stay and fight. They begged me to join them, but I refused. I was playing reserve for Puddlemere United at that time despite everything, but even more important than that, I was committed to being a part of the resistance along with your dad and the rest of my old schoolmates. When the battle happened, I was there. I saw Remus cut down by Antonin Dolohov. I remember seeing Fred Weasley fighting like a wild man, even though I didn't see the blow that killed him. When it was all over, I was glad to have been there and to have done my part, but I missed my parents. I began to feel I had abandoned them by staying. As soon as I could, I followed them here, meaning to do what they had originally planned for me, to attend university and become a teacher. I found them here, but they seemed older. Used up, like. They'd read about the Battle of Hogwarts in the American wizarding press, but none of their new friends here quite understood any of it. Very few of their neighbors celebrated the end of the Death Eaters. None of them had been there, after all. They didn't know what had really happened. Wood stopped as his voice drifted off, lost in the increasingly chilly breeze. James took a step closer to the professor. But why did you stay here, then? Wood glanced back at him thoughtfully. He shook his head. I don't really know. I did go to university, of course, right here, good old Alma-Dal-Eron. But when it was done, I just couldn't go back to England. My parents were afraid to lose me again. And what's more, strange as it is, I think they were ashamed of what I'd done. They never talked about it, but there was an attitude here in the States, a sort of confusion about who really had been right and wrong during the battle. My parents had begun to think the same sorts of things. They'd forgotten how it had really been. They never talked about my part in the fight, and if I ever brought it up, they'd avert their eyes, like I'd said something taboo. I stayed because I wanted them to know the truth. James didn't quite understand Wood's words or what had really happened with his parents. He asked, what was the truth? Wood blinked at him. Why, that what I did was right. That it was a fight worth fighting. That I'd done the right thing. James nodded slowly. Do they know that now? Wood looked away again. My parents both died years ago, he said blandly. Whatever truth there is to know, they know it now, I suppose. James wanted to ask why Wood still chose to stay now that his parents were dead, but the professor seemed to be done talking. He smiled rather stiffly at James and clapped him on the shoulder, less enthusiastically this time. Come along, James. Good practice. I should let you get down to the cafeteria while there's still some dinner to be had. James nodded and followed Wood into the shadow of Apollo Mansion. Deep down, he thought he did understand why the professor had chosen to stay in the States even though his parents had died. James couldn't have put it in words, and yet the shape of it was clear enough in his head. Wood's parents may have died, but Wood's mission had not. Somehow, James understood that the question wasn't whether Wood's parents believed he had done the right thing by staying to fight the battle. The question was whether he, Oliver Wood, believed it himself. On the day of the season's first clutch-cudgel match, James, Ralph, and Zane had an early potion-making class. It had been arranged to begin right after lunch, rather than its normal time 1 hour later, for reasons that had not yet been explained. The Alma-Dal-Eron potions master was a very tall, very dark-skinned man with an omnipresent grin that tended to have a somewhat unsettling effect on the students who sat beneath it. His name was Fenyang Barodi, and he was apparently from the island of Haiti. He had a very deep voice and a vaguely hypnotic French accent. What sounded haughty and arrogant in Aunt Fleur, however, sounded smoky and deeply mysterious in Professor Barodi. James liked the professor, even though it was rather difficult to know if the man was technically good, exactly. That's just what you do like about him, Rose had sniffed from the Shard a few afternoons earlier, sitting on the sofa in front of the Gryffindor fireplace thousands of miles away. Sounds to me like one of those people who purposely keep their allegiances secret, so to avoid getting pigeonholed into any of the obvious compartments of life. People like that aren't the sort that one can trust when things come to the sticking point. Maybe, Zane had agreed, from the American side of the Shard. But they're a lot cooler than the straight up good guys. And they do tend to get all the girls too. He grinned knowledgeably into the Shard. That's true, Ralph agreed, with a serious nod. Barodi's got Petra. She's his teacher's assistant. Rose narrowed her eyes. I don't think that's quite what he meant, she said, glancing furtively from Zane to Scorpius, who sat in a chair nearby on the Hogwarts side of the Shard. Unlike Potions class at Hogwarts, Alma-Dal-Eron's version was held in a bright airy room halfway up the Tower of Art. The room was bounded by windows, which looked out over an ornate but precariously crooked balcony. On nice days, Professor Brody was known to take his class out onto the balcony, cauldrons, mortars, and pestles in hand, to do their assignments while seated cross-legged in the sun. This, he claimed, reminded him of his childhood in Haiti, when his father and mother taught him the art of mixing potions on the roof of their small house surrounded by the hiss of the wind and the chatter of the birds. The balcony leaned enough that a dropped pestle was prone to roll all the way across the cracked floor and fall 100 feet to the ground below, which gave the afternoons in the sunshine a certain nervous edge. James was quite sure that when the breeze blew, he could feel the balcony tremble slightly beneath him. Today, however, a stiff autumn wind and spritzing rain prevented the class from adjourning to the balcony, and James was rather glad. As he, Ralph, and Zane approached the shelves to gather their supplies, Professor Brody entered from his office door in the corner of the room. Petra followed him, carrying a stack of parchments and wearing a large leather satchel slung over her shoulder. "You will not need your cauldrons today, students," Brody called in his smoky accent, smiling even more indulgently than usual. "Today, we will be going on a small journey to view potion making in one of its purest and most essential forms. You may leave your packs here and collect them upon your return, but do take a seat while Ms. Morgenstern hands out your writing assignments. On the whole, I find your works passable, if uninspired. This is not your fault, however, but rather that of your former potions masters, whose lack of passion for the subject has, of course, left you equally dull. This will surely change now that you are in my class." "He's probably right about that," Zane whispered. "Last year, I was in Professor Fugue's Intro to Potions. It wasn't just that he was boring. He made us wear safety goggles if we so much as sliced a lemon. It's pretty hard to take the fun out of dissecting an acromantula for its venom sac, but he managed to do it." Petra passed in front of their table and settled James' essay before him. The grade at the top of the parchment was printed in red ink, H+. "Slightly better than humdrum," she explained quietly. "Not bad, considering the class average is mediocre minus. Izzy says hi, by the way." James smiled up at her, but couldn't think of anything to say. She passed him by, continuing to distribute the writing assignments. When she was done, Brody instructed the class to follow him out into the hallway. Mumbling curiously, the students began to descend the spiral staircase through the Tower of Art's many levels. Along the way, they passed music lessons, magical art classes, and even a wizarding dance class mostly populated by pixie students in yellow and pink tights. The teacher at the piano stopped playing and glared impatiently as the potion students clumped noisily down the stairs in the corner of her studio. A strikingly handsome pixie boy trembled on his toes, levitating his partner over his head in mid-pirouette, during the pause in the music. "So where are we going?" James asked Zane. "Beats me," Zane replied happily. "But anything that gets us out of the classroom for a day is a good thing in my book." Ralph glanced aside at James as they descended past the dance studio. "Are you worried about this afternoon's match?" "Not really," James said, his voice betraying his own surprise. "Maybe I'll get nervous later, but for now, I'm just looking forward to it. We've been practicing for most of the week. I'm ready to finally see a match in action." "I'll be rooting for you this time out," Zane said bracingly. "You're only playing the Igors. Next week you'll be up against Zombie House, though. I'll have to put on the yellow and black for that. No hard feelings." "What position do you play, then?" Ralph asked Zane curiously, but the blond boy laughed and shook his head. "I'm a first-string bleacher bum," he replied. "You didn't really think I was on the zombie clutch team, did you?" Both Ralph and James were surprised. "Yes," James answered, blinking. Zane laughed again. "You flatter me, both of you. I never got the hang of a scrim." Call me a purist, but when I'm 100 feet off the ground, I want both hands wrapped around something solid. You air surfers are totally nuts, if you ask me. I play for the Zombie Swivenhog and Quidditch teams, but nobody really cares about them. It's mostly just for fun, not that we don't try our best to kill each other out on the pitch. Clutch is where the real rivalries are here at the All-Air-On. As the class reached the main foyer of the Tower of Art with its curving bank of stained glass doors, Professor Baruti stopped and waited for the students to gather around. Humming to himself, he dug in the pocket of his colorful, complicated robes. When he withdrew his hand, he was holding a small envelope. Miss Whirl, he nodded to a girl in the front. Perhaps you'd be willing to do the honors. I'd do it myself, but alas, it only works on the breath of a young lady. Many dried potions are tricky that way. Emily Whirl, a skinny Igor girl with very thick glasses and mousy brown hair, took a step forward. What do I need to do? She asked timidly. When I give you the signal, Baruti said gravely, holding up a finger, blow as hard as you can, just as if you were blowing out the candles on your birthday cake. Can you do that? Emily shrugged and glanced around nervously. I guess so. Baruti smiled again. Deftly, he upended the envelope and poured a fine white powder into the palm of his right hand. Holding it carefully level, he pushed one of the stained glass doors open, admitting the sound of the rain on the steps outside. Holding the door open, he winked down at the Igor girl. Now, Miss Whirl. The girl drew a breath, leaned forward, and blew as hard as she could. The dried potion powder swirled up out of Bertie's hand and flew through the doorway, forming complicated eddies in the wet air. As it merged with the rainy breeze, however, the powder changed. It sparkled and glowed faintly, spreading but not diminishing, forming a sort of dome of light, laced faintly with rainbows. A trifle, Bertie admitted with a smile, but a useful one. Thunder powder mixed with a pinch of leprechaun gold dust. You can mix it yourselves, using the ratios found on page 51 of your textbooks. He stepped out under the faintly shifting glow and looked up. No drops of rain fell on him despite the strengthening storm. A moment later he glanced back at the students gathered just inside. Come, come, he waved them forward with a laugh in his voice. Zane shrugged. Professor Fugue never did that, he announced heartily, and stepped out into the rain. James and Ralph followed, and soon the entire class was threading through the wet campus, completely dry despite the increasing rain. A few older students, late for their own classes, ran past with their book bags held over their heads, their feet casting up dreary splashes on the footpaths. Baruti walked sedately, humming to himself again, while the rainbow-laden globe followed overhead, absorbing the rain with a sort of sparkling hiss. The class babbled happily and clustered around Emily Whirl, who grinned sheepishly and shrugged. I didn't know I had it in me, James heard her say. James found himself drifting toward the rear of the group, where Petter walked alone, her leather satchel still slung over her shoulder. She held a large black book under her right arm. So do you know where we're going? He asked her. She shook her head. Professor Baruti never discusses his classes beforehand. He barely follows any curriculum at all. He hasn't said so, but I don't think he himself knows what he's going to teach from one day to the next. He only arranged the sorting just last evening. James nodded, thinking of the announcement regarding the earlier class time that had come during breakfast that very morning. So how is it working out with him? He asked. Are you liking being a teacher's assistant? For Professor Baruti, yes, I am, Petra nodded. He's unusual, but he knows his stuff, and he's more than willing to teach it to me. Potions was never my strongest suit, you know. Other magic. Well, it sort of came naturally to me, so it was easy to rely on that alone. Now, though, I'm beginning to understand just how valuable potion making really is. The professor is teaching you. James asked, glancing aside at her. Like, outside of class time? Petra nodded. He's teaching me loads of stuff, not just potions. James felt a stirring of jealousy. He knew it was utterly stupid, but that didn't make the feeling go away. What else is he teaching you? Petra smiled crookedly at him, as if she was reluctant to admit it. Well, he's teaching me French. French? James blinked, surprised. You mean, like, the language? Of course, silly. Petra laughed. It's his native tongue. I've always wanted to learn it myself. It's a beautiful language and... I don't know. I just always thought it would be neat to learn. Like it might come in handy someday. Didn't you ever think it might be useful to know another language? Yeah, sure, James lied, looking away and running a hand through his hair. Petra sighed and hefted the book that she'd been carrying under her arm. He has me reading this. It's in French, but since I'm already familiar with most of the stories, it makes it a lot easier to understand. He says it's the way he learned English, back when he was just a lad himself. What is it? James asked, glancing down at the huge leather-bound book. It's a Bible, Petra replied, lowering her voice. Less saint scriptures. When I was very young, my grandmother would read to me from her big family Bible. I remember those stories even better than I do the bedtime stories my grandfather Warren told me at night. In some ways, grandmother's stories were even more magical. Jonah and the whale, Daniel in the lion's den, even Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Or Jardin d'Eden, as it's called in French. James nodded. My Aunt Fleur speaks French, he said, not knowing what else to say. And so does my Uncle Bill now. He sort of had to learn, like, so he could understand what Fleur and Victoire were saying behind his back. Petra put the big book under her arm again as they passed in front of the archive. James glanced aside and saw that there were still a few guards, older werewolf students in raincoats and tricorner hats, posted around the entryway. They'd been there ever since the attack on the Vault of Destinies, although James couldn't imagine what they were protecting, considering what had already been done. The archive custodian, Mr. Henriton, was rumored to have been moved into a secret wing of the campus medical school, where he was ostensibly still frozen solid, despite the healer's best efforts. James glanced back at Petra, curious to know what she thought of the archive's guards, but she wasn't looking at them. After a moment, in a very low voice, James asked, Petra, are you still having dreams? Petra blinked and looked aside at him. Thoughtfully, she replied, I'm having different dreams now. James frowned. Not the dream you wrote about. No, she said simply. James walked on for a long moment. Up ahead, Professor Brody seemed to be leading the class around the ruin of Robert's mansion, toward the warping willow at the far end of the campus. James looked aside at Petra again. Is there a castle in your dream? He asked, his voice nearly a whisper. A big, black castle? Sticking out over a cliff? Petra looked at James sharply, her brow lowering. How would you know that? James shook his head, not knowing how to answer. I think I saw part of it. By accident. When I touched your dream story. He stopped and collected his thoughts for a moment before going on. I think that we're still connected, somehow. Remember the silver thread that appeared when you fell over the back of the Gwendamere? Petra's eyes narrowed. Yes, she answered in a low voice. James gulped. Well, I think it's still there, just invisible. I don't know where it came from, or why it happened, but it's powerful. It's like I tapped into something bigger than myself, somehow, but I don't know what. And now, it won't go away. I feel it, she whispered, unsmiling. But I didn't know you could too. I didn't, he replied. At least not until I brushed your dream story in the bottom of my duffel bag. It was just a glimpse, but I saw something like a giant, ugly castle, all black and sharp. It was sitting on a sort of cliff, sticking right out over the edge, almost like it was holding the cliff up, and not the other way around. I could only get a sense of it all because it was so strong. So, sort of, heavy. Is that what's in your dream? Petra was still studying James as she walked, her eyes narrowed. Finally, she drew a long, deep breath. It's just a dream, she answered, returning her gaze to the students marching along ahead of her. It's not like it was before. Not like what I wrote. Headmaster Merlin told me to chase it down, and that's what I did. I don't have the dream about that night on the lake anymore, the one where Izzy died. I haven't had that dream since the attack on the archive. In fact, it's like something broke the spell or changed it. This dream I can handle. James watched Petra as she spoke. Her voice was calm, but there was something under her words, something watchful and secretive. Petra, he asked in a near whisper. Was it you that night? When the Vault of Destinies was attacked? Were you, maybe, sleepwalking? I was in my room that whole night, she answered blandly. Izzy was with me. We were sleeping. Just like I told Merlin. But James stopped and shook his head. I could have sworn it was you. You looked at me. And there was another woman. Someone I think I recognized from the train. Petra's voice was oddly flat. It was dark, James. Your eyes were probably playing tricks on you. Maybe, James agreed faintly. But who do you think it was, then? You think it really was those WULF nutters? Petra raised her eyebrows slightly, and then glanced aside at him, a wry smile on the corner of her mouth. Ignoring his question, she said, Do you know that this book tells the story of the beginning of the magical world? She hefted the black tome in her hands again. James looked down at the black leather Bible. It does? It does. It says that when God first created people, heavenly beings came down to the earth and fell in love with human women. They took them as their wives, and when they bore children, they were different from other babies. Some grew up to be giants. Others had special powers. They were called the Nephilim. That's where we all began. She tapped the big book. Wow, James commented. I never heard that story. It's all right here, in the book of Genesis, plain as day. But you know what else is in Genesis? The story of the Jardin d'Eden. Do you know the story of Adam and Eve, James? She peered sideways at him. Sort of, he answered. They were the first people God made, right? She nodded. God made them and put them in a perfect garden. They had everything they needed, and there was only one rule. They weren't supposed to eat from one very special tree. I remember, James said, recalling the times when his own grandmother Weasley had told him Bible stories as a child. The tree of knowledge. Right? That's right, Petra replied quietly. The tree of knowledge. She was silent for a long moment, considering. But, James prodded, they didn't listen, if I remember. No, Petra agreed, her voice still soft, distant. They didn't. Eve ate the fruit, and then she gave it to Adam. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. There was only one thing they weren't supposed to do, and she did it anyway. She did it for both of them, and nothing's been the same ever since. James felt a coldness settle over him. He watched Petra, waiting for her to go on. When she didn't, he asked, So, why do you think Eve did it? Petra sighed again and looked up at the gray sky, past the glimmering rainbows that continued to shift overhead. She did it because she believed in her heart that it was the right choice. Not only for her, but for everyone else. That's why she ate the fruit, and why she gave it to her husband, and all the rest of us throughout the generations that followed. She wasn't evil. She was just misinformed. She was doing what she felt was best. James shook his head. So what does all that mean to us? Petra tucked the book back under her arm again and touched him on the shoulder. It means that we can't just rely on what we feel, James. We can't always trust our hearts. Sometimes, as hard as it is to accept, the heart is a liar. James was about to ask Petra what this had to do with the dream she was having, the one he had gotten a harrowing peek into when he'd accidentally touched her dream story, but at that moment, Professor Barodi's voice called out through the rain, interrupting his thoughts. Everyone gather under the tree, he said, gesturing toward the warping willow. Huddle in close, under the branches. Pretend you are one big happy family, going on a little vacation. That's the way. Where are we going, Professor? Nora gasped, cramming in behind Emily Whirl. Don't we need permission slips for this kind of thing? Not far, Brody replied, ducking beneath the branches himself. School policy states that parental permission must be acquired for travel of more than 20 miles. We, however, will barely leave the campus. Wait and see. James pressed in under the shadow of the tree, moving alongside Ralph and Vane. When he turned around, he found himself face to face with Petra. This close to, he noticed that they were nearly eye level in height. She smiled at him, brushed a stray lock of hair out of her face, and then turned to look out over the campus. Still humming, Professor Barodi shouldered his way toward the warping willow's large gnarled trunk. There, he produced a small piece of parchment and a quill from his robes. Squinting, he peered up at the sky, checked the position of the sun, and then scribbled something on the parchment. Finally, he held up the parchment between his thumb and forefinger and, in a lilting, sing-song voice, said, Warping willow, wing us hence, day or year, or none or all, wend us from this present tense, we who are ephemeral. When he was finished, Barodi turned and, almost casually, flipped the small parchment into a hole in the willow's trunk. Just as it had upon James' arrival, the tree began to shift subtly overhead, as if some otherworldly breeze was pushing through it. The whip-like branches whispered and the lighting began to change in the sky overhead. Look, Vane rasped suddenly, pointing past Ralph's shoulder. The rain. It's falling up. In front of James, Petra gasped, and then laughed with delight. Sure enough, all over the gray-lit campus, drops of rain seemed to jump up from the ground, leaping into the sky as if to rejoin the clouds. Overhead, the tree whispered and stirred, and the backward rain grew faster, turning into a blur. Within seconds, James sensed the motion of the clouds, and then that of the sun beyond the clouds as it dipped back toward dawn. Darkness swept over the campus as time began to march backwards outside the canopy of the tree. I never get tired of this, Zane commented breathlessly. Next to him, James nodded. Petra stood directly in front of James, looking out as the days and months began to march past. Her head moved slightly as she watched the sun turn into a golden streak and the leaves leap back up onto the trees, turning green and lush. Seasons went by and she sighed deeply. James watched her as she watched the view. She was so close to him and yet turned away from him. That was all right though. Without really thinking about it, he raised his hand and very nearly stroked his fingers over the dark sweep of her hair. Instead, he lowered his hand to her shoulder and rested it there, as if only for support or as a gesture of familiarity. Very faintly, she leaned back against his hand, and he was glad. Time flew by beyond the branches of the tree and finally began to cycle back through seasons, and then weeks, and finally days. The sun slowed in its arc and crept once more up into a pristine, cloudless sky. A hot breeze blew in beneath the canopy of the warping willow, bringing a scent of wild grass and, unexpectedly, animal dung. With a sort of deep sigh, the tree went still and Professor Brody clapped his hands together. "This way, then, students," he cried. "We have just over an hour and a half before we must return, so let us use it wisely. Good afternoon, Mr. Flintlock." Petra stepped out into the sunlight and James followed, blinking in the sudden heat. The campus of Austen University had vanished away, replaced by the small weedy yard with its surrounding glass-topped stone wall. Whenever they were, it felt like the middle of a particularly sweltering summer. All around, students began to strip off their sweaters and blazers and fan themselves in the still air. James could vaguely hear a distant, low rumble. "What is that?" Zane asked quizzically, peering around and fanning himself with his type. "Traffic? An airplane?" Ralph suggested, looking up at the untouched blue sky. "Good day, Professor Brody," Flintlock the troll said in his slow, gravelly voice, unlocking the gate's padlock. The growth over the gate was even thicker now than it had been when James had first seen it. Swaying leaves and vines completely obscured the view beyond. "Going to visit Miss Amadahi, I presume?" "Right you are, my stone-hearted friend," Brody answered jovially. Flintlock smiled, pulling away the huge padlock while Brody turned back toward the milling students. "Attention, class," he called. "Today, you may well learn more about the advanced art of potion making than any textbook could teach you throughout the rest of the semester. We are about to visit a community that has been simmering magical elixirs for thousands of years and still does so today just as their forefathers did in eons past." Here, Brody stopped and smiled to himself. "Of course, I mean today in the purely rhetorical sense." "When are we, Professor?" Norick called out, mopping his forehead with his sleeve. "Since when do potion makers live in Muggle Philadelphia?" Brody poked a finger into the air, as if to say, "Wait and see." Then, he turned to the troll. "Open the gate, the plate, if you would, Mr. Flintlock." With one huge stony hand, Flintlock gripped the gate and pulled. There was a sustained ripping sound as years of vines and bushes were torn apart, half of the green mass riding the gate inwards as Flintlock swung it open. James had expected to see the residential street of Philadelphia outside the gate, but like the campus of Austen University, the street seemed to have vanished. In its place was a vast, uninterrupted prairie, dotted with trees and carpeted with tall, shushing grasses. A multitude of brown humps seemed to be swimming through the grasses in the hazy distance. "No way," Zane said as a huge grin spread across his face. Along with the rest of the class, the three boys pressed toward the gate, eager to see the entire view beyond. As James passed through, he found himself standing atop a low hill that overlooked miles of sunny valley. The river sparkled in the distance, snaking toward the horizon. James now recognized the brown humps in the grass as buffalo. An enormous herd of them followed the curves of the river, tossing their great shaggy heads and kicking up a cloud of dust that hovered all around them. "Well," James said, nudging Zane, "you said you thought that rumbling sound was traffic. You weren't too far off." "Wicked," Ralph said suddenly, turning. Both James and Zane followed his gaze. In the near distance, spreading away from the base of the hill upon which stood the Austen gate, was a teeming Native American village. Hundreds of buff-colored conical tents poked up from the grass, each decorated with colorful symbols and shapes. Trails of white smoke drifted into the sky from dozens of small fires, most tended by dark-skinned men with bare chests and long, neatly braided black hair. Children and women milled throughout the village as well, stretching buffalo skins, pounding grain in wooden bowls, or simply sitting cross-legged around the fires, conducting their councils. A woman was walking up the hill to meet the class, her jet-black hair shining in the sun, her short buckskin tunic swishing about her strong legs. "Good day to you, Ayasha," Brody called down to her, bowing. "It is indeed," the woman replied. "I see you received my note about today's lesson." Brody nodded and spread his hands. only last night. The cave paintings grow hard to read after so many centuries. It is well that you were able. The wraithraise is at its ripest and ready for threshing. Come, the pots are already boiling in wait. Professor, a vampire girl called from near the gate. Is she a? Are those? Welcome to Philadelphia, Professor Barodi announced expansively, turning back to the class and smiling. Before it was Philadelphia. This is Shakamaxon, the largest extratemporal, unplottable Indian reservation in North America. Next to James, Ralph let out a long low whistle. Wow, he said slowly, his voice filled with awe. Rose Weasley is going to be so mad. 12. Game Magic. That evening, the administration hall cafeteria buzzed with the anticipation of the season's first clutch cudgel match. As James waited in line with his trade, he looked around at the packed tables and milling students, most of whom were decked out in sweaters or scarves bearing their house colors, some even with their faces painted. Most prominently displayed, of course, were the acid green of the Igors and the autumn orange of the Bigfoots. To James' surprise, the Igors were apparently considered the stronger team, thus most of other houses had donned the Bigfoots orange and blue, rooting for the team that they believed would be an easier victory for their own teams when the time came. Many upperclassmen and college-aged students had turned out in the cafeteria in preparation for the evening's match, showing just how seriously the population of Almadal Aeron took the sport. Realizing this, James finally began to feel a stirring of nervousness. He ate very little and then excused himself quickly, darting alone back to Apollo Mansion to grab his jersey and glasses. He hated wearing the black-framed spectacles most of the time, but tonight, being able to see at distance while navigating the figure-8 course was going to be essential. One thing he'd learned during practices was that at scrim speed, things that were far away got close very quickly. This was especially true at the intersection, where two directions of players passed at lightning speeds. Apollo Mansion was completely deserted, and as James left the building and heard the front door slam behind him, he felt a moment of panic. Was he late? Had the match already begun? He glanced up at the clock tower over Administration Hall and breathed a shallow sigh of relief. He had 30 minutes. Simultaneously nervous and excited, James ran across the campus, heading toward the glow of the stadium parapets and the increasing roar of the crowd. It had stopped raining, fortunately, but as evening descended, the sky was very low and dark, churning slowly and spawning a capricious, gusty wind. Leaves scarpered across the dark footpaths like startled ghosts, highlighting the eerily empty campus. When James turned the corner at Faculty Row and came inside of Pepperpot Down, however, he stopped in surprise. The stadium's high parapets glowed colorfully against the low purple sky, filled nearly to overflowing with a sea of gathering students, waving banners and high, streaming flags. James gulped. What had he gotten himself into? If he had played on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he might have been prepared for this. Now, the sight of all of those eager faces, those flopping, handmade banners, signs, and shaking pom-poms filled him with a sort of leaden terror. They were all waiting to see him fly a scrim, to watch him score goals, or, always a possibility, to fail miserably and perhaps even fall to his doom. It was like his first time trying out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, but this time with the entire school watching. If he failed this time, as he had on that day back during his first year at Hogwarts, then he'd never live it down, not in a million years. He swallowed past a hard lump in his throat, listened to the roar and chant of the crowd, and considered abandoning the whole thing. He could run back to Apollo Mansion and pretend to be sick. It would be easy. The truth was he felt rather sick just staring up at those brightly lit parapets and milling, excited faces. What finally got him going was the thought of his mum and dad. No matter what happened tonight, they would be proud of him. Especially his dad, who had been the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history. Even if James only managed to stay on his scrim throughout the match, Harry Potter, his father, would be proud of him. Thinking of this, James drew a deep shaking breath and, feeling as if he was walking to his own doom, struck off toward the glow of the stadium. Less than a minute later, he was swallowed up in the roar and momentum of the event, and there was no looking back. After that, everything was nearly a blur. "I thought maybe you'd given the whole thing up," Zane announced, meeting James at the door in the base of Bigfoot team's designated wooden gantry. "I was prepared to find you hiding under your bed back in your dorm room. Me and Ralph were ready to come and drag you here." "I told you today that I wasn't nervous," James protested weakly, ducking through the doorway into the sunken locker cellar. The rest of Bigfoot team moved about inside, strapping on their leather wrist gauntlets and shoulder pads, spitting into their goggles and shining them up with the tails of their jerseys. "That was then," Ralph replied loudly, following James into the light and noise of the room. "When you left the CAF, though, you were looking pretty touchy." Zane nodded seriously. "It's normal. Clutch is a brutal sport. Last year, Pixie's best clipper was knocked off his scrim in the first 12 seconds of the first match. He got hit so hard that his boots landed in the announcer's box, 70 feet away. No one can blame you for being worried." "You're not helping, you know," James commented, plopping onto a bench and pulling on his shin guards. "I know," Zane replied, plunking next to James on the bench. "Which is why I wanted to tell you an idea I had earlier today. It might just help get your mind in the right place." "He told me about it already," Ralph nodded. "It's interesting." Across the low room, Oliver Wood called out, "Goggles tonight, everyone. The wind is picking up something fierce, and we don't want anyone blinded by the mist. I'll perform impervious charms on the lenses once we're all on the platform. 5 minutes until warm-up laps." He turned and clumped up the steps himself, followed by several members of the team, who began singing the Bigfoot anthem in husky voices. "Tell," James said, lacing up his boots. "What's your idea?" "All right," Zane said, leaning back and studying the low ceiling. "Last year, I had old Stonewall Jackson for Technomancy 202, which is the intermediate class between Intro to Technomancy and Advanced Applied Technomancy, which we've got this year." "Get to the Nexus doorway thing," Ralph prodded. "All right, so last year, Stonewall talked about how there are bunches of other dimensions, all packed together alongside ours like layers in a big giant cake. The attack on the Vault of Destinies got me thinking about it because, apparently, our loom got switched around with one from some neighboring dimension, one that's a lot like ours, but not exactly like it." "What's this have to do with Clutch?" James asked, harried, as Ralph helped him shrug into his shoulder pads. "Nothing," Zane said, smiling crookedly. "That's the point. Now pay attention. Back in Techno 202, Stonewall talked about the theory of this thing called the Nexus Curtain. He said that, theoretically, every dimension has a gate into a sort of middle world, where all the dimensions hook up and hold together, sort of like spokes meeting at the hub of a wheel. This middle place is called the world between the worlds. According to the theory, the Nexus Curtain can only be found and opened by someone who has a special key, something from one of those alternate dimensions. Those sorts of things are extremely hard to come by, though, which is why the Nexus Curtain is mostly just a theory and a legend at this point." "Interesting as this is," James interrupted, standing and patting himself down, "I just don't see the point. Why would anyone want to go to another dimension? This one has enough problems of its own, including surviving clutch cudgel matches in the dark during a windstorm." "Where's my scrim?" "Right here," Ralph nodded, handing James the blue scrim with the painted-on flames that he had ridden on his first outing. 3 minutes, Potter," Norik called as he pounded up the wooden steps. "Here's the point," Zane said hurriedly, warming to the subject and following James toward the steps. "According to Jackson, somebody did find and open the Nexus curtain once, somebody from the school, although it was a long time ago. His name was Professor Magnuson, and he apparently went through and never came back. James pulled his goggles on over his head and seated them awkwardly over his glasses. Fascinating, he said. Good for him. Wish I was there with him right now. Zane rolled his eyes. You're not paying attention, he said, punching James on his padded shoulder. Whoever attacked the Vault of Destinies stole a thread from the foreign dimensions loom. It's an object from another dimension. Don't you see? It could be used to open the Nexus curtain. James stopped on the stairs and looked back at Zane over his shoulder, his brow furrowed. So, whoever it was, they could have used the missing thread as a key and followed this Professor Magnuson bloke into wherever he went. They could be hiding there? Zane nodded, his eyebrows raised. And if they did, then that would explain how the missing crimson thread vanished without any trace. No one's been able to track it down or even sense the slightest hint of it ever since the night the vault was attacked. That doesn't make any sense at all with something that crazy magical unless they used it to escape into the world between the worlds. And if that's what they did, then no one is ever going to find them there because no one else has any way of getting past the Nexus curtain. No one except maybe us. Zane has an idea. Ralph rasped, smiling crookedly. James looked from one boy to the other, his brow lowered. You're both completely daft, he said. Wonderingly. What in the world are you talking about? Adventure. Zane announced, happily. Honor, and mischief, and really wild stuff. And maybe saving the universe while we're at it. You can't be serious, James proclaimed, shaking his head. My mum was right. You're both suffering from delusions of grandeur. My dad, and your dad, Ralph, and Merlin, and all the rest of the best witches and wizards from 2 countries are working on this mystery, and you two think that they need a trio of school kids to give them a leg up. Zane shrugged. Wouldn't be the first time, he replied reasonably. If you recall, James said impatiently, the 3 of us failed miserably. We were supposed to prevent Merlin's return back during the Hall of Elders crossing. And instead, we completely fell into Madame Delacroix's trap. We just got lucky because Merlin ended up being good. More or less. The world would probably be a lot better off if we had left everything well enough alone. Ralph looked worriedly thoughtful, but Zane was unperturbed. Worked though, didn't it? What worked? James asked, exasperated. Zane smiled. You're not worried about Clutch anymore. Now go. You'll do excellent. James rolled his eyes, turned, and ran up the steps, following the last of his teammates. The rest of the night happened so fast, so breathlessly, that James could barely keep up with it. His clearest memory was of standing in the darkness of the platform, looking out over the brightly lit parapet grandstands and hearing the ringing roar of the gathered crowds. Banners snapped in the wind as a misty rain began to fall again, making the platform shine as if it was coated with oil. Huddle up, team, Wood shouted over the damp wind. It's the first match of the season, so let's take it easy out there. I want to see a solid, textbook match, just like we've been practicing. Begin with swallow formation, pulleys in front. Muckfatch, you'll start as keeper, but be prepared to switch with Goggins if they stack their clippers. Got it. The team grunted in understanding. Next to James, Muckfatch the Bigfoot nodded his shaggy head and barked a guttural woof of agreement. Wood looked around at the gathered faces, his expression tense, and then stuck out his right hand, palm down. As one, the rest of the team piled their right hands on top of his, Muckfatch last, his great furry knuckled fingers as big as bananas. Cool feet, the team cried in unison, and then broke away, clutching their scrims. In the lead, Jasmine Jane dropped her scrim, stepped easily onto it, and kicked off into the darkness. The rest of the team began to follow her, forming the 1-2 chain of swallow formation. James pressed his lips together tightly, swept his damp hair out of his face, and then strode toward the edge of the platform. His heart was pounding as he dropped his scrim next to him. He'd done this dozens of times now, albeit never in the rainy dark, and never with so many people watching. The crowd cheered loudly, echoing in the mist all around, but James ignored them. He nodded to himself, planted his right foot onto the smooth flat of his scrim, and kicked off. The team circled sedately through 2 laps of the figure-8 course, merging gradually with the members of Igor's team, whose short green cloaks flapped wetly in the wind. "Hey Cornelius," an older Igor boy called, swinging comfortably alongside James on his long silvery scrim. James had learned, after several confusing interactions, that Cornelius was a generic American term for anyone with an English accent, based on a series of famous speeches given by former Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge some decades earlier. "I hope you aren't too attached to that board of yours," the boy said, grinning meanly. "I plan on splitting it in 2 before the night's out." "You'll have to catch me first," James replied lamely, avoiding the boy's eyes. "You'll want to keep an eye peeled when you cross at the intersection," the boy nodded smugly. "I'll be the one meeting you there, and I won't be playing nice. Igor's play for keeps." James grimaced, glancing down at the dark field far below. "I'll keep that in mind." As the final warm-up lap completed, both teams had spread throughout the rings of the course, mixing and assembling into their beginning formations. Muckfatch hovered on his scrim over the middle ring, crouched and ready with his cudgel held before him, guarding the goal ring, which glowed faintly in the darkness. The Igor keeper, a rangy girl with a round, freckled face, flexed her knees on her own scrim, watching Muckfatch out of the corner of her eye. Flying on a standard broom outside of the course, the match official, Professor Samuel in a black and white striped tunic, raised a whistle to his mouth. As Jasmine and the Igor team captain crossed the center ring, Samuel blew his whistle, announcing the start of the match. 3 leather balls, the clutches, spiraled up into the air from 3 different directions, and the teams instantly fell upon them in an explosion of motion. James was starting the match in the position of clipper, but by the time he propelled his scrim through the center ring, all 3 clutches had already been collected. He glanced around, crouching low over his scrim, and saw that Norg had collected one of the clutches. The other 2 had been claimed by Igor team. Grimly, James sped up, meaning to catch the Igor clippers and try his best to knock them out of the rings, thus forcing them to relinquish the clutches. He was no longer nervous or worried, nor was he afraid of falling off his scrim and embarrassing himself. Now, all that mattered was the match. James became lost in the blur of the rings, the whoosh and buffet of the air as he passed by the other players, and the smack and thump as riders collided and spun away into the darkness. At first, the intersection seemed dreadfully frightening, but soon James came to anticipate it, throwing a darting glance toward the crossing stream to see who might be coming to meet him while he prepared to dodge or feint around them. Eventually, in fact, he saw how he could use the intersection to his advantage, using his speed and maneuverability in a strategic manner. As the match progressed, James began to throw in little false maneuvers to trick the opposing offense into flying off course or cause them to ram into each other. Dimly, he was aware of the applause of the crowd as he performed these moves, but it seemed far away and unimportant. By the 3rd quarter, James had grown confident enough to go on the offensive. During one cross passage, he leaned hard on his scrim, performing a perfect barrel roll, so that when he passed through the ring, he was completely upside down. The passing Igor clipper was so stunned by the move that James was able to easily jab out his hand, punch the clutch from beneath the boy's arm, and catch it as it lobbed into the air on the other side. All around, the crowd cheered wildly, leaping to their feet and stomping raucously. Protecting the clutch with both arms, James swept easily through the course the requisite 3 times, avoiding the Eeyore bullies, and finally lobbed the clutch toward the goal ring. The Eeyore keeper lunged for it with her cudgel, missing only barely, and James threw both hands into the air, celebrating his first goal along with the grandstands all around. By the 4th quarter, however, James realized that Bigfoot team was trailing the Eeyores by a score of 46-29. This was not because the Eeyores were better players, necessarily, but because of the very thing that Zane had warned about. Magic was allowed in the sport of clutch cudgel, and the Eeyores used it quite liberally. James saw them casting defensive spells, such as turbulence pits, lanyard charms, and gravity wells, and offensive spells, like inertia enhancers, speed hexes, and accuracy charms. The Bigfoots, on the other hand, used almost no magic whatsoever. James had his wand with him, encased in the leather sleeve sewn into the lining of his gauntlet, but he had no idea what to do with it, not knowing any of the spells he saw the Eeyores casting. Finally, as the match neared its end, James grew desperate enough to perform one of the spells that he had learned during his earlier school years. As he circled the course, he noticed an Eeyore bully preparing to cast a lanyard charm on Jasmine Jade, intending to use it to yank one of the clutches out of her hands. James sped up, hunkered over his scrim, and swept his own wand from the sheath in his gauntlet. "Expelliarmus," he cried, aiming for the Eeyore boy's outstretched wand. Instantly, the wand sprang from the boy's fist and spun off into the misty night. The crowd responded with a shocked outburst, and a whistle pierced the air nearby. "Penalty!" Professor Sawyer called out, swooping in on his broom. "Team Bigfoot, non-approved magic. 2 minutes in the dock." Shaking his head in confusion, James circled out of the course and flew toward the platform. Oliver Wood met him there, scowling. "What was that all about?" the professor demanded as James hopped off his scrim. "Magic," James exclaimed angrily. "The other team is using it. Why aren't we?" Wood grabbed James' scrim as it bobbed into the air. "We don't play that kind of match, James," he said sternly. "We're a team of solid fundamentals and textbook formations. Nothing unsportsmanlike. We may not always win, but we walk away knowing we played a fair match. Besides, that was a dueling spell, not approved clutch cudgel game magic. You're lucky you didn't get ejected from the match, and me along with you." "It was just a disarming spell," James fumed, turning away. "Besides, I might as well be ejected. The match will be over before my dock time is over." Wood sighed, looking out over the match as it sped through its final moments. "I give you points for enthusiasm, James, but you'll need to learn some self-control. We Bigfoots pride ourselves on a clean game. If you can't abide by that, then no amount of flying skills will make up for it." James simply looked aside at the professor, speechless. Less than a minute later, the final whistle blew and Sawyer raised his wand, summoning the clutches. Bigfoot team had lost the match by a score of 48-30. Both teams broke up and circled around, heading toward their respective gantry platforms while the crowd cheered and jeered amiably from the grandstands all around. James stepped forward, took his scrim from Professor Wood, and without waiting for his teammates, began to tromp down the stairs to the locker room below. "But magic is allowed in clutch cudgel," James exclaimed some hours later, sitting in the corner booth of the Kite and Key along with Ralph, Zane, and several of his fellow Bigfoot teammates. "What's Wood want to hoggle us for by banning us from using something that's legal?" "Expelliarmus spells aren't legal," Jasmine Jade grumped, her chin resting on her forearms. "Yeah," Norik agreed. "And we do use some magic. Would used impervious charms on our goggles, for one. We're allowed to use gummy glove charms when we're carrying the clutch," Harold Gobbins added. "And slipstream hexes to keep our scrim steady on the course." "Those hardly count at all," James insisted. "Team Eeyore was using serious spell work out there tonight." Some of that stuff I've never even heard of. Jasmine sat up. Makes sense. They have their own sport magic coach, whose job is to come up with all new clutch spells. They have to get approved by the match official, but they pretty much always get a pass, so long as they don't hurt anyone. It's true, Zane said. Team Zombie's magic coach came up with a new one last year that froze a player's scrim in midair. Granted, the player was probably going to fall off once his scrim jerked to a stop beneath him, but that wasn't the spell's fault. We got away with it until that playoff match where half of the players from both teams got into a pile-up crash around a frozen scrim. It was hilarious. James narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Hold on. You mean if I had just told Sanue before the match that I wanted to use an Expelliarmus spell for defense, it would have been legal? Wentworth Paddington frowned and pushed his large glasses up on his nose. The official clutch commission doesn't like players using dueling spells during matches, he said with a sniff. But there are ways to get around it. There's the knuckler, for instance. Makes the opposing player's hand spasm and drop anything they're holding, Jasmine explained. Works on wands, clutches, whatever. Zane nodded enthusiastically. And don't forget the bone fuse hex. Works just like Petri Ficus Totalis, but only on selected areas of the body. Aim for the other guy's arm, and he won't be able to do anything with it for 5 minutes, at least. James was shaking his head in exasperation. So basically there's a clutch-approved version of any sort of spell, with new ones being created all the time. Is that it? Jasmine pressed her lips together and nodded. Yeah, that's pretty much it. James flopped back in the booth seat. So who's the Bigfoot magic coach, then? I want to have a word with him. Would, I guess, Wentworth answered uncertainly. Anyone want the rest of my butterbeer? I can only drink half or else I get the hiccups all night long. Right here, Went, Gobbins announced, sitting up in his seat and reaching for the smaller boy's bottle. I'll teach you how to put away a drink. Wentworth looked offended. I can put away a drink just fine. It's butterbeer I can't take much of. I'm on a special diet, you know. Yeah, Norik sighed, rolling his eyes. We know all about it. Yates hasn't cooked an onion in the mansion ever since you arrived. Makes liver night pretty pathetic. That's why everyone eats in the CAF on Fridays, even the upper classes. I can't help it, Wentworth mumbled, crossing his arms. Onions break me out in hives. Garlic's even worse. You don't have to rub it in. Maybe rubbing it in would cure you, Ralph suggested, raising his head. Have you ever tried it? Rub some onions and garlic all over you, sort of like a vaccination. Add a little butter and you got yourself a new Friday night dinner option, Zane nodded. Grilled Pastington patties, for all. Hot, Wentworth said dully. It's a serious medical condition. You don't even know. James finished his butterbeer and stood up, announcing his intention to go have a talk with Wood about the team's woeful lack of a magic game. On his way toward the door, he saw Albus and Lucy seated at a nearby table, watching a group of older students play an incomprehensible table game called Wizard Foosball. Tiny ceramic men spun on metal rods embedded into the sides of the recessed table, operated by leather-wrapped handles. A small white ball bounced and clacked over the field encased in the table's walls, kicked by the spinning figures. As James passed the table, one of the players spun the rod violently and the ball popped up out of the table. James caught it deftly. Nice catch, Cornelius, one of the upperclassmen players called out. Still got your game face on, eh? James glanced back at them and saw the young men smiling at him amiably, nodding with something like grunting approval. Give the ball back, one of the tiny ceramic players cried in a squeaky voice. The others joined in, jeering raucously. James tossed the ball back to the man who'd spoken to him. The man caught it easily but didn't turn away. You did good out there tonight, Potter, the man said. James noticed that he was wearing the orange and blue striped sweater of a Bigfoot college student, most of whom lived in the row houses behind the theater. Don't let Wood hold you back, eh? James tilted his head at the older boys. Any of you know why Wood doesn't use any serious magic in the Bigfoot clutch matches? The college students exchanged glances, smiling crookedly. Finally, the one in the Bigfoot sweater said, Wood's a decent guy, don't get me wrong. Word is, he left his guts back on the Quidditch pitch in jolly old England, that's all. The other men laughed and shook their heads. A moment later, they returned to their game. I'm sure that's not true, a voice said softly nearby. James glanced aside and saw Lucy and Albus moving next to him. You came close to winning tonight, even without all that fancy magic. Nice flying out there, big brother, Albus agreed reluctantly. I tried out for Team Werewolf, but they just laughed at me. Said that only true-blood Americans get to fight on behalf of Werewolf House. That's awful, Lucy frowned. And against school policy. Not when it comes to clutch, Albus shrugged. Every house gets to make their own rules about who can be on the team as well as how often they practice, what gear they wear, all that kind of thing. I did sneak out to the field and tried out one of those scrims. Let's just say I won't be pushing the issue with my new mates. I did make the Werewolf Quidditch team, though, mainly because they were a man short after their best beater graduated last year. I'll be facing off against your mate Zane this coming Thursday night. Mum, Dad, and Lil are coming. James glanced at his brother as they drifted toward the rear entrance of the Kite and Key. Did you see them tonight? Yeah, didn't you? Albus replied. They sat with me in the werewolf grandstand. Mum covered her eyes most of the time, saying she couldn't bear to look. Dad had his wand in his hand through the whole match, twitching it every time you went through the intersection, like he was ready to jump up and levitate you at any moment if you decided to fall off your scrim. He was grinning, though, that mad grin he gets when he watches Quidditch matches back home. You know, like part of him wants to put on the pads, grab a broom, and jump out there with the team. James couldn't help smiling at the thought. I know what you mean. Are they still here? Lucy shook her head. Your father got some sort of message through his own shard. His is smaller. He keeps it wrapped up in his robes all the time, just so he never misses anything. After he got the message, he and Aunt Ginny and Lily left right away. They asked me to tell you hello and that they are proud of you. They asked me to tell him that, Albus said, turning to Lucy, who avoided his eyes. There's this thing called double redundancy, she explained carefully. They thought you'd forget. Albus rolled his eyes. I didn't forget. I just didn't remember it until you brought it up. Nobody can blame me if you beat me to it. I'm heading back to my house, James announced, pushing open the heavy wooden door. I'm completely beat. Lucy followed him out into the misty darkness. I'll walk with you for the first bit, she said. I'm heading back to the castle. I have Magi American history in the morning, and I still have some reading to do for it. James grunted amiably and struck off along the footpath next to Lucy. After a moment, she spoke again. For a giant, that Professor Bunyan is one sharp bloke, isn't he? James shrugged. I guess. Seems like he comes from a completely different tribe of giants, doesn't it? He says he isn't part of a tribe at all. He says he just grew big because when he was a lad he ate 20 chickens and 15 dozen eggs a day. And drank the milk of 10 cows and swam laps around Lake Erie for exercise until the whole lake turned into a giant whirlpool. James nodded, smiling. You believe any of that? Lucy shook her head. I think those are what the Americans call tall tales. They're sort of like a mix between a myth and a legend. I like the one about the magic fog that sprang up around George Washington and his little army of farmers and kids back during the War for Independence, the one that hid them from all those huge British warships that were looking for them. I think that one was true, Lucy suggested uncertainly. Although it's hard to know what's myth and fact about the Americans' history. So much of it seems so unreal. James raised his eyebrows in the darkness as they walked. I don't know about history, but it still feels pretty unreal to me, even now. Lucy laughed, but there was something odd about the sound of it. James glanced aside at her. What's up with you, Lou? He asked. She looked at him, and then glanced quickly away. Nothing. What do you mean? James looked out over the campus. We passed the footpath to Erebus Castle back there, by the Octosphere, you know. Lucy gazed back the way they'd come. You're right, she agreed. Silly me. I guess I'll head back then. Good night, James. James watched as Lucy smiled at him in the darkness, and then turned and ran back along the wet footpath. Her black hair bounced around her shoulders and shone in the light of a nearby lamppost. When she reached it, she glanced back, saw him watching, and stopped. You did really well tonight, she called out after a moment's pause. I was proud of you for trying to use magic, even if it did get you into trouble. James blinked at her. He opened his mouth to thank her, but before he could, she spun on her heels and ran into the darkness, following the narrow flagstone path to Erebus Castle. James closed his mouth again and watched Lucy's silhouette vanish into the shadow of the trees. What in the world had gotten into her? Shaking his own head, he turned and walked the rest of the way to Apollo Mansion. He was exhausted and a little frustrated, but he was also filled with a certain giddy contentment. He had done well tonight. His mom and dad were proud of him. And he had succeeded in playing for his house clutch team, while Albus had not. That last was a petty satisfaction, but it was satisfaction nonetheless. All that remained was the perplexing mystery of Professor Wood's reluctance to use serious magic in clutch matches, but James thought he could probably work that out. Even now, remembering the conversation he'd had with the professor some days earlier, he thought he could begin to grope around the edges of it. It was still hazy, but it had something to do with earning the respect of his dead parents, and maybe even himself. It was complicated, and a little mad, but it made a certain backward logic. If using battle magic had earned Wood the shame of his parents, then perhaps he felt that avoiding it now, even in something as basic as a clutch match, would help him regain their ghostly approval. James shook his head. Being a grown-up was such mad, complicated business. He was glad that he was still, technically, at least, a kid. Over the course of the following weeks, James never did speak to Professor Wood about the flaws of Team Bigfoot's clutch cudgel magic game. Instead, he studied the small gray rulebook that Wood had given him for his line writing assignment, particularly the chapter entitled Offensive and Defensive Spellwork Fundamentals. There, he learned the essential magic associated with the game, including much of what he'd seen during the year's first match against Igor House. As the season progressed, James studied the magic games of the other house teams and found that each house approached their clutch cudgel magic in a distinct and different manner. The Igor's team, for instance, used conventional clutch spells most of the time, but occasionally surprised everyone with a spectacularly creative magical effort, often involving several players working in tandem. Such attempts failed as often as not, but they were always exciting to watch, and the crowd always cheered the Igor's bloody-minded grandiosity. Team Pixie, on the other hand, relied on endless variations of entirely original sport magic, mostly designed by Mother Newt herself. Pixie clutch magic was almost always pretty, sparkly, and effectively devastating, such as when the team captain, a girl named Ophelia Wright, enchanted the tail of her scrim to produce a stream of tiny rainbow-colored butterflies. The butterflies were admittedly beautiful, if rather fat and clumsy, so that as the opposing players flew into Ophelia's wake, they found themselves peppered with hundreds of splattering, colorful collisions, mucking up their uniforms and pasting over their goggles. James spent an inordinate amount of time in the campus library, looking up classic clutch cudgel magical strategies, often with Zane and Ralph alongside him. Secretly at first, James began to practice the offensive and defensive spells he was learning, using the bust of Sir Pepperpock in his dormitory room as a target. Often, Rose, Scorpius, and even Damien Damascus and Sabrina Hildegard would watch James' efforts via the shard on the back of his dormitory room door. "You're still emphasizing the second syllable of the lanyard charm," Rose announced critically on one occasion. "It's causing it to pull short too soon." "And more twist in the wrist," Damien added, mimicking the move with his own wand on the other side of the shard. "See? You're looking for a nice spiral. Keeps your aim true." James ran his forearm across his brow. "Don't you lot have homework to do?" "You forget that it's a lot later here," Rose sniffed. "We're only staying up because you're so endlessly entertaining. It's better than telly." "Did the gravity well again?" Sabrina suggested brightly, the quill bobbing in her hair. "I read that people who are really good at it can make one so strong that even light can't escape it. It's like a little miniature black hole." Ralph was lying on his bed surrounded by a collection of quills, parchments, and snacks. Glancing up from his Magi American history textbook, he asked, "How do you all know so much about clutch cudgel anyway?" "Library," Rose shrugged. "There's not a whole lot there, but we found a few old magazines that talk about it. Apparently, there is a clutch league in England, although hardly anyone's ever heard of it. I read an interview with the man who runs the league. He's rather intense. But there was some good discussion of the basic magic that goes along with the game." "Have you been practicing that whistle hoopsie hex Damien came up with?" "I told you," James said, lowering his wand, "we're not allowed to use spells that hurt other players. Making the referee swallow his own whistle is a pretty obvious penalty." "Can't be a penalty without a whistle blow," Zane mused from his lounge on James' bed. "Right? If a foul is committed but there's no whistle to call it, is it really a foul?" "That's what I've been trying to say," Damien exclaimed from the other side of the shard. "Forget it," James announced firmly. "I'm not risking getting put in the dock again." "You mind if I steal that whistle hoopsie bit, then?" Zane asked brightly. "I bet Warrington could put it to good use." James rolled his eyes. On the other side of the shard, Damien Damascus pointed a finger. "I've got patent pending on that one, Walker. Don't you go stealing it and calling it your own." "Wouldn't dream of it," Zane said in a wounded voice. By the third match of the season, James had finally grown confident enough to attempt some real clutch magic during the game. He waited until the fourth quarter of the match against Vampire House and, when he was sure Professor Wood was busy calling out formations, attempted a lanyard charm on the vampire clipper ahead of him. It worked perfectly. The clutch popped instantly from beneath the boy's arm and bobbed backwards in the air. James caught it against his chest, surprised and delighted at how simple it had been. The crowd responded with a rather surprised cheer, and as James zoomed through the intersection and around the Bigfoot platform, he saw Wood glancing around curiously, looking to see what the crowd was applauding. As James neared the end of his requisite 3 laps, he saw that 2 of the vampire bullies had assembled ahead of him, preparing to fall upon him and force him out of the course. James narrowed his eyes and raised his wand. "Cresco gravitatis," he called, aiming for a point between and below the 2 vampire bullies. There was a very satisfying noise, rather like a reverse popping sound, and the 2 bullies were sucked downwards, out of the course. They collided with each other at the point of the gravity well, and James was pleased to notice as he swooped past that the air seemed very slightly darker around the center of the spell. The well collapsed upon itself quickly, but there was no chance that the 2 vampire bullies would catch James now. He banked hard around the last loop, speeding up and crouching low over his scrim, and lobbed the clutch easily through the goal, keeping it well out of the range of the vampire keeper's cudgel. The crowd responded with a concussive roar of applause, as surprised as they were impressed. James had harbored hopes that Wood might not have noticed his use of game magic, but this hope was neatly dashed by the echoing voice of the match announcer, a zombie house girl named Cheshire Chatterley. And the Bigfoot magic game takes a rather shocking leap into the 21st century with the skillful hexwork of number 22, James Sirius Potter, she cried, her voice amplified over the roar of the crowd. Could it be that this harkens a new era of competitiveness for Bigfoot House? Only time will tell. In the meantime, 3 cheers for Professor Oliver Wood and his very effective coaching. James slowed as he glanced up at the announcer's box, frowning. He was unsurprised to see Zane seated in the box alongside Cheshire Chatterley. The blond boy grinned and waved down at James, winking, the gesture about as subtle as a giant in a tutu. James tried to avoid Wood's gaze but couldn't help glancing aside as he circled the platform. Wood was smiling rather tightly as the crowd cheered him. Nice one, James. Norick called, passing James on his own scrim. Keep an eye out, though. Team Vampire will probably ambush you now since they think you're the only one with any magic game. James sighed as he crouched over his scrim, accelerating into the intersection. Sure enough, several vampire players were eyeing him darkly as they swooped ahead. Why don't you try some magic then, Norick? James suggested, raising his voice into the rushing wind. It's not illegal, you know. I don't even know those spells. Norick responded. That was a gravity well. Those are really tough. James was about to tell Norick that they really weren't all that tough, but by then the two of them were zooming into the intersection and he lost sight of the other boy as they flashed and banked through the oncoming stream. James didn't attempt any more magic during that match, which they lost by a score of 57-50. When it was over, he waited in the locker cellar below the gantry to see if Wood meant to chastise him. The rest of Team Bigfoot congratulated him heartily as they changed out of their pads and gear, but when Wood came down the stairs, they quieted immediately, watching, along with James, to see what he would say. Wood eyed the unnaturally quiet locker cellar for a long moment, letting his gaze sweep over the assembled players. Finally, he cleared his throat and said, "Good match today, everyone. Well played. We haven't seen such a close score in a long time. Carry on." James watched as the professor made his way toward the exit. When the wooden door clapped shut, he let out a deep exhale of relief. For whatever reason, Wood had obviously chosen not to coach the team to perform any serious game magic, but he was apparently willing to allow it if James, at least, took the initiative upon himself. James felt a great weight of worry lift from his shoulders. "Hey James," Wentworth said, plopping down next to him on the bench, "think you could teach me some of that stuff you did today?" "Yeah," Goggins agreed, keeping his voice low. "Me too. I don't know about the rest of these mokes, but I liked what you did out there today. Hell with tradition. I want to hex some heads." Whoa, James said, raising his hands. "I just learned that stuff myself from books. Wood may let me get away with it on my own, but if he finds out I'm teaching the rest of the team to do it." "It's not the rest of the team," Wentworth said, wiping his glasses on his jersey. "It's just me and Goggins." "And me," Jasmine Jade added, sitting down on James' other side. "Worf," another voice grunted. James glanced up to see Muckfatch nodding down at him, his black eyes twinkling. James ran both hands through his hair in frustration. "Look, I'm not a teacher. I barely know those spells myself. I just read up on them, watched what everybody else did, and practiced in my room until I was ready to try it." "And you did all this without telling us?" Wentworth said reproachfully. No, it's better that way," Goggins said enthusiastically. saves us all the trouble. Now he can just teach us what he knows. I can't teach anybody anything, James rasped, trying to keep his voice low. Why not? Jasmine asked reasonably. James shook his head and pursed his lips, at a loss for how to respond. Rarf Woodful, Mugthatch said, giving James an encouraging shove on the shoulder, nearly bouncing his head off the wall. Mook's right, Wentworth said. We're your teammates and your friends. It won't be like you're taking over Wood's job or anything. Think of it as helping us out with our homework. Yeah, Goggins grinned. Our clutch homework. Jasmine nodded seriously. We'd help you with your homework, James. You didn't the other night. James spluttered, turning on Jasmine. When I asked you to help me with my precognitive engineering essay. You didn't want help with it, Jasmine replied, rolling her eyes. You wanted to buy mine from last year. That's hardly the same thing. Goggins shook his head. I told you she wouldn't part with it for less than 20 jacks. Wentworth stuck stubbornly to the issue. So, will you help us learn some clutch magic, James? Just us four? James looked from face to face and finally let out a long sigh of resignation. Woohoo! Goggins announced, throwing his fists into the air. When do we start? No time like the present, Jasmine suggested. It's still early. We can meet in the attic common room. Nobody uses that room since Bump the Poltergeist moved into it. He won't bother us, though, as long as nobody minds having a few books thrown at them. Might even help. It'll give us something to aim at. James leaned forward and stripped off his clutch boots, letting the conversation roll on without him. Secretly, he wasn't all that upset about the prospect of teaching what he'd learned to a few other players, so long as it wasn't the entire team. He might still earn the ire of Professor Wood, but for the moment, James' aversion to getting into trouble was slightly outweighed by his desire to win at least one clutch match this season. By the time he and his teammates left the cellar and struck off into the twilight of Pepperpock Down, he was already planning what he'd teach them first. Sorry guys, James said to Ralph and Zane as they caught up to him. No butterbeers in the Kite and Key tonight. I've been commandeered. We figured, Zane nodded, sighing. You gonna teach your team the old magical 23 skidoo? SHH. James hissed, looking around. Not the whole team. Just a couple of my mates. Keep it a secret, all right? All right, Zane agreed, throwing up his hands as Mugthatch loomed menacingly over him. Cool your jets, Chewbacca. Your secret's safe with me. But keep in mind, next week, you lot are up against Zombie House. Magic is their middle name. Yeah. Wentworth countered, pushing himself up to his full height. Well, Team Bigfoot's middle name is ER. Big. Jasmine suggested hopefully. Big magic, Goggins nodded. Thanks to James here, our new magic coach. The rest of the Bigfoots agreed heartily, cheering and clapping James on the back. Zane shook his head and rolled his eyes, smiling ruefully. My hero, he said, nudging James with his elbow. James grinned sheepishly,